British birds ***** plate-eye golden eagle. 1/6 gnat. Size. British Birds by W. H. Hudson, CMZS, with a chapter on structure and classification by Frank E. Bedard, FRS. With 8 colored plates from original drawings by A. Thorburn and 8 plates and 100 figures in black and white from original drawings by G. E. Lodge and 3 illustrations from photographs from Nature by R. B. Lodge. New impression Longmans, Green, & Co. 39 Paternoster Row, London 4th Avenue and 30 Th Street, New York, Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras 1921. All rights reserved. Contents. Page. The Anatomy of a Bird 1. Classification 34. Order Passeres. Missel thrush. Turdus vicivorus 39. Song thrush. Turdus musicus 41. Redwing. Turdus iliacus 45. Fieldfare. Turdus pilaris 46. Black-throated thrush. Turdus atrigularis 52. White's thrush. Turdus varius 52. Blackbird. Turdus marilla 49. Ringoozle. Turdus torquatus 50. Rock thrush. Monticola saxatilis 52. Wheatear. Saxicola enanth 52. Black-throated wheatear. Saxicola strapazina 54. Desert wheatear. Saxicola deserti 54. Winchat. Pratincola rubicola 54. Stonechat. Pratincola rubicola 56. Redstart. Ruticilla funiculus 57. Black redstart. Ruticilla titis 59. White spotted blue throat. Cyanecula wolfi 59. Red spotted blue throat. Cyanecula suecica 59. Redbreast. Erythacus rubecula 59. Nightingale. Daulius lucinia 62. Whitethroat. Sylvia cinerea 64. Lesser whitethroat. Sylvia caruca 66. Orphang warbler. Sylvia orphe 70. Blackcap. Sylvia atricapilla 67. Garden warbler. Sylvia hortensis 69. Barred warbler. Sylvia niceria 70. Dartford warbler. Melisophyllus undatus 70. Goldcrest. Regulus cristatus 72. Firecrest. Regulus ignacapillus 74. Yellow-browed warbler. Philoscapus superciliosus 79. Chiffchaff. Philoscapus rufus 74. Willow wren. Philoscapus trochilus 76. Wood wren. Philoscapus sibyllatrix 78. Icterine warbler. Hypales icterina 79. Rufus warbler. Edongalectodes 79. Reed warbler. Acrocephalus stropyrus 79. Marsh warbler. Acrocephalus palustris 82. Great reed warbler. Acrocephalus teduides 82. Aquatic warbler. Acrocephalus aquaticus 82. Sedge warbler. Acrocephalus phragmitis 80. Grasshopper warbler. Locustilla navia 82. Savese warbler. Locustilla lucineoides 84. Hedge sparrow. Accenta modularis 84. Alpine accenta. Accenta collaris 85. Dipper. Cinclus aquaticus 86. Black-bellied dipper. Cinclus melanogaster 88. Bearded titmouse. Panurus biamicus 89 long-tailed titmouse. Acridula cordata 92 long-tailed titmouse. Acridula rosea 90 great titmouse. Purus major 92 coal titmouse, continental. Purus eta 94 coal titmouse. Purus britannicus 94 marsh titmouse. Purus palustris 96 blue titmouse. Purus cereulus 97 crested titmouse. Purus cristatus 98 nuthatch. Cetacesia 99 wren. Troglodytes parvulus 101 white wagtail. Motacilla alba 108 pied wagtail. Motacilla lugubris 104 grey wagtail. Motacilla melanop 105 blue-headed yellow wagtail. Motacilla flava 108 yellow wagtail. Motacilla rheatu 107 meadow pipit. Anthus pratensis 108 tree pipit. Anthus trivialis 110 tawny pipit. Anthus campestris 113 Richard's pipit. Anthus richardi 113 water pipit. Anthus spipoletta 113 rock pipit. Anthus obscurus 112 golden oriole. Aureolus galbulus 114 great grey shrike. Lanius excubita 116 Pallas's great grey shrike. Lanius major 116 lesser grey shrike. Lanius minor 116 red-backed shrike. Lanius colorio 114 woodchat. Lanius pomeranus 116 waxwing. Ampellis garaulus 114 spotted flycatcher. Muscicapa grisola 116 pied flycatcher. Muscicapa atricapilla 118 red-breasted flycatcher. Muscicapa parva 118 swallow. Hierundu rustica 118 martin. Chelidon urbica 121 sand martin. Cotyle riparia 122 tree creeper. Certhia familiaris 124 goldfinch. Carduelis elegans 126 siskin. Chrysmetris spinus 127 serin. Cerinus hortulanus 128 greenfinch. Ligarinus chloris 128 hawfinch. Cockathraustes vulgaris 130 house sparrow. Parsa domesticus 132 tree sparrow. Parsa montanus 133 chaffinch. Fringilla coelebs 134 brambling. Fringilla montifringilla 137 linnet. Linota cannabina 138 mealy redpole. Linota lanaria 140 lesser redpole. Linota rufescens 139 Greenland redpole. Linota hornemani 140 twite. Linota flavirostris 141 rosy bullfinch. Carpodacus erythrenus 144 bullfinch. Pyreula europea 142 pine grosbeak. Pinicola enucleta 144 parrot crossbill. Loxia pitopsitacus 145 crossbill. Loxia curvirostra 144 white-winged crossbill. Loxia leucoptera 145 two-barred crossbill. Loxia bifasciata 145 black-headed bunting. Emberiza melanocephala 154 corn bunting. Emberiza miliaria 146 yellow hammer. Emberiza citrinella 148 searle bunting. Emberiza surlus 150 ortolan bunting. Emberiza hortulana 154 rustic bunting. Emberiza rustica 154 little bunting. Emberiza pusilla 154 reed bunting. Emberiza scoeniclus 151 Lapland bunting. Calcareous laponica 154 snow bunting. Pulctrophanes nivalis 152 starling. Sturnus vulgaris 154 rose-colored pasta. Pasta roseus 156 chuff. Pyrocorax graculus 157 nutcracker. Nucifraga cariocatarctus 174 j. Garaulus glandurus 158 magpie. Pica rustica 160 jackdaw. Corvus monedula 163 carrion crow. Corvus coron 166 hooded crow. Corvus cornix 167 rook. Corvus frugiligus 168 raven. Corvus corax 172 skylark. Alauda arvensis 174 woodlark. Alauda arborea 176 crested lark. Alauda cristata 178 short-toed lark. Calendrella brachydactyla 178 white-winged lark. Melanocorypha sibirica 178 shore lark. Otocoris alpistris 178 order Picarii. Swift. Cypselus apus 178 white-bellied swift. Cypselus melba 179 needle-tailed swift. Acanthylis cordacuta 179 nightjar. Caprimulgus europaeus 179 red-necked nightjar. Caprimulgus ruficollis 181 Egyptian nightjar. Caprimulgus aegyptius 181 spotted woodpecker. Dendrocoppus major 181 barred woodpecker. Dendrocoppus minor 183 green woodpecker. Ccinus viridis 184 wryneck. Inx torquilla 186 kingfisher. Alcedo ispida 188 belted kingfisher. Ceril alcyon 189 roller. Coraceus garrula 190 beta. Meropsapiaster 190 hoopoe. Upupar epops 190 cuckoo. Cuculus canarus 190 great spotted cuckoo. Coccysts glandurus 193 yellow-billed cuckoo. Coccyzus americanus 193 black-billed cuckoo. Coccyzus erythrophthamus 193 order striges. Barn owl. Strix flammi 193 long-eared owl. Asiootis 196 short-eared owl. Asiobrachiotis 197 tawny owl. Cinia maluco 198 snowy owl. Nike scandiaca 199 European hawk owl. Cernia ulula 199 American hawk owl. Cernia funaria 199 Tengmalms owl. Nitala Tengmalmi 199 Scops owl. Skopskyu 199 eagle owl. Buboignavus 199 little owl. Athene noctua 199 order Accipitas. Griffon vulture. Gyps fulvus 216 Egyptian vulture. Neophron percnopterus 216 marsh harrier. Circus aeruginus 216 hen harrier. Circus cyanus 199 Montague's harrier. Circus cinerasus 201 buzzard. Buteo vulgaris 202 rough-legged buzzard. Archibiologopus 216 spotted eagle. Aquila clanger 216 golden eagle. Aquila chrysetus 204 white-tailed eagle. Haliaetus albacilla 205 goshawk. Astapolumbarius 216 American goshawk. Asteratricapilla 216 sparrowhawk. Accipitonisus 206 kite. Milvus ictinus 207 black kite. Milvus nigrans 216 swallow-tailed kite. Elanoides furcatus 217 honey buzzard. Panis apivorus 217 geofalcon. Hierofalco geofalco 217 Greenland falcon. Hierofalco candicans 217 Iceland falcon. Hierofalco islandicus 217 peregrine falcon. Falco peregrinus 208 hobby. Falco subutio 210 merlin. Falco esalon 211 red-footed falcon. Tinunculus vespertinus 217 kestrel. Tinunculus alaudarius 212 lesser kestrel. Tinunculus centris 217 osprey. Pandion haliaetus 215 order Steganopodes. Cormorant. Phalacrocorax carbo 218 shag. Phalacrocorax graculus 220 gannet. Scilabasina 221 order Herodians. Heron. RD cinerea 223 purple heron. RD purpurea 226 great white heron. RD alba 226 little egret. RD gasta 226 buff-backed heron. RD bubulcus 226 squacco heron. RD ralloids 226 little bitten. Ardetta minuta 226 night heron. Nycticorax griseus 226 bitten. Botaurus stellaris 224 American bitten. Botaurus lentiginosus 226 white stork. Ciconia alba 226 black stork. Ciconia nigra 226 spoonbill. Platyleeucarodia 226 glossy ibis. Plegades falcinellus 226 order Anzares. Grey lag goose. Unsa cinereus 227 bean goose. Unsa sagedom 228 pink-footed goose. Unsa breaker einchas 229 white-fronted goose. Unsa albifrons 230 cassin snow goose. Chen albatus 227 brent goose. Bernicla brenta 230 barnacle goose. Bernicla leucopsis 232 red-breasted goose. Bernicla ruficollis 227 mute swan. Cygnus olea 233 Polish swan. Cygnus immutabilis 233 whooper swan. Cygnus musicus 234 Bewick's swan. Cygnus bewickii 234 common sheldrake. Tadorna cornuta 235 ruddy sheldrake. Tadorna casaca 236 widgeon. Merca penelope 237 American widgeon. Merca americana 238 pintail. Daphila acuta 238 mallard. Anas boscus 239 gadwil. Scholelasmus stropyrus 241 gargany. Querquedula certia 243 blue-winged teal. Querquedula discus 244 common teal. Querquedula creca 244 American green-winged teal. Querquedula carolinensis 244 shoveler. Spatula clypeata 245 red-crested pochard. Fuligula rufina 246 tufted duck. Fuligula cristata 246 scorp. Fuligula marila 247 pochard. Fuligula fiorina 248 white-eyed duck. Nyrica ferruginea 246 goldeny. Clangula glaucion 249 barrows goldeny. Clangula islandica 246 buffle-headed duck. Clangula albula 246 harlequin duck. Cosmonetta histrionica 246 long-tailed duck. Herelda glacialis 250 stillas duck. Heniconetta stilri 246 eider duck. Somateria mollissima 251 king eider. Somateria spectabilis 246 common scota. Edemia nigra 253 velvet scota. Edemia fusca 254 surf scota. Edemia perspicillata 246 goosander. Mergus merganser 255 red-breasted merganser. Mergus serrata 256 hooded merganser. Mergus cucullatus 246 smew. Mergus orbulus 258 order columbae. Wood pigeon. Columba palumbus 258 stock dove. Columba enas 261 rock dove. Columba livia 261 turtle dove. Tertia communis 262 passenger pigeon. Ectopists migratrius 264 order pteroclites. Pulices sand grouse. Cirapts paradoxus 264 order Gaulini. Pheasant. Phasianus colchicus 264 red-legged partridge. Cacabis rufa 265 barberry partridge. Cacabis petrosa 266 partridge. Pedix cinerea 267 quail. Coturnix communis 269 ptarmigan. Lagopus mutus 270 red grouse. Lagopus scoticus 272 black grouse. Tetrautetrix 273 capercaillie. Tetraurugalus 275 order Felicarii. Water rail. Rallus aquaticus 277 spotted crake. Pausana maruta 277 Balan's crake. Pausana balani 278 little crake. Pausana parva 278 corn crake. Crex pratensis 278 moorhen. Gaulinula chloropus 279 coot. Felica atra 280 order electrides. Crane. Grus communis 281 great bustard. Otis tarda 281 little bustard. Otis tetrux 281 machines bustard. Otis machini 281 order limicoli. Stone curlew. Edicnemus scalopax 282 collared pratincle. Glariula pratincola 284 cream-colored corsa. Cursrius gallicus 284 golden plover. Charadrius pluvialis 284 eastern golden plover. Charadrius fulvus 286 grey plover. Squatarola helvetica 286 Kentish plover. E.g. Alatis cantiana 287 little ringed plover. E.g. Alatis curanica 288 ringed plover. E.g. Alatis hyaticula 287 killdeer plover. E.g. Alatis vocifera 288 dotterel. Endromias morinellus 289 lapwing. Vanellus vulgaris 290 turnstone. Strepsilus interpres 292 oyster catcher. Hematopus australigus 293 avocet. Recurvirostra avoceta 316 black-winged stilt. Himantopus candidus 316 red-necked phalarope. Phalaropus hyperboreus 294 grey Phalarop. Phalaropus phylacreus 295 woodcock. Scolopax rusticula 296 great snipe. Gallinago major 298 common snipe. Gallinago coelestus 299 jack snipe. Limocrypts gallinula 300 broad-billed sandpiper. Limicola plata incha 317 pectoral sandpiper. Tringa maculata 317 Bonaparte sandpiper. Tringa fascicolis 317 Dunlin. Tringa alpina 300 little stint. Tringa minuta 302 Temminck stint. Tringa temminki 303 American stint. Tringa minutilla 317 curlew sandpiper. Tringa subarcuata 303 purple sandpiper. Tringa striata 304 knot. Tringa canutus 304 rough and reeve. Machetes pugnax 306 sanderling. Calidris arenaria 308 buff-breasted sandpiper. Tringites rufescens 317 Bartram's sandpiper. Actiturus longicorda 317 common sandpiper. Tringoids hypoleucus 309 green sandpiper. Helidromus acropus 310 wood sandpiper. Titinus glareula 316 red shank. Titinus calidris 310 spotted red shank. Titinus fuscus 316 green shank. Titinus canescens 312 red-breasted snipe. Macrorum fruscrisus 317 bar-tailed godwit. Limasa laponica 316 black-tailed godwit. Limasa melanura 316 Esquimaux's curlew. Pneumonius borealis 317 Wimbrel. Pneumonius pheopus 313 curlew. Pneumonius arceata 314 order Garvley. Arctic tern. Sterna macroa 317 common tern. Sterna fluviatilis 319 roseate tern. Sterna duggali 320 little tern. Sterna minuta 320 Caspian tern. Sterna caspia 323 gull-billed tern. Sterna anglica 323 sandwich tern. Sterna canchica 322 sooty tern. Sterna fuliginisa 323 scapolis sooty tern. Sterna anestheta 323 whiskered tern. Hydrochelidon hybrida 323 white-winged black tern. Hydrochelidon leucoptera 323 black tern. Hydrochelidon nigra 323 noddy. Anus stolidus 323 ivory gull. Pagophylla eburni 329 kittiwake. Rissa tridactyla 323 glaucous gull. Larus glaucus 329 Iceland gull. Larus leucopterus 329 herring gull. Larus argentatus 324 lesser black-backed gull. Larus fuscus 325 common gull. Larus canis 326 great black-backed gull. Larus marinus 327 great black-headed gull. Larus ichthyoetus 330 black-headed gull. Larus ridibundus 328 little gull. Larus minutus 330 Sabines gull. Zemar sabinii 330 common skua. Stercorarius catarrhactes 330 pomata in skua. Stercorarius pomata inus 333 Richardson's skua. Stercorarius crepidatus 333 Buffon's skua. Stercorarius parasiticus 333 order Tubinares. Stormy petrel. Procellaria pelagica 333 leeches petrel. Procellaria leucoro 335 Wilson's petrel. Oceanits oceanicus 336 Manx shearwater. Puffinus anglorum 336 sooty shearwater. Puffinus griseus 337 greater shearwater. Puffinus major 337 dusky shearwater. Puffinus obscurus 337 fulmar. Fulmarus glacialis 337 capped petrel. Estrellata hesitata 339 bulwas petrel. Bulwaria columbina 339 order pigopodes. Great northern diver. Colimbus glacialis 340 black-throated diver. Colimbus arcticus 341 red-throated diver. Colimbus septentrionalis 342 great crested grebe. Podiceps cristatus 342 red-necked grebe. Podiceps grisigena 345 Sclavonian grebe. Podiceps auritus 345 eared grebe. Podiceps nigricollis 345 little grebe. Tachyboptes fluviatilis 344 razorbill. Alcatorda 345 common guillemot. Lomvia troil 347 brunicas guillemot. Lomvia bruinici 351 black guillemot. Uria gryle 350 little auk. Margulus L 351 puffin. Fratercula artica 351 index 353. List of illustrations. Colored plates. Golden eagle by a Thorburn frontispiece. Bearded titmouse to face P89 goldfinch 126 bittern 224 common teal 244 ptarmigan 270 dotterel 289 roseate tern 320 plates. Field pheasant, missel thrush, blackbird by G. E. Lodge to face P39 rooks, jackdaws, starlings 164 long-eared owl, chaffinch, great, blue and coal tits, goldcrest 196 gannets, guillemots, herring gulls 221 mallards, peregrine falcon, heron, coot 240j, wood pigeons, pheasants 264, oyster catchers, ringed plover, little stint, curlew 314, black-headed gulls, pochards, shoveler, water hens 328. Illustrations in the text. Fig. Page 1. Skeleton of wing of Archaeopteryx with remiges attached. From Natural Science 4-2-3. Structure of a feather from Ibis 5-4. Portion of two adjacent barbs 5-5. Foot of pelican from Owen's Anatomy of Vertebrates 10-6. Foot of perching bird 10-7. Foot of kingfisher 10-8. Sternum of shrike 13-9. Wing of nestling Opisthocamus from Natural Science 15-10. Wing of young fowl of same age as Fig. 9. Of wing of Opisthocamus 16-11. Wing of adult Opisthocamus 17-12. Wing of half-grown ostrich 17-13. Pelvis and hind limb of diver from Owen's Anatomy of Vertebrates 19-14. Gizzard of swan 21-15. Syrinx of raven, posterior surface 26-16. Syrinx of raven, lateral view 26-17. Syrinx of raven cut open longitudinally 26-18. Song thrush, a quarter natural size, by G. E. Lodge 41-19. Throstle's nest from photograph by R. B. Lodge 44-20. Blackbird's nest 48-21. Ringoozle, 1/5 natural size, by G. E. Lodge 50-22. Wheatear, 1/3 natural size, 52-23. Stone chat, a quarter natural size, 56-24. Redstart, 1/3 natural size, 57-25. Redbreast, a quarter natural size, 59-26. Nightingale, 1/3 natural size, 62-27. Whitethroat, 1/3 natural size, 64-28. Blackcap, 1/3 natural size, 67-29. Dartford warbler, 1/3 natural size, 71-30. Sedge warbler, 1/3 natural size, 80-31. Hedge sparrow, 1/3 natural size, 84-32. Dipper, 1/5 natural size, 86-33. Long-tailed tit, a quarter natural size, 91-34. Great tit, 1/3 natural size, 93-35. Crested tit, 1/3 natural size, 98-36. Nuthatch, a quarter natural size, 99-37. Wren, a quarter natural size, 102-38. Pied wagtail, a quarter natural size, 104-39. Grey wagtail, 1/3 natural size, 106-40. Tree pipit, a quarter natural size, 110-41. Rock pipit, 1/3 natural size, 112-42. Red-backed shrike, a quarter natural size, 114-43. Spotted flycatcher, a quarter natural size, 117.44. Swallow, a quarter natural size, 119.45. Martin, 1/3 natural size, 121.46. Tree creeper, 1/3 natural size, 124.47. Hawfinch, 1/3 natural size, 130.48. Lesser redpoll, 1/3 natural size, 140.49. Bullfinch, 1/3 natural size, 142.50. Crossbill, a quarter natural size, 144.51. Yellowhammer, 1/3 natural size, 148.52. Searle bunting, 1/3 natural size, 150.53. Reed bunting, a quarter natural size, 151.54. Chough, 1/8 natural size, 157.55. Magpie, natural size, 161.56. Rooks and nest from photograph by R.B. Lodge, 169.57. Raven, to the power of 1 natural size, by G.E. Lodge, 172.58. Skylark, 1/3 natural size, 175.59. Nightjar, 1/5 natural size, 180.60. Spotted woodpecker, 1/5 natural size, 182.61. Green woodpecker, 1/6 natural size, 184.62. Wryneck, 1/3 natural size, 186.63. Kingfisher, a quarter natural size, 188.64. Hoopoe, 190.65. Cuckoo, 1/6 natural size, 191.66. Barn owl, natural size, 194.67. Montague's harrier, natural size, 201.68. Buzzard, to the power of 1 natural size, 202.69. Kite, to the power of 1 natural size, 207.70. Peregrine, to the power of 1 natural size, 209.71. Merlin, 1/8 natural size, 211.72. Kestrel, natural size, 212.73. Honey buzzard, to the power of 1 natural size, 217.74. Cormorant, to the power of 1 natural size, 218.75. Grey lag goose, to the power of 1 natural size, 227.76. Brent goose, to the power of 1 natural size, 231.77. Barnacle goose, to the power of 1 natural size, 232.78. Sheldrake, to the power of 1 natural size, 235.79. Widgeon, natural size, 237.80. Pintail, to the power of 1 natural size, 239.81. Gadwall, to the power of 1 natural size, 24282. Gargany, to the power of 1 natural size, 24383. Tufted duck, to the power of 1 natural size, 24684. Eider duck, to the power of 1 natural size, 25185. Common scoter, to the power of 1 natural size, 25386. Goosander, to the power of 1 natural size, 25587. Red-breasted merganser, to the power of 1 natural size, 25788. Rock dove, natural size, 26289. Turtle dove, 1/6 natural size, 26390. Red-legged partridge, natural size, 26691. Partridge, 1/6 natural size, 26792. Quail, 1/5 natural size, 26993. Blackcock, to the power of 1 natural size, 27494. Capercaillie, to the power of 1 natural size, 27595. Landrail, natural size, by G. E. Lodge 27896. Stone curlew, natural size, 28297. Golden plover, summer plumage, 1/6 natural size, 28598. Lapwing, 1/6 natural size, 29099. Turnstone, 1/5 natural size, 292,100. Grey phalarope, 1/4 natural size, 295,101. Woodcock, 1/6 natural size, 296,102. Dunlin, summer plumage, 1/4 natural size, 301,103. Knot, 1/4 natural size, 305,104. Ruff and Reeve, natural size, 306,105. Sanderling, winter plumage, 1/4 natural size, 308,106. Greenshank, 1/6 natural size, 312,107. Common tern, natural size, 319,108. Lesser tern, 1/4 natural size, 321,109. Black tern, natural size, 323,110. Great black-backed gull, to the power of 1 natural size, 327,111. Great skua, to the power of 1 natural size, 330,112. Stormy petrel, 1/3 natural size, 334,113. Manx shewater, 1/8 natural size, 336,114. Fulmar, natural size, 338,115. Great northern diver, natural size, 340,116. Great crested grebe, to the power of 1 natural size, 342 117. Little grebe, 1/6 natural size, 344 118. Razorbill, winter plumage, to the power of 1 natural size, 346 119. Little auk, 1/8 natural size, 350 120. Puffin, natural size, 351. Introduction. The plan followed in the descriptive portion of this work has, I trust, the merit of simplicity. A brief account is given of the appearance, language, and life habits of all the species that reside permanently, or for a portion of each year, within the limits of the British Islands. The accidental stragglers, with the irregular or occasional visitors, have been included, but not described, in the work. To have omitted all mention of them would, perhaps, have been to carry the process of simplification too far. And as much may be said of the retention in this book of Latin, or science names. The mass of technical matter with which ornithological works are usually weighted is scarcely wanted in a book intended for the general reader, more especially for the young. Nor was there space sufficient to make the work at the same time a technical and a popular one. The briefest description that could possibly be given of the characters of genera would have occupied 30 to 40 pages. The student must, in any case, go to the large standard works on the subject, especially to those of Urell, 4th edition, Seebohm, and Howard Saunders, which are repositories of all the most important facts relating to our bird life, gathered from the time of Willoughby, the father of British ornithology, down to the present. The order in which I have placed the species, beginning with the thrushes and ending with the auks, is that of Sclater, based on Huxley's classification, and is the arrangement adopted in the official list of the British Ornithologists' Union, 1883. The BOU list enumerates 376 species, and of this number 211 species are counted as residents and regular visitants, the remaining 165 being loosely described as occasional visitants. About these aliens, which are claimed as citizens, something requires to be said. It has long been the practice of our ornithologists to regard as British any species of which one specimen has been found in a wild state within the limits of the United Kingdom. As a result of this excessive hospitality, we find in the list about 43 species of which not more than 3 specimens have been obtained, in a majority of cases only 1. We also find that there are not fewer than 4 to 5 exclusively American species in the list, but by what means, or by what series of extraordinary accidents, these lost wanderers have been carried thousands of miles from their own region, across the Atlantic, and have succeeded in reaching our shores alive, it is impossible to imagine. It is highly probable that some of the American, Asiatic, and European waifs that have been picked up in these islands were birds that had escaped from confinement, but whether brought by man or borne on the wings of the tempest to our shores, the fact remains that they are not members of our avifauna, and the young reader should clearly understand that only by a pleasing fiction are they called British. I have spoken at some length on this subject, because it is one that appears to interest a great many persons who are not ornithologists. How many British species are there? Is a question that is continually being asked of those who are supposed to know. I should say that, in round numbers, there are 200, at the very outside, 210. C. Bohm, in the introduction to his great work, gives 222 as the number of species fairly entitled to be considered British birds, but he probably counted some that are usually regarded as irregular visitors, and perhaps others which have been exterminated in recent times. Of the 165 species set down in the British list as occasional visitors, about 55 or 60 deserve that description, since they do, as a fact, visit the British Islands at irregular intervals. All the others are accidental stragglers. It only remains to add something on another subject, the little life histories of the 200 and odd species described in this volume. Although this is in no sense a controversial subject, the apologetic tone must be still used. I wish that these sketches had been better done, but I do not greatly regret that they had to be brief. The longest history of a bird ever written, the most abounding in facts and delightful to read, when tested in the only sure way, namely, by close observation of its subject, is found to be scarcely more complete or satisfactory than the briefest, which contains only the main facts. This is because birds are not automata, but intelligent beings. C. Bohm has well said, the real history of a bird is its life history. The deepest interest attaches to everything that reveals the little mind, however feebly it may be developed, which lies behind the feathers. It has been remarked more than once that we do not rightly appreciate birds because we do not see them well. In most cases persecution has made them fearful of the human form, they fly from us, and distance obscures their delicate harmonious coloring and blurs the exquisite aerial lines on which they are formed. When we look closely at them, we are surprised at their beauty and the indescribable grace of their varied motions. An analogous effect is produced by a close observation of their habits or actions, which, seen from afar, may appear few and monotonous. Canon Atkinson, in his Sketches in Natural History, 1865, has a chapter about the partridge, prefaced by Yarrell's remark, that of a bird so universally known there was little that was new to be said. While admitting the general truth of this statement, the author goes on to say, still, I have from time to time observed some slight peculiarity in the habits of the partridge that I have not seen noticed in any professed description of the bird, forming certain passages, as it were, of its minute history. It is precisely this minute history that gives so great and enduring a fascination to the study of birds in a state of nature. But it cannot be written, on account of the infinity of passages contained in it, or, in other words, of that element of mind which gives it endless variety. Let us imagine the case of a youth or boy who has read and reread half a dozen long histories of some one species, and, primed with all this knowledge, who finally goes out to observe it for himself. It will astonish him to find how much he has not been told. He will begin to think that the writers must have been hasty or careless, that they neglected their opportunities, and missed much that they ought not to have missed, and he may even experience a feeling of resentment towards them, as if they had treated him unfairly. But after more time spent in observation he will make the interesting discovery that, so long as they are watched for, fresh things will continue to appear. The reflection will follow that there must be a limit to the things that can be recorded, that the life history of a bird cannot be contained in any book, however voluminous it may be, and, finally, that books have a quite different object from the one he had imagined. And in the end he will be more than content that it should be so. WHH. British birds. The anatomy of a bird. It is very important that everyone who studies birds should have some acquaintance with their insides as well as with their outsides. To have a proper appreciation of the mechanism of flight, the most distinctive attribute of a bird, we must explore the air reservoirs and muscles, which combine, with other organs, to form a complicated, but exquisitely adjusted, system. It is true that other animals show a similar adaptation to their several modes of life, but in a bird the necessities of life seem to have produced a more obvious and striking harmony between structure and habit. Furthermore, the young ornithologist should not be content with gaining the ability to recognize the different kinds of birds. He should understand their mutual relations, and the place of a bird in nature. To form an opinion about these matters needs more than an acquaintance with the colors and outward form, and with the eggs and nest. A great deal can be learned from these characters, but they are at most only useful in linking together closely related species. All the members of the extensive tribe of parrots, for example, are bound together by their hooked bills, their white eggs, their grasping feet, and c. But we want to go further, and determine what are the relations of the parrots to other birds which differ totally from them in all outward and visible signs. To solve, or rather to attempt to solve, broader questions of this kind we must have recourse to the scalpel, and even to the microscope. Besides, there not only are birds, but there were birds, which have now passed away utterly, leaving behind only a few bones embedded in the rocks. Nothing of an external nature will avail us in considering what these birds were like in their day, and which of existing kinds they most resembled. We must have a knowledge of bones, of osteology, to grapple with the problems which they present. For these reasons I have dealt in the following pages principally with the organs of flight, and with those internal and external characters which are admitted to be of most use in classificatory questions. I have paid less attention to those organs which are not of importance from these points of view. Feathers and feathering. It is only a very few birds that have a complete and continuous covering of feathers. The penguins are in this condition, and some of the ostrich-like birds are so, more than most others. But in other birds the feathers are arranged in tracts, between which are patches of quite, or nearly, bare skin. The technical name for the feathered districts is terrilia, that for the bare patches, apteria. If two birds, belonging to different families, are compared, it will often be discovered that they present considerable unlikeness in the mutual arrangement of the feathered and unfeathered tracts. In fact, it was pointed out not far from the beginning of this century that the dispersal of the feathers over the body was one of the very best characters for classifying birds upon. But when the author of this discovery, Professor Nietzsche, of Halle, first published his book on the matter, it was received with some ridicule, and the pictures of birds denuded of their feathers in order to show up clearly the feather tracts were ironically compared to a portion of a poulterer's shop. This ridicule, however, did not do away with the fact that the character is often of great use in settling the mutual relationships of birds. When a bird is carefully skinned, it will be seen that the feather tracts have their own special slips of muscle inserted into the roots of the feathers. These muscles, when they contract, serve to raise the feathers slightly, and must be of at least subsidiary importance in flying. This is, perhaps, why the feather tracts are so well marked in birds that fly, and explains the reason for their unmarked character in birds that do not. We can easily understand that the movement of the feathers, if the covering were continuous, would be much more difficult and less pronounced than when there were separate patches far enough away from each other to allow of free and independent movement. In the penguin, which glides smoothly and rapidly under water in pursuit of its fishy prey, a continuous coating of feathers is not only a source of additional warmth, but offers less resistance to the water, so, too, with a running bird like the emu or ostrich. But in the case of the latter, at any rate, the young nestling has quite distinct tracts and apteria, thus showing that, although nowadays it is incapable of flight, it has descended from an ancestor that could fly, at least. That is the way in which it is customary to interpret such differences in structure between young animals and their parents. The apteryx also, of New Zealand, is quite analogous. The old bird has a nearly continuous covering of feathers, but the unhatched young show perfectly distinct patches of feathers with bare spaces between. We shall show on another page that there are other arguments which appear to prove that all these flightless birds have been gradually derived in the course of time from birds that could fly perfectly well. They are an instance, so far, of what is termed degeneration. The examination of any bird will show that it has several kinds of feathers. They are all constructed upon the same plan, but some are larger than others, and the smallest are soft instead of firm to the touch. Fig. 1. Skeleton of wing of Archaeopteryx with remiges attached. Restoration after Pycraft, Natural Science Volume V. I. 2, 3, digits. The biggest feathers of all are a set which fringe the wing, see Fig. 1, and another set at the end of the tail. These are called respectively the remiges and rectrices, or the rowing feathers and the steering feathers. Their principal use, as may be imagined, is in flight. The remaining feathers are also to some extent used in flight, but their main use appears to be to keep the body warm. An eider-down quilt, as everybody knows, is the warmest kind of coverlet, the reason being that the feathers are very bad conductors of heat, and do not, therefore, allow the heat of the body to escape. Birds are the hottest of all animals, which is in part due to their covering of feathers. To understand the structure of a typical feather is perhaps a little difficult, but possibly the accompanying figures, Figs 1, 2, 3, 4, will render the explanation easier to follow. The feather consists of a stem which is technically called the rachis, the word simply signifying stem. From each side of this a row of parallel rodlets arise which are called barbs. These in their turn give rise to another set of processes which are the barbules. This, however, is not all. The barbules are firmly locked together by other processes, so that the entire feather is quite firm, and can be used as a kind of oar with which to row through the air. It does not give when the wings are flapped. The barbules are of two sorts, those nearest to the root of the barb being different from those which are nearest to its tip. The former, as is shown in Fig. 2, are shaped something like a knife blade. They are thickened above and bent in the middle. They gradually taper away to a fine point. Just in the middle, where the bend is, are 2 or 3 small teeth, Fig 2, on the upper margin. By means of these teeth-like processes the successive barbules are attached to one another. At the end of each barb, as already mentioned, the barbules are of a different structure. A few of them are illustrated in Fig. 4. The end is frayed out into a number of delicate spines, of which those farthest from the actual tip are hooked, while those at the tip are only curved and not hook-like. All these spines are called barbicels. They are upon the lower edge of the barbule, but upon the upper edge are a few shorter and stouter spinelets. As the barbules come off in an oblique direction, it follows that each one of them overlaps a considerable number, in fact 5, barbules of the opposite barb. The attachment is by these hooklets, or hemuli, as they are usually termed. The stiff feathers which have this elaborate structure are not found at all in the ostrich-like birds. In them there is no need for a firm surface to catch the air. On the contrary, it would be, if anything, disadvantageous to swift runners, as those birds are. The feathers, therefore, are much reduced in complexity, and in some they consist only of the stem and the barbs. Even in flying birds there are plenty of feathers of a simple structure lying between the stronger contour feathers. These are the soft feathers which are generally spoken of as down. Some of them are so reduced as to consist of little more than the stem. The same reduction is seen in the wing feathers of the cassowary. Along the margin of the wing are a few strong black spines, which are really the quills of the wing feathers with no barbs at all. They consist merely of the stem, which has not dwindled in the least, but is quite as strong as it would be in a feather of use for flying. In a good many birds the contour feathers and the down feathers also have a kind of appendix, known as the after shaft. This is a sort of supplementary feather arising from the stem just at the point where the barbs begin, and having precisely the structure of a small feather. In the emu and the cassowary this after shaft is fully as large as the main feather. From each stem in these birds arise as it were 2 feathers. Figs. 2, 3. After Ray in Ibis for 1887. B. Barbs, BP, proximal barbules, 1, flange, 2, dogtooth part of flange, 3, overlapping portion. Fig. 4. Portion of 2 adjacent barbs. After Ray in Ibis for 1887. B. Barbs, BD, BP, barbules, distal and proximal. The most curious modification, however, of the feather is into that structure known as a powder down. These feathers have, as their name denotes, a powdery appearance, which is due to the continual breaking off of the fine ends of the barbs. The feathers themselves are soft, and belong to the variety of feathers which have been described as down feathers. The dusty matter which they give off has been described as dry and yet fatty to the touch. They are found in various birds. They do not characterize any one particular group, except the heron tribe. Some parrots have them, a few hawks, and certain other genera. It has been said that they are phosphorescent, and it has been suggested that their presence in the heron is of use to it in its fishing. The light, it is thought, attracts the small fishes within reach of the heron's long bill. But this appears to be one of those exaggerations founded upon actual fact which are so common in natural history. Another important fact about a feather is its color. There is no purely white bird in this country and not very many that are chiefly white. But there are some, like the gulls and the storks. The nearest approach to an absolutely white bird is the beautiful little egret, whose plumes are, unfortunately, so much used in feminine adornment. As concerns its feathers, this bird is absolutely white, but other parts of the body are black. A bird that is purely white, not only in the feathers but in the legs and beak, is called an albino. This state of affairs is not commonly met with, but it sometimes occurs. Everybody has heard of that contradiction in terms, but actually existent creature, the white blackbird. In all these cases there is something wanting in the feather, for white is not a color, it is the negation of color, and is due in nearly every case to the scattering of the rays of light which fall upon the object. This happens when the material that is colored white is broken up into minute fragments separated by air. The froth of the sea or of a brimming tankard is simply due to the entangling of bubbles of air, which scatter the rays of light. The stems of the feathers contain bubbles of air, which bring about a like effect. But the majority of birds are colored, and, as a rule, perhaps, brightly colored. We have not in this country many birds which can compare with the gaudy parrots of the East, but brilliancy of hue is by no means wanting in the birds of this and of other countries which enjoy a temperate climate. It used to be said that brilliancy of color was a characteristic of the tropics. But it is always pointed out, by way of a refutation of that statement, that the golden pheasant of China is as gorgeous a bird as any which exists. There are few small birds which are really more brilliant in hue than our yellow hammers, goldfinches, bullfinches, and some others. We have, it is true, nothing to seriously compete with the hummingbirds, but these birds are found not only in the tropical forests of Brazil, but also in North America and upon the snowy summits of the Andes, and can therefore hardly be used as an instance of the exclusive restriction of brilliant color to a tropical climate. The hues of the feathers are due to two causes. In every case where there is color at all, the feathers contain a certain amount of dye, or pigment, as it is more usually termed. This pigment may be alone responsible for the color of the feather, or it may be only a part of the cause. If the bright blue feather from a macaw's wing be roughly pressed so as to injure the surface, the blue color will disappear from the rubbed place, and will be apparently replaced by a brownish black. The reason for this is that the blue color is the result of the actual structure of the feather, which requires the underlying black pigment for its manifestation. The crushing destroys that structure and leaves only the dark pigment. The brilliant and varying hues of the soap bubble and of mother of pearl are examples of substances which owe their color to their structure, and the hues of the bird's feather are produced by a similar kind of structure. Finely ruled lines engraved upon the feather just below a clear and transparent outer skin are responsible for the tints of different colors. But there are many birds whose colors are entirely due to the pigments. The most interesting instance of this in many ways is an African bird, the turco. This bird is green for the most part, but the feathers of the wings are of a magnificent crimson. When the birds take to the wing, this gorgeous color is displayed, before it is concealed by the overlying feathers. The coloring matter can be easily extracted from the wing, and it forms a solution of a splendid crimson as bright as the substance called cochineal, which is the product of an insect. It was once said that this color could be, and was as a matter of fact, washed out from the wings of the bird during heavy storms of rain, and that when a turco was shot and fell into the water, it stained the water red, not with its blood, but with the dye from its feathers. This is, however, an exaggerated way of putting the fact that even very feebly alkaline water will dissolve out the color. Some of the yellows of the woodpeckers and the browns and reds of other birds are solely brought about by the presence of pigments. In speaking of birds as feathered songsters or as feathered bipeds, we are a little apt to lose sight of the fact that they are also scaly, an error which is occasionally rectified by the view of an obtrusive pair of legs belonging to the fowl upon the dinner table. The legs of birds are nearly always scaly. There are a few exceptions or nearly exceptions. For instance, there is a special breed of pigeons with feathered legs, and the sand grouse, which makes those remarkable and periodical invasions, has legs which are more covered with feathers than with scales. The possession of scales is one of the most striking points of resemblance between birds and reptiles. At first sight it seems to be almost absurd to attempt to draw any parallel between the active, feathered, hot-blooded bird and the scaly, cold-blooded reptile, yet there are many resemblances, some others of which will be indicated in the following pages. In the meantime we are concerned with the scales. These are flat plates, produced by a horny alteration of the soft underlying skin, which are precisely like those of the lizards and snakes. No other animals possess scales. Those of the armadillo appear to be not unlike the scales of reptiles and birds, but they really are not, nor are those of the scaly manis, which are more comparable to closely matted tufts of hair. The scales of a fish are totally different, since they are not formed by the true skin, the epidermis, at all, but by the underlying dermis. In no bird, however, are there scales upon any part of the body except the legs. But one bird makes a near approach to having scales elsewhere. This is the penguin, the feathers of whose wings are flattened and very scale-like. But the characteristic fringing of the feather can be detected on a careful examination. The penguin uses its wings as paddles to fly under water. A branching and delicate feather would be worse than useless under such circumstances. Hence the superfluous fringing of the stem of the feather has been got rid of, and the feather itself has become flattened and lies close to the skin. Beak. The beak is simply a horny tract of skin which has become hardened for its special uses. It is not even distinctive of the bird, for turtles, particularly the snapping turtles, have beaks which are not only precisely like those of birds, but are equally effectual when turned to aggressive ends. It is a commonplace of knowledge that the bill or beak presents an almost endless variety of form, which is associated with an equally diversified use. The remarkable shovel-shaped bill of the duck is suitable for dabbling in soft mud, just as is the hooked beak of the hawk or owl for tearing living prey. The most prevalent form of bill is that possessed by most passerine birds, a conical longer or shorter bill. The relatively enormous beak of the toucan is serrated along the free edge, which enables its possessor to obtain a firmer grasp of the fruits upon which it feeds. The ridges upon the inner surface of the beak in the ducks serve an analogous purpose. The same structure is seen in the bill of the flamingo, though the outline of the bill is unlike that of the duck, and gave rise to the idea, or at any rate had something to do with the former impression, that the flamingo was a long-legged duck. But, as a matter of fact, there is a stork in which there is precisely the same ridging of the beak, and it is more usual now to place the flamingo among the storks, or near to them. The spoonbill, as its name denotes, has a beak which is at the extreme of the series of beaks which are useful for sifting the mud at the bottom of pools and rivers. The extremity is widened and flattened out. Most singular is the recurved bill of the avocet, and equally so the underjawed rhynchopes, the terms used implying the peculiarities in each case. There is no living bird which lacks a beak, but in some of the extinct and toothed birds, which are again referred to later, the beak was absent. Its place was taken in them by the teeth. Feet. Fig. 5. Foot of pelican. Fig. 6. Foot of perching bird. Fig. 7. Foot of kingfisher. Hardly less diversified in form are the feet of birds. The skeleton of this part of the body is dealt with on another page. Here we are concerned only with the external form of the feet and legs. Aquatic birds often have webbed feet, but not always. The dipper, for example, is a bird which lives largely on and under the water, but its feet are not in the least like those of a duck or grebe. The webbed foot presents us with at least two varieties. In the pelican tribe, Fig. 5, the extreme of web-footedness is to be seen. Here all the toes, 4, are connected by a webbing. In the duck only 3 of the toes are webbed. Another kind of webbed foot is termed palmate. In the coots, for example, each toe is fringed with a broad membrane, but there is no connection between the fringes of successive toes. The toes of birds are apt to be differently disposed. In most birds, Fig 6, there are 3 toes which are turned forwards, and 1, the great toe, hallux, which is turned backwards. But in the trogons and others 2 toes are turned forwards and 2 backwards, thus producing a very efficient mechanism for holding on tightly to the bough of a tree, a mechanism which is shared by that, in some other respects, bird-like lizard, the chameleon. A foot of this kind is technically called zygodactyl. A singular modification of the foot is seen in the kingfisher, Fig 7, where the 2 middle toes are enclosed in the same fold of skin. This is called syngenesias. Skeleton. A bird's skeleton is wonderfully light and spongy in texture. It is full of air, see below, p. 27, but deficient in marrow. Its entire structure is preeminently suited to a flying creature, not only for the above reasons, but because the heaviest part, the sternum, lies in the middle, in the center of gravity, and thus assists in preserving the balance, like Blondin's pole. The skull. The skull of a bird is composed of a large number of separate bones, which are very closely united in the adult bird, so much so that it is next to impossible to recognize that they are distinct bones. The bones are also thin and light, for to a flying animal any weight forward would be most disadvantageous. The weight of the bird should be, and is, concentrated in the middle of the body. We can divide the skull into 2 regions. Behind is the smooth, rounded brain case or cranium, in front is the face, which is largely ensheathed by the beak. It is chiefly formed by the maxillary and nasal bones above, and by the palatine and pterygoids below. The length of this part of the skull is subject to great variation in different birds. In the storks, for instance, the face is extremely long, while in the parrots it is comparatively short. Professor Huxley, about 30 years ago, proposed to classify birds by the form of the bones of the palate. In the skull of the hawk, it will be seen that 2 bones lying in the front region of the palate are fused with each other in the middle line, and to the type of skull which is thus characterized the name Desmognathus was given. It is found not only in the hawks, but in a quantity of other birds, for instance, in the stork tribe, and in the hornbills and toucans. The second form of skull distinguishes the gallinaceous birds. In them the 2 maxillopalatines remain unconnected, and the palate is therefore in a way cleft. This is termed the schizognathous skull. In the finch tribe there is a slight modification of this, called, from the Greek word for a finch, aegithognathus. In these birds a median bone, called the vomer, from the fact that the bone to which it corresponds in the human skull is shaped somewhat like a plowshare, is truncated in front, instead of tapering, as it does in the schizognathous skull of the common fowl. There is a 4th variety, which marks out the ostrich tribe, and the American tinamous, in which the two pairs of bones called the pterygoids and palatines do not, as they do in the types of skull that have been hitherto considered, reach the middle line of the skull, but are kept off from it by the vomers, which extend backwards. The term dromaeognathes or emu-like is applied to this form of skull. If the back of any bird's skull be examined, it will be noticed that just below the great hole or foramen, through which the medulla passes to join the spinal cord in the canal of the vertebral column, is a rounded, rather kidney-shaped boss. This is the occipital condyle, by means of which the skull articulates with the first vertebra. If you look at the same region in a mammal, you will find that there are two of these, one on each side, though also below the foramen magnum. This is one of the many points of structure that distinguish a bird from a mammal and ally it to the reptiles. But it must be remembered that in some reptiles there is a commencing division of the single condyle into two. The vertebral column. Like all other backboned animals, birds have a chain of small bones running along the back, and enclosing a canal in which runs the spinal marrow. In most vertebrates, some of the individual vertebrae in the region of the hind limb, the sacral region, are somewhat intimately fused together, forming a more solid structure for the support of the pelvis. In birds, the strong coupling of the vertebrae is more marked, and extends to the dorsal region. The mechanical value of this to a flying animal is clear. It is analogous to the tight coupling of an express train, and prevents the back from bending from side to side under the strain produced by the powerful movements of the muscles in flight. The tail vertebrae show some curious modifications in different birds. In the typical carinate bird, the last few vertebrae are fused into a piece which is called the plowshare bone or pygostyle. The name of this bone sufficiently indicates its shape. The expanded end of the bone serves as a firm base, upon which rest the strong tail feathers. Now, in the ostrich tribe there are no rectrices comparable in size to those of the flying carinates. Here there is no pygostyle, but the individual vertebrae are small and disconnected. They are, however, few in number, whereas in the Archaeopteryx they are numerous, though, oddly enough, not so numerous altogether as are the tail vertebrae of some flying birds. Each individual vertebra in the Archaeopteryx supports a pair of rectrices, which are thus arranged in a series, and not in one row. A very distinctive peculiarity of the vertebrae of birds is the saddle-shaped centrum. The centrum of the vertebra is the solid piece which underlies the canal of the spinal cord, the walls of the latter being formed by the neural arches, which unite above to form a neural spine. In other vertebrates the centra are flat, mammals, or procoelous, the concavity being forward, or opisthocoelous, the concavity posterior, or amphicoelous, concave on both sides. This latter form of vertebra is frequently met with in archaic forms belonging to various groups. It occurs, for example, in many fishes. Such reptiles as Hyprodapedon and the geckos have the same kind of vertebrae. Among birds there is no existing genus or species which is to be thus characterized, but the extinct Ichthyornis had clearly biconcave vertebrae. Shoulder girdle. Fig. 8. Sternum of Shrike. H. Ribs. 58. Furcula. 52. Coracoid. 59. Anterior end of sternum. This series of bones serves as the intermediary between the forelimb and the vertebral column. It consists of 3 distinct elements. There is, first of all, a sword blade-like bone with sharp edges, which lies along the vertebral column, the scapula. To the end of this is firmly attached a somewhat shorter bone, which approaches its fellow as it joins the sternum below. This bone is known as the coracoid. 52, Fig. 8. The angle between these 2 bones is, in flying birds, a considerable one, but in the ostrich tribe they are almost in the same straight line. This is really connected with the power of flight, for it has been shown by careful measurements that, in birds which still have wings that bear every appearance of being functional, and yet are not used for their legitimate purpose, the angle tends to approach the obtusity of the scapula and coracoid of the ostrich. Birds have, besides these 2 bones, the merythort, or clavicle, 58, Fig. 8, which corresponds to our collarbone. Its 2 halves are generally closely united to form one shaped or shaped bone, but sometimes they are separate, and then more or less rudimentary. Wing. Fig. 9. Wing of nestling Opisthocamus. After Pycroft in Natural Science. The second digit, 2, is free, being prolonged beyond alar membrane, PM, and ramiges 8-10 are not developed. Fig. 10. Wing of young fowl of same age as Fig. 9, of wing of Opisthocamus. After Pycroft in Natural Science. The hand is shorter, and not fitted to be a grasping organ. Fig. 11. Wing of adult Opisthocamus. After Pycroft in Natural Science. The hand is smaller relatively to the forearm, c. the claw of digit I, much reduced. Fig. 12. Wing of half-grown ostrich. After Parker. I, 2, 3, digits, R, U, DCF, carpal bones, MC, metacarpals. We must enter into the matter of wing a little more closely. It is so important a feature of bird organization. The wing, of course, although it performs so different a role, is the exact equivalent of the forelimb of mammals. We can easily recognize precisely the same bones, though they are diminished in number, and often of a different form. It will be noticed that in each case we can distinguish the 3 bones forming the arm, and which are known as the humerus, the radius, and ulna. The rest of the limb in the bird is not quite so obviously like the hand of the mammal, but a little attention will show that it is constructed upon a perfectly similar plan. The flexible wrist of the mammal is made up of many small bones. The hand itself is made up of a larger series still, of which those nearest to the wrist are technically termed the metacarpals, and those which follow, the phalanges. In many mammals there are 5 fingers, but there are many which have less, and the extreme is reached in the horse, which has to put up with a single finger and small rudiments of 2 others. Now the bird is better off in the way of fingers than the horse, as it has 3 fairly well-developed fingers, or rather 2 well-developed and 1 less perfect. The shortest finger corresponds to the thumb of our hand. It is more freely movable than the others. The metacarpal bones of the second and third fingers are firmly welded together, and are long. Each finger, as will be seen from a look at Fig. 1, p4, has 1 or 2 phalanges, as the case may be. Now in mammals the end phalanx of each finger is tipped with a nail, or with a hoof. The powerful claws of the tiger, used for tearing, and the solid hoof of the ox or horse, upon which the creature walks, are one and the same thing. It might be supposed that the hand of the bird, which is not an organ of offense or meant to walk with, might be shorn of these appendages. But this is not the case. Every bird has at least 2 nails, Fig. 9, of a long and rather claw-like form when well developed, and sometimes 3 nails, that is, 1 to each of its fingers. It looks, therefore, very much as if the wing of the bird had been formed out of a limb that was once an organ for climbing or walking with. There is a curious bird, found in British Guiana, which is known as the Hudson, Figs 9, 11. In the very young nestlings of the Hudson the claws of the fingers are so conspicuous that they are actually used by the callow chick to climb with, before the feathers of the wings have grown sufficiently to enable them to use their wings in the proper way in which a bird should. It has been said also, that other birds scramble about and use their claws when they are young. In the case of the Hudson, it is stated that the thumb and the first finger can be brought together so as to lay hold definitely of an object. A very important thing to notice about the wing bones is that they are capable of but little movement upon each other. There are 2 hinges, one at the elbow, and the other at the wrist, but the radius and ulna cannot move round each other, as they can in our arms, and the fingers are fixed and rigid. This would be most unfortunate if the wing had to be used as a walking or climbing limb, but it is most useful in relation to the function which the wing has to perform, that of flight. The strength of the downward stroke would be enfeebled if the bones were in a limp condition and moved upon each other. They offer, too, a firm foothold for the thick quills of the big feathers of the wing. It has been mentioned that all the evidence at our disposal points to the view that the wing has become gradually molded into an organ of flight, from a condition in which it played a different part. The earliest bird of which we have any record had wings which were much less perfect as flying organs than those of modern birds. It seems pretty plain that the bones in that antique bird were much less rigidly fixed together, and it is equally clear that the fingers were very much more loosely attached to one another. They were also more on an equality as regards size, the great disparity evident in Fig. 12 is not to be seen in the Archaeopteryx. All this, of course, shows that the Archaeopteryx could not have possessed the ample pinion of its more vigorous descendants of today. The fossil Archaeopteryx looks a little like a crow would look after receiving at close quarters a charge of duck shot, but a closer examination will show that in reality all the bones are there, on one side at least. Out of the disjecta membra of the fossil numerous restorations have been put together, which are as diverse as the minds which imagined them. We cannot really say with certainty what were the precise relations of the hand to the feathers. It seems most probable that the hand of this medieval bird still retained the ordinary functions of a hand, that it served its possessor to lay hold of convenient branches, from which it fluttered feebly to others. One bold speculator has insisted upon the probability that the Archaeopteryx had the requisite 5 fingers of the presumed ancestral type, but there are no traces of them, except in so far as the lie of the feathers enables a hint to be gathered. Boring operations, or at least prospecting in the interior of the stony slab on which the fossil lies, might reveal some additional fingers, but the operation would be fraught with too obvious perils to a nearly unique object. There are a good many birds which do not, and some which cannot, fly. To the first category belong such birds as the domestic ducks and fowls, and some of the rails. These birds, when put to it, when chased by a dog, for example, can often fly, but as a rule they do not, or at most only flutter along. The ostrich tribe and a few other birds have totally lost the power of flight. But though this is the case, the bony structure of the hand remains the same in the ostrich and in the American rhea. In the cassowary, however, and the apteryx of New Zealand, the fingers are reduced to 1. The last stage in the atrophy of the organ of flight is seen in the giant and extinct birds of New Zealand, the moa or dinornis, in which no trace of a wing has been so far discovered. But in some of these birds in which the wing is reduced in size, or so simplified in structure that it can no longer serve its legitimate purpose, it is made use of for other purposes. When the ostrich skims along the surface of the sandy deserts where it is often found, it holds out both wings, which are compared to sails. They possibly serve rather as the pole of the tightrope walker, to preserve the balance of the bird when hurrying along at full speed. In the secretary vulture of Africa the wings can be used for flying, but they are also used as weapons wherewith to combat the poisonous snakes upon which the bird so usefully feeds. It strikes down the venomous serpent when the latter is attempting to strike the bird. The Shona of South America has strong spurs upon its wings, which are used for fighting as well as for flying. But the most curious use to which wings are put is afforded by the penguin. If the reader has never seen the diving birds fed at the zoological gardens, let him go there on the first opportunity, and see how rapidly and gracefully the penguin flies under water by the flapping of its wings. They are shorter than those of most birds, and the feathers have become flattened and almost scale-like, so as to offer no resistance to the water. At the same time the bones of the wing are flattened, so that a broad surface is provided, which of course acts like an oar. With this oar-like wing the penguin can outswim a small fish. Sternum and ribs. The breastbone or sternum, Fig. 8, p. 13, of birds shows the same relation to the power of flight that is shown by so many, if not by all, parts of the skeleton. It is relatively a very large bone, and is in all perfectly flying birds furnished in the middle line, below, with a strongly marked keel, the presence of which has given its name to the great group of birds called carinates. The ostrich tribe, from whose sterna the keel is absent, are termed ratite or raft-like. The reason for the keel is the attachment of the great pectoral muscle, which is the most important muscle of flight. The sternum often offers useful characters to the systematist. The surface of the bone is sometimes in various degrees fenestrate, or more or less deeply incised, the one condition being an exaggeration of the other, and both the conditions being due to defective ossification. The sternum is attached to the vertebral column by the ribs, which are well developed in all birds, but vary very much in number. A highly characteristic feature of the ribs of birds is a small bony projection of the hinder margin of a certain number of them, called the uncinate processes. These are present in all birds, with the single and remarkable exception of the South American screamers, Shona, Palamede, a group of birds occupying a rather isolated position, and showing resemblances to a great many different groups. Pelvis. Fig. 13. Pelvis and hind limb of diver. C. D. Ilium, 63, ischium, 64, pubis, 65, femur, 66, tibia, 67, fibula, 68, tarsometatarsus, I4. Digits with phalanges numbered. The hind limbs are attached to the vertebral column by means of a considerable bony structure known as the pelvic girdle, Fig. 13. This mass of bone is in reality composed of 3 pairs of elements, though they are in the adult strongly compacted together. The main bone, which is firmly attached to the vertebral column, is the ilium. With this is almost completely fused the ischium. The very slender pubis is to a large extent free from these bones. The pelvis is in its form one of the most characteristic of the bones of the bird's skeleton. In other animals the 3 bones are present, but they are directed away from each other. In the bird, as already described, the pubis is directed backwards, parallel to the ischium. In correspondence, perhaps, with its position it has become a feeble bone, and has but few muscles attached to it. The interest of the matter, however, is mainly in the fact that among the extinct dinosaurs, a race of Mesozoic reptiles, there were some in which the pelvis had a very bird-like structure, with the same feeble and recurrent pubis. This has been urged as a mark of affinity between the dinosaurs and birds. The several bones of the pelvis are free from each other at the extremity, or almost so, in all the ratids, and in the tinamous, which are supposed to bear some relationship to the ratids. The fact is interesting as being an example of the retention of a character by one group of birds which is only transitional and embryonic in another, for in all young birds the bones of the pelvis are separate. It is not until some time before hatching that they become fused together as we see them in the adult. Hind limb. At first sight there appears to be a considerable difference between the forelimb and the hind limb. In both there is a long proximal bone, called humerus in the one case and femur in the other, followed by a pair of bones, the tibia and fibula, corresponding to the radius and ulna of the forelimb. But in the hind limb, Fig. 13, the foot proper, consisting of metatarsals and phalanges, appears to come immediately after the tibia and fibula. In a sufficiently young bird, what is the apparent lower end of the tibia, and what is equally apparently the upper end of the metatarsus, are detachable. These two halves which are thus detachable are the tarsus, which is the equivalent of the carpus of the wing. The lower bone of the leg is on this account usually spoken of as the tarsometatarsus. The lower part of this bone is made up of three fused elements, the separation of which from each other is clearly apparent at the lower end of the bone, where the phalanges are attached. In the penguins the three bones are separated by grooves of a very marked character throughout. In some birds there is a fourth toe, the hallux. In these cases there is a small separate metatarsal loosely fixed to the lower end of the large conjoint metatarsals. Gizzard and alimentary canal. Fig. 14. Gizzard of swan. O. Orifice of duodenum. A. End of proventriculus. CD. Muscular part of gizzard. The gizzard, Fig. 14, of the fowl is simply a part of the stomach which has especially hard and muscular walls, the other half remaining soft in texture. This latter is termed the proventriculus, and into it open the mouths of glands which secrete the digestive juice of the stomach. But the muscular part of the stomach, the gizzard, has to grind down the frequently hard food of the bird, so it has not merely a strong wall made of muscle, but also a very tough lining. The whole organ, therefore, forms a highly efficient mechanism for crushing and grinding the seeds and other hard vegetable food which is swallowed. It is rendered more useful still for this purpose by the pebbles which every bird takes care to swallow. The true and singular stories about the varied contents of an ostrich's stomach are founded upon the fact that, like other birds, it picks up stones, and with them occasionally other objects. But all birds do not possess a hard gizzard. In hawks and fish-eating birds the walls are thinner, and the organ is flaccid instead of being rigid. By a very curious and unique exception certain tanagers, a race of large, often bright-colored, American, finch-like birds, have nothing at all that can be compared to the gizzard of other birds. This part of the alimentary canal is totally wanting. Now the difference between the gizzard of the grain-eating fowl and the flesh-eating hawk is chiefly a matter of diet. The celebrated anatomist, John Hunter, who lived in the last century, and wrote so much about the anatomy of all kinds of animals, including birds, found that he could feed a soft-stomached bird into one with a hard gizzard, and vice versa. We can pass briefly over the rest of the alimentary system, which does not vary a great deal in different birds. The intestines are always rather short, and are diversely coiled, the method of coiling being often characteristic of a particular group. A good way down the intestine are a pair of ceca, which may be entirely absent, as in the hornbills, for example, and if present may be extremely short, as in the sparrow, or very long, as in the ostrich. Various intermediate degrees exist. As in all vertebrate animals, two glands pour their secretion into the intestine. These are the pancreas and the liver. The secretion of the liver is the bile. This fluid is accumulated as it is formed in a largish bag, the gall bladder, in those birds which possess one. Shakespeare used the epithet pigeon-livered, which meant literally the absence of a gallbladder, but, oddly enough, there are some kinds of pigeons which have a gallbladder, while others, like the common pigeon, have not. The intestine ends in the cloaca, which is the common chamber into which the urinary and generative organs also open. Tongue and teeth. In the inside of a bird's mouth we find only one of the two things that we might expect to find. There is a tongue, but no teeth. We shall come back to the teeth immediately. The tongue is not so useful among the majority of birds as it is in most mammals. But some do make use of it to a great extent. If you watch a parrot eating its food, you will observe that its thick and fleshy tongue is of the greatest assistance in helping it to manipulate the pieces of food, to extract, for instance, the kernel from a seed or nut. It plays exactly the same part as it does with us. In one kind of parrot, called the brush-tongued parakeet, the tongue is frayed out at the free end into a brush-like extremity. And there are some small birds, which peck at flowers and live upon honey, in which the tongue is thin and delicate, and frayed out in the same way. This allows them to suck up the juices of the flower. In the hummingbird the tongue is rolled up so as to form two tubes running side by side, and the same power of sucking up juices is acquired by this means, which, curiously enough, is exactly paralleled by the proboscis of the butterfly. In other birds the tongue is sometimes merely a thin, flat, horny projection, and in others, again, it is just not absent altogether. A little reflection about the habits of birds will show that they really do not want teeth, and we know that nature is a most rigid economist. Nothing superfluous is allowed in the body. Even rapacious birds like owls and hawks have no teeth, because they have a powerful beak and claws, with which the food may be as effectually torn to pieces. Birds such as the pigeon, which feed upon grain, possess a gizzard, which we have had something to say about already, that performs effectually the function of a mill, grinding into a powder the hard grains of wheat and other seeds which the bird swallows. Nevertheless, birds once did possess teeth. In earlier times of the history of this earth there were some birds whose jaws had as formidable a range of teeth as the mouth of many reptiles. They were fish-eaters, and have been named Hesperornis and Ichthyornis. The first was something like a diver in shape, the latter more like a gull. A still more ancient bird, the oldest form of bird known to us, the Archaeopteryx, had also toothed jaws. In fact, in the old days it was the rule for birds to have teeth, whereas now it is the rule, without a single exception, for birds to be toothless. Perhaps these ancient and extinct forms had some corresponding disadvantage when compared with their modern representatives. Their teeth and claws, for example, may have been less effective. But although there is no bird now living which has real teeth, traces of these organs have been discovered in the young embryos of certain birds, which seems to be an absolute proof that they, at any rate, had for their first parents toothed birds. But although modern birds have no teeth, with enamel, dentine, and so forth, all complete, the horny beak has occasionally ridges which to some extent play the part of teeth. The inside of the duck's mouth is rough with such ridges, which occur also in some other birds. The large flamingo was for some time regarded as a long-legged and awkward duck that had partially adopted the habits of a stork, partly on account of the fact that the inner edges of the beak were ridged in a fashion exactly like that of the duck. But it happens that there is a stork, a true stork, in India, whose scientific name is anastomus, which has similar ridges. Ducks feed to some extent upon shellfish, which the roughened edges of the beak are well suited to crush. The replacement in the course of ages of true teeth by horny teeth is seen, a curiously parallel case, in the duck-billed platypus of Australia, which has when adult horny plates instead of teeth, but when young has real teeth. Heart. As with all vertebrate animals, birds have a centrally placed heart, with which are connected arteries and veins, the two systems of tubes being connected at the ends farthest away from the heart by minute vessels, the capillaries. In relation, no doubt, to the intelligence and activity of birds, as compared with their slower relatives, the reptiles, we find a heart of much more perfect organization. There are 4 distinct chambers, as in the mammal, so that the arterial and venous blood are separate, and do not commingle. The 2 sides of the heart are only in indirect communication by way of the arteries and veins and capillaries. The left ventricle gives rise to the aorta, which is the great arterial trunk of the heart. This divides into the carotid and other arteries, which supply the entire body, with the exception of the lungs. The blood, which is sent out through this vessel by the contractions of the ventricle, permeates the system generally, and is then collected into a series of veins, which ultimately unite into 2 great veins, the vena cava in front, and a large vein situated posteriorly, the inferior vena cava. These pour the blood back into the right auricle, whence it passes at once to the right ventricle. From the right ventricle it is driven into the lungs, whence it is returned to the left auricle, and so into the left ventricle to renew the circulation. The 2 chambers of each half of the heart are guarded from each other by valves, which only allow the blood to flow in the proper direction, as stated in the above brief description of the course of the circulation. It is a curious fact that the valve which separates the right auricle and ventricle is a completely muscular structure, while the other is membranous. Moreover, it does not form a complete circle, but is deficient upon one side of the orifice. The interest of this fact is not merely in its abnormality, its divergence from what one would expect, but in the resemblance which is thus shown to a group of mammals, the monotomata. This group includes only the duck-billed platypus of Australia and the spiny anteater, Echidna, of the same continent and New Guinea. In both of these animals the heart valve in question is also largely muscular, and does not entirely encircle the opening from the auricle. These 2 mammals also, as everyone knows by this time, have the strange habit for a mammal of laying eggs, which is one among some other reasons which once led naturalists to place them in the neighborhood of birds. The egg-laying, of course, is not distinctive, since reptiles have the same way of bringing forth their young, and as to the heart valve, It is rather to be explained by the fact that both types of animals are low in the scale of their respective groups, and therefore both approach a common ancestral form. Voice organ. Fig. 15. Syrinx of raven, posterior surface. G. Tympaniform membrane. Fig. 16. Syrinx of raven, lateral view, A, B, C, E, F, intrinsic muscles, D, stenotracheal muscle. Fig. 17. Syrinx of raven cut open longitudinally. I. Pecculus, H. Vibrating membrane, G. Membrana tympaniformis. By their voice, too, birds are distinguished from the rest of the animal creation. Though there may be legends of singing serpents and of talking monkeys, a harsh scream or a growl is the only manifestation of the emotions through the voice which exists until we arrive at man. Among birds, the possession of a melodious voice is limited to that group which we term the passers. Other birds can scream or utter a dull note, while many are mute. So flexible is the voice organ of these creatures that they are the only animals that can imitate human speech. Here, however, it is not only the passers which can imitate the essential attribute of man. The parrots, of course, are always supposed to be the birds which can talk, but this is far from being the truth. The hoarse utterances of most parrots are left far behind in clearness of sound and correctness of imitation by the little Indian minnow, which may be usually seen at the zoological gardens, and heard to speak. But the parrot cannot sing. These are the only two groups of birds which have so elaborate and flexible an organ of voice. From this it might be inferred that some peculiarities of mechanism would distinguish the organ in question of these birds, and that is what we actually find to be the case. But, oddly enough, it is not only those birds which have a beautiful voice whose voice organs are so elaborate in structure. The harsh croak of the raven issues from a syrinx which is as delicately fashioned as that which allows of the exquisitely varied tones of the nightingale. The word syrinx has been mentioned. That is the technical term for the voice organ of the bird, which is formed from a part of the windpipe, as in man and the mammalia, but from a different part of that tube. In man and in mammals the voice organ is placed in the throat just a little way down, at the prominence often spoken of as Adam's apple. This is a wider part of the tube, with larger rings of cartilage, which contains a pair of tightly stretched membranes that can be made to vibrate and cause a sound. In the bird, the voice organ is situated farther down, at the very point where the trachea forks into the two bronchi, one for each lung. Here are figures which illustrate the voice organ of a singing bird, figs 15, 16, 17. At this forking of the trachea the rings of the tube, which are of gristle or cartilage, become somewhat different in form. In the middle is a piece, which is often converted into bone, like the three-way piece used to fix together the stick and the hoop of cane of a butterfly net. To the upper side of this, and therefore within the tube, and directed upwards, is a little crescent-shaped piece of membrane, H, Fig 17. This can be set vibrating by the stream of air passing up and down the windpipe. At the sides of the syrinx there are shown in the figure, Fig 16, 3 pairs of muscles. These when they contract shorten the syrinx, and of course produce alterations in the note, just as the shortening of the tube in a cornet alters the sound. In many passerine birds, and in most other birds, there is only one pair of these muscles, but the parrots agree with the passerines in having several pairs of muscles, and therefore a more easily alterable syrinx. In a good many birds there are no muscles at all in this place, for example, in the storks, which have not by any means a flexible voice. The syrinx, in fact, is one of those organs which show a great deal of difference in different kinds of birds. But it is never entirely absent, though rather rudimentary in the ostrich. The Australian emu has a curious way of producing its sounds which is not found in any other bird. The cock and hen emus can only be recognized by their voice, which is duller in the hen and sharper in the cock. When the bird is uttering its note, it seems almost to come from somewhere else, and not from the throat of the bird. The bird is something of a ventriloquist. The sound, which is a low bellow, is produced by a bag of skin opening into the windpipe some way up the neck. A current of air passing down the tube is believed to set the air in this bag in vibration, just as the air in a key may be caused to vibrate by blowing over its edge. Generally speaking, the windpipes of birds are straight tubes running to the lungs by the shortest route, but in the cranes, and in a few other birds, the pipe is coiled upon itself once or twice, and the coils are even hidden in an excavation of the breastbone. The increased length of tube gives a louder and more resonant note, such as we know characterizes the crane. Lungs and air sacs. It is not only by virtue of their powerful muscles and stiffened forelimbs that birds can fly. The body is rendered lighter in proportion to its bulk by air cavities, which permeate everywhere, even into the substance of the bones. So thorough is this aeration in the screamer of South America, that when the skin of the recently dead bird is roughly pressed it crackles. Curiously enough, there seems to be no very definite relation between the degree of thoroughness to which the aeration of the body is carried out and the capacity for flight. The screamer, that has just been mentioned, is fuller of air cavities than the frigate bird, in which the art of flying is carried to the highest extreme, the triumph of the wing, as Michelet says in Eloitio. Anyone who has the opportunity of dissecting a hornbill will be struck by the large and abundant air spaces between the muscles. This applies even to the ground hornbill of Abyssinia, and yet the latter, as its name denotes, lives upon the ground, while the flight of other hornbills is heavy and most unsuggestive of lightness of body. These air spaces are in direct communication with the windpipe. It is much easier to understand their arrangement by the actual dissection of a bird. We must first get a notion of the position and form of the lungs, which differ very much from the lungs of other animals. In a rabbit, for example, or any other mammal, the lungs lie freely on each side of the heart, and are capable of being pushed here and there after the body is opened, and of much expansion and diminution of volume during the movements of respiration. But the lungs of all birds are tightly fixed to the wall of the chest cavity, being, as it were, molded onto the ribs and vertebrae. When they are carefully picked away from their place, they retain the impressions of the bones which they touch. There is no great possibility here of independent movements on the part of the lungs. Respiration is effected in a totally different manner. It is, in fact, bound up with the mechanical filling of the air spaces. Each of the two lungs is contained within a large compartment, which is bounded externally by an obliquely disposed septum, often spoken of, on account of its direction, as the oblique septum. Others call it the diaphragm, imagining that it is the equivalent of the diaphragm in the mammal, that partly fleshy, partly tendinous plate which shuts off the cavity of the chest, in which lie the heart and lungs, from the cavity of the abdomen, in which lie the intestines, stomach, and liver. Now, this oblique septum does not by any means closely invest the lungs. On the contrary, a deep space is thereby shut off, at the bottom of which are the lungs. This cavity is subdivided by two partitions into three separate compartments. It requires a very skillful manipulation to show the fact, but it can, with care, be demonstrated that each of these compartments is lined by a delicate membrane, which is continuous with the lung, and is actually a kind of bubble, as it were, blown out of the lung. These delicate sacs are the air sacs. There are altogether 9 of them, but all these sacs do not lie within the cavity bounded by the oblique septa. The largest pair of all the abdominal air sacs project into the body cavity far behind the gizzard. Now these sacs are fairly easy to see in a dissection, but it is not so easy to make out that they are all of them, except the middle two, connected with a system of ramified air spaces which, as already said, permeates the body generally, lying among the viscera, between the muscles below the skin, and deep into the actual interior of the bones. But though it is difficult to see this by a dissection, it is easy enough to prove it by inflating them. If a syringe is passed down the windpipe and tied carefully into it, so that no air can escape at the sides, and air is blown down the tube, the passage of the air into the skin and other parts can be followed. If a bone be cut across, the air can be noticed to issue from the cut surface, and if the experiment be varied by using a colored fluid instead of air, which is pumped in by a syringe, the fluid can be seen to ooze from the end of any bone or muscle that has been cut across. A bird, therefore, when it takes in a deep breath, not only supplies its lungs with fresh air, but fills its whole body with the superfluous air. It has been proved that a bird can continue to breathe if it be held under water, and only the end of a broken limb allowed above the surface, for, as all the spaces of air are in communication with the lungs, the lungs, can obviously be as conveniently filled from one end as from the other. When you are bathing, and take a very deep breath as you are swimming, you can detect a sensible increase in the buoyancy of the body. In a bird, of course, the difference is enormous, after the sacs are filled, from a condition of comparative emptiness. The way in which a bird breathes is different from the way in which a human being breathes. There is, of course, the essential resemblance that is shown between all animals that have definite organs which are set apart for respiration, the feathery gills of the marine worms, the closely set branchiae of the fish, the lungs of the bird and of the mammal, are all constructed upon one plan, so far as essentials are concerned. In all of them blood vessels are brought into close relation, though not into actual contact, with water or air containing oxygen. The blood vessels are separated from the water or air by the thin membranes of the lungs or gills, through which the oxygen can pass into the blood, and the carbonic acid and effete gases can pass out. It is this exchange which is the essential act of respiration. We cannot, however, in this book pretend to go into general matters of this kind, which would take us too far from the subject at hand, but anyone who would pursue this further can consult Professor Huxley's Elementary Physiology or any other elementary textbook upon physiology. When a mammal, a human being, for example, breathes, certain muscles are called into play. If a person is watched, it will be seen that the chest expands during inspiration, and that its caliber diminishes during expiration. What happens is this. The lungs are contained in a cavity which contains no air. This cavity can be increased in size in two directions. When the ribs are moved out, which they can be by the movements of the muscles called intercostal, which lie between them, the cavity of the chest from before backwards is evidently enlarged. On the other hand, there is the diaphragm, which we have already spoken of as bounding the chest cavity below. Now this diaphragm is muscular, with a tendinous center. When the muscles contract, like all muscles do, the surface of the diaphragm, which was before rather convex towards the chest cavity, becomes more flat, hence the cavity lying above it, i.e. the chest cavity, becomes larger in a downward direction also. When it is increased in this way by the action of the two separate sets of muscles, some space, more space than before, is left between its walls and the lungs which lie within it. It follows, therefore, that, as there is no air in the cavity, the pressure of air outside the body forces more air into the lungs, because there is no counterbalancing pressure to prevent this. The principle is the same in the bird, but the details are different. If you will turn again to the bird's skeleton, you will see that the backbone and ribs and sternum form a bony box, which is jointed in the middle. This acts precisely like a pair of bellows. The bones at top and bottom represent the wood, and the soft intervening leather of the bellows is represented by the muscles which lie between, and which connect the sternum with the abdomen and with the ribs. When these muscles contract, the sternum is obviously brought nearer to the backbone, and air is expelled from the inside. When they are relaxed, a vacuum is created and air rushes in. The air spaces, then, are really ramified tags of lung which have no blood vessels in their walls, and are therefore not meant for respiration, but serve as reservoirs of air, lightening the body of the creature. It is curious that birds are not the only animals which possess expansions of lung that are apparently useless for breathing purposes. The lungs of the chameleon have quite similar sacs appended to them. There is, it is true, no such complicated a ramification as that which we find in the bird, but still there is no doubt that the structure is of the same nature. It looks almost like a first step in the path towards a bird. Very possibly the extinct pterodactyls, which flew through the woods of the Middle Ages of the earth, had bodies lightened in the same or a similar way, for we know that their bones have thin walls, the large cavity of which in all probability contained air sacs. Even some of the jumping dinosaurs, to which reference has already been made, seem to have possibly had lungs constructed on the bird type. We see, therefore, that even where a bird is, so to speak, most characteristically a bird, in the subsidiary mechanisms of flight, it betrays a likeness to the comparatively groveling reptile, letting alone the aerial and more bird-like tridactyls. Brain. The brain of birds is large in proportion to the body, thus contrasting with that of the unintelligent reptile. From some tables on the matter which have been published, it appears that, if weight of brain goes for anything, the goldfinch is one of the most intelligent of birds. The weight of its brain is 1/14 of the entire weight of the body. The most unintelligent of all is the domestic fowl, whose body is 412 times heavier than its brain. The size of brain, however, seems to be largely a matter of the size of the bird. Generally speaking, the smaller birds have heavier brains, and vice versa. One might have expected something from the apparently intelligent parrot, but the brain of the Amazon is only 1/42nd part of the weight of its body. Even the cruel and bloodthirsty hawk, which one associates with brutality and ignorance, has a brain which is but little heavier. The front part of the organ, known as the cerebral hemispheres, or, more briefly, as the cerebrum, is that part of the brain which is associated with intelligence. Now among the mammals this part of the brain is generally much furrowed, the brain surface being, therefore, increased without any actual increase in the skull space required. This furrowing is met with in most mammals, but not always in the smaller and in the less intelligent kinds. But in the bird's brain there are no convolutions, the surface is as smooth as in the reptile. Not even in the artful raven, which some hold as the most highly developed of birds, is there a trace of the furrowing which one rightly associates, so far as the mammalia are concerned, with a high position in the series. The hinder part of the brain is known as the cerebellum. Between this and the cerebrum are the optic lobes, of which there are only 2, the mammals having 4. From the brain arises the spinal cord, or marrow, which runs in the canal formed by the vertebrae, just as the brain lies in the brain case. The nerves of the body come off either from the brain or the marrow, but it is not important to enumerate them. They show no difference in different kinds of birds. The muscles. The muscles of a bird are what is popularly known as its flesh. When the skin is removed, the bones are seen to be covered by a mass of this flesh, which is of a red color, darker in some birds than in others. For instance, in a duck the color is a dark red, in a pigeon, quite a pale brown. The flesh is not, however, merely a thick sheet covering the bones, it can be separated into layers which are themselves made up of a number of separate pieces of muscle. These individual muscles are very commonly of a spindle-like shape, being thickest in the middle and dwindling towards both ends, where they often end in a tough substance called the tendon, which has a glistening and very characteristic appearance. All muscles are not of this form, sometimes they are strap-shaped, and not all of them end in tendons. As the most important act of the bird's life that depends upon its muscles is flying, it is not surprising to find that the muscle which affects the downward stroke of the wing is the largest. This muscle is known as the great pectoral, and it is said to be almost as large as all the other muscles of the body put together. The way in which a muscle affects the movements of the bones to which it is attached is by contracting. All muscles are able to contract, they shorten, and, accordingly, the ends, with whatever they happen to be attached to, are brought closer together. The contraction is governed by the nerves, and it has been discovered that the nerves actually end in communication with the fibers of which the muscle is composed. This pectoral muscle lies on the breastbone, and nearly completely covers it. Indeed, only the edge of the keel appears, and a very little tract at the sides. When this muscle is dissected away, another muscle, not nearly so large, comes into view underneath it. This is called the pectoralis secundus, or the second pectoral. Its action is precisely the reverse of that of the great pectoral. It pulls the wing up instead of down. Between them, these two muscles do most of the work in flying. Naturally, in the ostrich tribe, which do not fly, they are much reduced in bulk. But they are never absent altogether, even in the apteryx, which is, perhaps, further removed from the possibilities of flight than any other bird. A very curious muscle runs into the patagium of the wing, which is that fold of skin which lies between the shoulder and the hand. This muscle is called the patagial muscle. It starts from the shoulder as a fleshy band, but soon ends in two long tendons. One of these follows the upper margin of the patagium, and finally ends in the wrist. The other passes down over the patagium, and ends below in connection with some of the muscles of the arm, and also by being attached in a fan-shaped way to the skin itself. The function of this muscle is to assist in the folding up of the wing when it is, so to speak, put away after use. The tendons in which the latter part of this muscle ends often show a most complicated branching in the patagium. They frequently offer characteristic differences in different birds, and are made some use of by the systematist. The bird has got a biceps to its arm just as we have. It sometimes happens that this biceps gives off a muscular slip, which runs into the patagium and becomes attached to the upper of the two tendons of the patagial muscle. A good deal of stress is laid by certain ornithologists as to whether this biceps slip is absent or present. Several of the common British birds will afford material to the beginner to ascertain for himself some of the chief variations in these and the other muscles of the body. It will be a good exercise to get a few birds, and to carefully dissect two of them, belonging to as widely different kinds as possible, side by side. You might select, for instance, a crow and a pigeon, which are fairly extreme types. To revert to our account of the muscular anatomy of a bird, it will be impossible to attempt any comprehensive account of this branch of the subject, because the facts are so appallingly numerous. We shall content ourselves, therefore, with the mention of a highly characteristic bird muscle which occurs in the leg. This muscle is known as the ambiens. This muscle is thin and ribbon-like. It takes its origin from a little process of the pubic bone usually called the prepubic process. From this point it runs along the inside of the thigh until it reaches the knee. It then bends over the knee and comes out on the other side, where it runs down the leg to join the deep flexor muscle of the foot. When this ambiens muscle contracts, it pulls upon the flexor muscle, already referred to. The effect of this is that the toes are brought together by the tendons in which the last mentioned muscle ends. The ambiens is far from being universally present among birds. It is notably absent from the passerine birds, the sparrows, crows, rooks, and small perching birds generally, and from the hornbills, toucans, woodpeckers, and that varied assemblage known as Pickerian birds. On the other hand, the storks, hawks, and most of the larger birds, have the muscle. But among some of these it is absent. Thus, the owls on the one hand, and the herons on the other, have no ambiens, but from their general resemblance in other particulars to birds which have an ambiens, it was thought by Professor Garrod that the loss in them was a recent event, and that they might be fairly placed in one great group of birds with an ambiens which he termed, somewhat lengthily, the homologonati or normal-kneed birds, reserving the name anomalogonati or abnormal-kneed birds, for the passerines, and c. without an ambiens. Classification. One great advantage of the study of birds is that the amount of facts to be learnt in anatomy is far less than with some other groups. They are wonderfully uniform in structure. There is less difference in structure between an ostrich and a hummingbird than between, say, a lizard and a crocodile. Though this may be gratifying to the student of birds who is content with a broad knowledge of anatomical fact, it has its disadvantages, very distinct disadvantages, to those who want to arrange and classify the species. As there are computed to be over 11,000 different kinds of birds, it is clear that an arrangement of some kind is wanted. We must have an artificial brain in which to store the characters of each bird in their proper place. But before we can consider this, it is necessary to consider first what place birds as a whole occupy in nature. It used to be thought that warm-blooded birds ought to be put near to the warm-blooded mammals. But it is now the general opinion that, as we have before pointed out in relation to certain details of structure, their proper place is in the neighborhood of the reptiles. In fact, they are regarded as a separate division of an order of vertebrate animals which has received the name of Sauropsida, which signifies lizard-like animals. Now, as to these 11,000, how are they to be divided? To this simple question innumerable answers have been given. It is hardly an exaggeration to say as many answers as there are ornithologists. Every part of the body has had its turn in affording a base for a classificatory scheme. At first, and with the older generation, it was bill and claw, then came a period of bones, later the muscles were held to be all-important. At present the fashion is in favor of taking all characters into consideration, which is clearly a more reasonable way of looking at the matter. The reason for the divergences of opinion, which implies great difficulty in the subject, is that birds are so modern a race. They are now at their heyday of development. By and by, when gaps appear in the now serried ranks, classification will be an easier matter, for classification, after all, is an artificial, unnatural sort of thing, if we believe in a gradual modification of species out of pre-existing species. It is not too much to say that, the more perfect our scheme of classification, the greater our ignorance of the group classified. If the only birds known to science were a hornbill, a duck, and a crow, together with a few of the immediate allies of each, we could easily sort them. But there are so many intermediate forms which absolutely decline to fit accurately into any system. Then the would-be systematist has to distinguish between those characters which imply a deep-seated relationship and those which are only due to similar needs. The aim of classification is, of course, to indicate real relationship, not merely to pigeonhole in a convenient way. Real relationship is often masked by superficial differences. For instance, the common blindworm of our hedgerows is not, as might be thought, a snake, but a lizard. It appears to be unlike the lizard in having no legs, and to be so far a snake. Indeed, the terror inspired by this peaceful reptile must stand it in good stead with any except human foes. But its whole anatomy is built upon the lizard, and not upon the snake, plan. We disregard, therefore, in a scheme of classification the likeness to a snake, remembering that in nature, as in morals, appearances are apt to be deceptive. The owls, among birds, are believed by many to offer an instance of the same kind of deception. By all the older systematists, and by many of the more modern, they are placed with the hawks in one group. No doubt the owls bear a certain likeness to the hawks. They have formidable claws and a hooked and powerful beak. They kill their prey, and only differ superficially in that they love the darkness, while the hawks hunt by day. Now, in certain details of anatomy, particularly in the windpipe and the muscles, the owls are much more like that division of birds which includes the goatsuckers. The mention of this latter family brings us face to face with another difficulty. If the superficial likeness of the owls to the hawks is to be distrusted, as merely due to a similar mode of life, and therefore to the development of certain structures which are in direct relation to that mode of life, how about the superficial likeness of the owls to the goatsuckers, which is almost as well marked as to the hawks? In Australia and other parts of the East there are two genera of goatsuckers which have received the names of Podargus and Batrachostomus. These birds are wonderfully like owls. They have the same brown and grey and soft plumage, their flight is equally noiseless, and, altogether, anyone who saw the living Cuvier's Podargus recently on view at the Zoological Gardens might well be pardoned for thinking it an owl. The fact is that we must be careful not to be prejudiced in any direction. Superficial similarities may or may not go with real likeness. Speaking generally, one should be disposed to lay greatest stress upon characters which have no obvious relation to mode of life as likely to be of the most use in indicating blood relationship. It is easier, however, to lay down general principles of this kind than to apply them to birds. As has been already mentioned, birds are so uniform in anatomy that in such characters as brain, lungs, and other internal organs which are not so directly under the immediate influence of their surroundings, there is but little difference. Such characters afford no help to the systematist. We are obliged, therefore, to rely upon other and really less important points. In most books upon ornithology, in this one, for instance, the scheme of classification is set forth in the shape of a list beginning with one particular group and ending with another. This is merely due to the physical properties of sheets of paper. A linear scheme is really an impossibility. To represent classification properly, we want a solid diagram, showing how from a rootstock branches arose and pushed their way in every direction. Another defect of the linear scheme is that we must begin somewhere and end somewhere. In this book we begin with the passers and end with the parrots. Others start with the accipiters, in spite of the protest of Michelet against placing the cowardly, flat-headed, stupid hawks at the summit of bird creation. It doesn't matter where we begin or where we end as long as we carefully bear in mind that a linear classification is only a convenient way of briefly stating certain facts, and that it does not pretend to be a copy of nature. An alternative method of expressing the facts of structure in space of 2 dimensions is the Stammbaum, originally made in Germany, but this inevitable tree of life is open to the serious objection of undue dogmatism, and besides, it must be inaccurate, as it is not in 3 dimensions. A given naturalist may have strong reasons for believing, let us say, that the Struthers birds represent the lowest bird stock, from which arose in a regular series of branches, independently, and alternately from one side or the other, the various groups into which we divide the class in the present book. If so, then the Stammbaum is easily constructed. But the general consensus of opinion is that the interrelationships of the different groups cannot be expressed with so much simplicity. It is clear that, in any case, the most modified offshoots must occupy the highest branches of the tree, and that we may in a linear scheme conveniently begin or end with them. But it is impossible to arbitrate as to which group is the most specialized. It is, on the whole, agreed that the ostrich tribe have retained more primitive characters than other birds, but is the elaborate voice mechanism of the nightingale, or the almost human intelligence of the raven or parrot, to rank first as evidence of high position, i.e. specialization, remoteness from the original stock? This is a matter about which everybody can legitimately have an opinion, and we cannot at present formulate a creed, for those, that is to say, who are acquainted with the facts. The scheme that I adopt here is the same as that which Mr. Hudson uses in the pages which follow. It is the plan followed in the BOU list, and approved by most ornithologists in this country as a convenient working outline. I have added to it the fossil groups, and those groups which do not occur in Great Britain. The main scheme is that of Dr. Gaddo, used in his valuable account of the anatomy of birds in Bronzeklassen und Ordnungen des Theoriks. There is no deep-seated and mysterious reason for my placing parrots at the end of the Aves Carinatae. It is simply sheer inability to place them anywhere in particular. Class, Aves. Subclass I Archaeornithis contains genus Archaeopteryx only. Subclass 2 Neornithis. Division I Neornithis ratati. Order I Ratati contains Struthio, Rhea, Dinornis, and C. Order 2 Sterornithis contains a few fossil genera, Gastornis, Dasornis, and C. Division 2 Neornithis odontolsi. Order I Hesperornithis, the extinct Hesperornis and Inaliornis. Division 3 Neornithis carinati. Order I Ichthyornithis, fossil Ichthyornis only. Order 2 Passers, thrushes, swallows, flycatchers, tits, and C. Order 3 Picarii, rollers, cuckoos, hornbills, woodpeckers, swifts, coleys, trogons, goatsuckers, kingfishers. Order 4 Striges, owls. Order V accipiters, hawks, eagles, American vultures, and C. Order 6 Stiganopodes, cormorants, pelicans, solan geese, frigate bird. Order 7 Herodians, herons, storks, ibis, spoonbills. Order 8 Odontoglossi, flamingos. Order 9 Anzeres, screamers, ducks, geese. Order X Columbae, doves. Order 11 Pterocletes, sand grouse. Order 12 Gaulini, curassows, megapodes, pheasants, grouse, Opisthocamus, and C. Order 13 Tinamidae, Tinamus. Order 14 Felicarii, rails, coots. Order 15 Electrides, cranes, bustards, carima, and C. Order 16 Limicolae, plovers, snipe, knots, and C. Order 17 Gavii, gulls, skuas. Order 18 Pigopodes, auks, divers, grebes. Order 19 Spheniciforms, penguins. Order XX Tubinares, petrels, albatross. Order XZ Psittaci, parrots. It will be noticed that, out of these 21 groups into which we may divide the Neornithis carinati of Gaddo, only 3 are not represented in Great Britain, viz. the Spheniciforms, Psittaci, and Tinamiforms. So that the student of bird anatomy in this country has plenty of chance of making himself acquainted with the main outlines of structure of the entire class of living birds. Out of the 32 minor divisions of these birds, no fewer than 21 are to be met with in these islands, and of those that are not, some are quite easy to get hold of, a parrot, for instance. Field fez, missel thrush, blackbird, missel thrush, or storacock. Turdus vicivorus. Upper parts ash brown, under parts white, faintly tinged with yellow, marked with numerous black spots, under wing coverts white. 3 lateral tail feathers tipped with grayish white. Length 11 inches. There are 6 British thrushes. Of these the mistle thrush and blackbird are residents throughout the year. The song thrush is also found with us at all seasons, and is a winter songster, but many birds migrate. The ringouzel is a summer visitor, the redwing and fieldfare are winter visitors. The mistle or mistletoe thrush, or storaccock, is the largest, exceeding the fieldfare, which comes next in size, by at least an inch in length and 2 inches in spread of wings. This species possesses in a marked degree all the characters that everywhere distinguish the true thrushes, which are worldwide in their range. Theirs is a modest coloring, olive brown above, paler and spotted below, a loud and varied song, and harsh cry, a statuesque figure, rapid, startled movements on the ground, with motionless intervals, when the bird stands with head and beak much raised, in an attitude denoting intense attention, and, finally, a free, strong, undulating flight. The mistle thrush inhabits almost the whole of the British Islands, and is most abundant in Ireland. Throughout England and Wales he is fairly common, less common in Scotland, and becoming rarer the farther north we go. He is found in all woods and plantations, but is most partial to wooded parks, orchards, and gardens, which afford him food and shelter throughout the year. He is the hardiest of our vocalists, and is better known as a winter than a summer songster. His song may be heard in the autumn, but from midwinter until spring his music is most noteworthy. Its loudness and wild character give it a wonderful impressiveness at that season of the year. He is not of the winter singers that wait for a gleam of spring-like sunshine to inspirit them, but is loudest in wet and rough weather, and it is this habit and something in the wild and defiant character of the song, heard above the tumult of nature, which have won for him the proud name of storaccock. This thrush is an early breeder, and pairs about the beginning of February. The birds, after mating, are exceedingly pugnacious, and attack all others, large or small, that approach the chosen nesting site. The nest is not often made in evergreens, to which blackbirds and song thrushes are so partial. As a rule, a deciduous tree, oak, elm, or beech, is made choice of, and the nest may be at any height, from a few feet above the ground to the highest part of a tall tree, and as it is built so early in the year, when trees are leafless, it forms a most conspicuous object. Furthermore, the mistle thrush, a shy and wary bird at other times, becomes strangely trustful, and even careless, when nesting, and often builds in the neighborhood of a house, or in an isolated tree at the roadside. When building and breeding the birds are silent, except when the nest is threatened with an attack, when they become clamorous and bold beyond most species in defense of their eggs or nestlings. The nest is large and well made, outwardly of dry grass, moss, and other materials, woven together. It is plastered with mud inside, and thickly lined with fine dry grass. The 4 eggs vary in ground color from bluish-white to pale reddish-brown, and are spotted, blotched, and clouded, with various shades of purple, brown, and grayish undermarkings. 2 or 3 broods are reared in the season. At the end of June the mistle thrushes begin to unite in small parties numbering a dozen to 20 birds, and to range over the open country, seeking their food in the pastures and turnip fields, and on moors and commons. Where the birds are abundant, much larger congregations are seen. In Ireland I have seen them in August in flocks of about 100 birds. They do not keep close together, as is the manner of starlings and finches, but fly widely scattered, and alight at a distance apart, a flock of 50 to 100 birds sometimes occupying half an acre or more ground. They then look very large and conspicuous, scattered over the green grass, standing erect and motionless, or hopping about in their wild, startled manner. These flocks diminish in number as the season progresses, and finally break up about midwinter. In autumn the missel thrushes devour the yew berries, and the fruit of the rowan and service trees. Later in the year they feed on the glutinous berries of the mistletoe, on haws and ivy berries, and other wild fruits, but their food for the most part consists of earthworms, snails, grubs, and insects of all kinds. Throstle, or song thrush. Turdus musicus. Fig. 18. Song thrush. A quarter natural size. Upper parts olive brown, throat white in the middle, sides of neck and underparts ochreous yellow spotted with dark brown, under wing coverts pale orange yellow. Length, 9 inches. The protest and recommendation implied by the use of the first name at the head of this article may be futile, but it is impossible not to feel and to express regret that so good and distinctive and old a name for this familiar bird should have been replaced by a name which is none of these things. Song thrush is an unsuitable name, for the very good reason that we have several thrushes, all of them songsters. By most persons the bird is simply called thrush, which is neither better nor worse than song thrush. The throstle is one of the smaller members of the genus, being about a third less in size than the noble storaccock. In form, coloring, motions, language, and habits, he is a very thrush. It cannot be said that his music is the best, that, for instance, it is finer than that of the blackbird. The two songs differ in character, both are good of their kind, neither perfect. The throstle is, nevertheless, in the very first rank of British melodists, and it is often said of him that he comes next to the nightingale. The same thing has been said of other species, tastes differing in this as in other matters. It is worth remarking that most persons would agree in regarding the nightingale, song thrush, blackbird, blackcap, and skylark, as our 5 finest songsters, and that these all differ so widely from each other in the character of their strains that no comparison between them is possible, and there is no rivalry. The only species which may be called the rival of the song thrush is the missel thrush, as their music has a strong resemblance. That of the storaccock has a wonderful charm in the early days of the year, when it is a jubilant cry, a herald's song and prophecy, sounding amidst wintry gloom and tempest. Heard in calm and genial weather in spring, the throstle is by far the finer songster. His chief merit is his infinite variety. His loudest notes may be heard half a mile away on a still morning. His lowest sounds are scarcely audible at a distance of 20 yards. His purest sounds, which are very pure and bright, are contrasted with various squealing and squeaking noises that seem not to come from the same bird. Listening to him, you never know what to expect, for his notes are delivered in no settled order, as in some species. He has many notes and phrases, but has never made of them one completed melody. They are snatches and portions of a melody, and he sings in a scrappy way, a note or two, a phrase or two, then a pause, as if the singer paused to try and think of something to follow, but when it comes it has no connection with what has gone before. His treasures are many, but they exist jumbled together, and he takes them as they come. As a rule, when he has produced a beautiful note, he will repeat it twice or thrice. On this account Browning has called him a wise bird, because he can recapture the first fine careless rapture. There is not in this song the faintest trace of plaintiveness, and of that heart-touching quality of tenderness which gives so great a charm to some of the warblers. It is preeminently cheerful, a song of summer and love and happiness, of so contagious a spirit that to listen to it critically, as one would listen to the polished phrases of the nightingale, would be impossible. The throstle is a very persistent singer. In spring and summer his loud carols may be heard from a treetop at 4 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning. Throughout the day he sings at intervals, and again, more continuously, in the evening, when he keeps up an intermittent flow of melody until dark. His evening music always seems his best, but the effect is probably due to the comparative silence and the witching aspect of nature at that hour, when the sky is still luminous, and the earth beneath the dusky green foliage lies in deepest shadow. So far only the music of the throstle has been considered, but in the case of this bird the music is nearly everything. When we think of the throstle, we have the small sober-colored figure that skulks in the evergreens, and its life habits, less in our minds than the overmastering musical sounds with which he fills the green places of the earth from early spring until the great silence of July and August falls on nature. The song thrush is a common species in suitable localities throughout the British Islands, being rarest in the north of Scotland. He is found in this country all the year round, but it was discovered many years ago, by Professor Newton, that a very limited number of birds remain to winter with us. Probably they migrate by night, as the fieldfare and redwing are known to do, and, being much less gregarious than those birds, come and go without exciting attention. The fact remains that, where they are abundant in summer, a time comes in autumn when they mysteriously vanish. One or two individuals may remain where 20 or 30 existed previously, and if they only shifted their quarters, as the missel thrushes do in some parts of the country, they would be found in considerable numbers during the winter in some districts. But the disappearance is general. I am inclined to think that this thrush migration is not so general as Professor Newton believes, and that the birds that leave our shores are mainly those that breed in the northern parts of the country. During the exceptionally severe winter of 1894-5, the thrushes that remained with us suffered more than most species, and in the following spring I found that the song thrush had become rare throughout the southern half of England. Fig. 19.3 throstle's nest. Nesting begins in March, the site selected being the center of a hedge, or a thick holly or other evergreen bush, or a mass of ivy against a wall or tree. The nest is built of dry grass, small twigs, and moss, and plastered inside with mud, or clay, or cow dung, and lined with rotten wood. This is a strange material for a nest to be lined with, and is not used by any other bird. The fragments of rotten wood are wetted when used, and, being pressed smoothly down, form a cork-like lining, very hard when dry. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, pale greenish-blue in ground color, thickly marked with small deep brown spots, almost black. 2, and sometimes 3, broods are reared in the season. During the day, when not singing, the thrush is a silent bird. In the evening he becomes noisy, and chirps and chatters and screams excitedly before settling to roost. Insects of all kinds, earthworms, and slugs and snails, are eaten by the song thrush. The snail shells are broken by being struck vigorously against a stone, and as the same stone is often used for the purpose, quantities of newly broken shells are sometimes found scattered round it. He is a great hunter after earthworms, and it would appear from his actions that the sense of hearing rather than that of sight is relied on to discover the worm. For the worm, however near the surface, is still under it, and usually a close bed of grass covers the ground, yet you will see a thrush hopping about a lawn stand motionless for 2 or 3 seconds, then hop rapidly to a spot half a yard away, and instantly plunge his beak into the earth and draw out a worm. The supposition is that he has heard it moving in the earth. He is also a fruit and berry eater, both wild and cultivated. Redwing. Turdociliacus. Upper parts olive brown, a broad white streak above the eye, under parts white, with numerous oblong, dusky spots, under wing coverts and flanks orange-red. Length, 8½ inches. In size and general appearance the redwing resembles the song thrush. Like the fieldfare, he is a winter visitor from northern Europe, arriving a little earlier on the east coast, and differing from his fellow migrants in being less hardy. He is more of an insect eater, and is incapable of thriving on berries and seeds, hence in very severe seasons he is the greater sufferer, and sometimes perishes in considerable numbers when, in the same localities, the fieldfare is not sensibly affected. Nor is he of so vagrant a habit as the larger thrush. Year after year he returns to the same place to spend the winter months, feeding in the same meadows, and roosting in the same plantations, until the return of spring calls him to the north. He is partial to cultivated districts where there are woods and grasslands, and passes the daylight hours in meadows and moist grounds near water, returning regularly in the evening to the roosting trees. At all seasons the redwing is gregarious, and in its summer haunts many birds are found nesting in close proximity. A good deal of interest attaches to the subject of its song, which Linnaeus thought delightful and comparable to that of the nightingale, an opinion ridiculed by Professor Newton in his edition of Urel. Richard Jefferies, who found the redwing breeding and heard its summer song in England, describes its strain as sweet and loud, far louder than the old, familiar notes of the thrush. The note rang out clear and high, and somehow sounded strangely unfamiliar among English meadows and English oaks. 1. Fieldfare. Turdus pilaris. Head, nape, and lower part of the back dark ash gray, upper part of the back and wing coverts chestnut brown, a white line above the eye, chin and throat yellow streaked with black, breast reddish brown spotted with black, belly, flanks, and lower tail coverts white, the last two spotted with grayish brown, under wing coverts white. Length, 10 inches. In size and coloring, more especially in the spotted underparts, the fieldfare comes near enough to the missel thrush to be sometimes confounded with it. Thus, flocks of missel thrushes seen in autumn are sometimes mistaken for fieldfares that have come at an exceptionally early date to warn the inhabitants of these islands that the winter will be a severe one. The fieldfare is slightly less in size than the missel thrush, and has a more variegated plumage, and when seen close at hand is a handsome bird. He is one of the latest winter visitors to arrive, seldom appearing before the end of October. The return migration takes place at the end of April, or later. Flocks of fieldfares have been known to remain in this country to the end of May, and even to the first week in June. Like the redwing, he is gregarious all the year round. In his summer home in the Norwegian forests he exists in communities, and the nests are built near each other. The migration is usually performed by night, and the harsh cries of the travelers may be heard in the dark sky, on the east coasts of England and Scotland, at the end of October, and in November. From the time of their arrival until they leave us they are seen in flocks of 20 or 30 to several hundreds of individuals. They do not, like the redwings, attach themselves to certain localities, but wander incessantly from place to place, ranging over the entire area of Great Britain and Ireland. Owing to this vagrancy, the fieldfare is an extremely familiar bird to the countryman, and invariably its first appearance, and harsh yet joyous clamour, as of jays screaming and magpies chattering in concert, call up a sudden image of winter, cold, brief days and a snow-whitened earth, and memories of that early period in life when the great seasonal changes impress the mind so deeply. In open weather the fieldfares seek their food in meadows and pastures, also in the fields. Unlike the missel thrushes, that move about in all directions over the ground, the fieldfares when feeding all move in the same direction. In like manner, when the flock repairs to a tree, the birds on their perches are all seen facing one way, a very pretty spectacle. When their feeding grounds are frozen, or covered with snow, they go to the hedges and devour the hips and haws, and any other wild fruit that remains ungathered. If severe weather continues, they take their departure to more southern lands. Their flight is strong, easy, and slightly undulating, and before settling to feed the flock often wheels gracefully about over the field for some time. The song of the fieldfare, described by Seebohm as a wild desultory warble uttered on the wing, is not known to us in this country. It is a song of summer and of love, but in genial weather, when the birds are faring well, they often burst out into a concert of agreeable sounds just after alighting in a tree. In the evening when settling to roost they are extremely noisy like most thrushes, and their cries may be heard until dark. Blackbird. Turdus marilla. Black, bill and orbits of the eyes orange-yellow. Female, sooty brown. Length, 10 inches. Fig. 20. Blackbird's nest. Among the feathered inhabitants of these islands there is scarcely a more familiar figure than that of the blackbird. Not only is he very generally diffused, and abundant in all suitable localities, but he is attached to human habitations, a bird of the garden, lawn, and shrubberies. His music is much to us, his beautiful mellow voice being unique in character in this country. But, more than his voice, his love of gardens and their produce, and whatever else serves to make him better known than most birds, is his blackness. Excepting the crows, he is the only British bird in the passerine order with a wholly black plumage, and his bright yellow bill increases the effect of the blackness, and, like a golden crown, gives him a strange beauty. Like his companion of the garden and shrubbery, the throstle, he is a skulker, and on the least alarm takes shelter under the thickest evergreen within reach. When disturbed from his hiding place he rushes out impetuously with a great noise, making the place resound with his loud, clear, ringing and musical chuckle. But he is not so inveterate a skulker and in love with the shade as the other. You will sometimes find him on hillsides and open moors, or nesting in the scanty tufts of sea campion on rocky islands where he has for only neighbor the rock pipit. But above all situations he prefers the garden and well-planted ground, and in such places is most abundant. His food is the same as that of the throstle, and is taken in much the same way. He listens for the earthworms working near the surface of the ground, and hammers the snails against a stone to break the shells. In the fruit season he is very troublesome to the gardener, and greedily devours strawberries, cherries, currants, gooseberries and mulberries. The song of the male begins early in spring, and is mostly heard during the early and late hours of the day. Its charm consists in the peculiar soft, rich, melodious quality of the sound, and the placid, leisurely manner in which it is delivered. But the manner varies greatly. He sings in a quiet, leisurely way, as a great master should, says Richard Jefferies. Unfortunately, the great master too often ends his performance unworthily with an unmusical note, or he collapses ignominiously at the close. John Burroughs, the American writer on birds, thus describes it: "It was the most leisurely strain I heard. Amid the loud, vivacious, work-a-day chorus it had an easeful dolce farniente effect. It constantly seemed to me as if the bird was a learner, and had not yet mastered his art. The tone is fine, but the execution is labored. The musician does not handle his instrument with deftness and confidence." Perhaps it may be said that, of all the most famed bird songs, that of the blackbird is the least perfect and the most delightful. The blackbird places his nest in the center of a hedge or in an evergreen. It is formed of herbs, roots, and coarse grass, plastered inside with mud, and lined with fine dry grass. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, light greenish blue in ground color, mottled with pale brown. 2 or 3, and sometimes as many as 4, broods are reared in the season. In the northern and more exposed parts of the country the blackbird has a partial migration, or shifts his quarters to more sheltered localities in the winter. Ringouzel. Turdus torquatus. Fig. 21. Ringouzel. 1/5 natural size. Black, the feathers edged with grayish-white, a large crescent-shaped, pure white spot on the throat. Length, 11 inches. Female, plumage grayer, the white mark narrower and less pure. The ringouzel is sometimes called the mountain blackbird on account of his likeness to the common species. He is more a ground bird and less skulking in habit than the garden blackbird, but in appearance and motions strongly resembles him. On alighting he throws up and fans his tail in the same way, and is very clamorous when going to roost in the evening. His manner of feeding is much the same, hopping along the ground, frequently pausing to look up, and anon plunging his beak into the soil to draw out a grub or earthworm. He breaks the snail shells in the same way, and is equally fond of fruits and berries, both wild and cultivated. The ringouzel is a summer visitor to this country, arriving about the beginning of April, and spends the summer months and breeds in the higher, least frequented parts of Dartmoor, in Devonshire, and the hilly part of Derbyshire, and many localities in the north of England. He is also found in various localities in Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. On their arrival the birds are seen for a short period in flocks, sometimes of considerable size, frequenting wet and marshy grounds. As soon as pairing takes place the flocks break up, and the birds distribute themselves over the mountains and high uplands. The song of the male is heard after the birds have paired and made choice of a breeding site. It is a powerful song, delightful to listen to, partly for its own wild, glad character, but more on account of the savage beauty and solitariness of the nature amidst which it is usually heard. The nest is placed upon or close to the ground, beneath or in a tuft of heather, and occasionally is built in a low bush or tree. Outwardly it is made of coarse grass or twigs of heather, plastered inside with mud or clay, and lined with fine dry grass. The 4 or 5 eggs are bluish-green, blotched with reddish-brown. Seebohm has the following spirited description of the ringouzel's action in the presence of danger to its nest: approach their treasure, and, although you have no knowledge of its whereabouts, you speedily know that you are on sacred ground. Something sweeps suddenly round your head, probably brushing your face. You look round, and there the ringouzel, perched close at hand, is eyeing you wrathfully, and ready to do battle, despite the odds, for the protection of her abode. Move, and the attack is resumed, this time with loud and dissonant cries that wake the solitudes of the barren moor around. Undauntedly the birds fly around you, pause for a moment on some mass of rock, or reel and tumble on the ground to decoy you away. As you approach still closer the anxiety of the female, if possible, increases. Her cries, with those of her mate, disturb the birds around. The red grouse, startled, skims over the shoulder of the hill to find solitude, the moor pipit chirps anxiously by, and the gay little stone chat flits uneasily from bush to bush. So long as you tarry near their treasure, the birds will accompany you, and, by using every artifice, endeavor to allure or draw you away from its vicinity. Besides the 6 species described, there are 3 thrushes to be found in works on British birds: the black-throated thrush, Turdus atrigularis, a straggler from central Siberia; White's thrush, T. varius, from northeast Siberia; and the rock thrush, Monticola saxatilis, from South Europe, a member of a group that connects the true thrushes, Turdus, with the wheatears, Saxicola. Wheatear. Saxicola enanth. Fig. 22. Wheatear. 1/3 natural size. Upper parts bluish gray, wings and wing coverts, center and extremity of the tail, feet, bill, and area comprising the nostrils, eyes, and ears, black, base and lower portion of the side of the tail pure white, chin, forehead, stripe over the eye, and under parts, white. In autumn, upper parts reddish-brown and tail feathers tipped with white. Female, upper parts ash-brown tinged with yellow, stripe over the eye dingy. Length, 6½ inches. To those who are attracted to solitary, desert places, who find in wildness a charm superior to all others, the wheatear, conspicuous in black and white and bluish-gray plumage, is a familiar figure, a pretty little wild friend, for he, too, prefers the uncultivated wastes, the vast downs, the mountain slopes, and the stony barren uplands. He is one of the earliest, if not the first, of the summer migrants to arrive on our shores. They appear early in March, sometimes at the end of February, on the south and east coasts, after crossing the channel by night or during the early hours of the morning. They come in rushes at intervals of 2 or 3 days. In the morning they are seen in thousands, but after a few hours' rest these travelers hurry on to their distant breeding grounds, and perhaps for a day or 2 scarcely a bird will be visible, then another multitude appears, and so on, until the entire vast army has distributed itself far and wide over the British area, from the Sussex and Dorset coasts to the extreme north of Scotland and the Hebrides, the Orkneys, and Shetlands. The return migration begins early in August, and lasts until the middle of September. During this period the downs on the Sussex coast form a great camping ground of the wheatears, and they are then taken in snares by the shepherds for the markets. Most of the birds taken are young, they are excessively fat, and are esteemed a great delicacy. The wheatear harvest has, however, now dwindled down to something very small compared with former times. It astonishes us to read in Pennant that a century and a quarter ago 1,800 dozens of these birds were annually taken in the neighborhood of Eastbourne alone. The great decrease in the number of wheatears is no doubt due to the reclamation of waste lands, where this bird finds the conditions suited to it. To a variety of climates it is able to adapt itself. The vast area it inhabits includes almost the whole continent of Europe, from the hot south to the furthermost north, and westwards its range extends to Iceland, Greenland, and Labrador. But cultivation it cannot tolerate. When the plough comes, the wheat hair vanishes. Fortunately, there must always be waste and desert places, the scattered areas on mountainsides, barren moors and downs, and rocky coasts, that cannot be made productive. In such spots the wheat hare is an unfailing summer companion, and at once attracts attention by his appearance and motions. He is fond of perching on a rock, stone wall, or other elevation, but seldom alights on bushes and trees. He runs rapidly and freely on the ground, and, pausing at intervals and standing erect, moves his tail deliberately up and down. He flies readily, his rump and tail flashing white as he rises, and after going but a short distance, flying close to the ground, he alights again, and jerks and fans his tail 2 or 3 times. He feeds on grubs, small beetles, and other insects picked up from the ground, but also pursues and catches flying insects. He has a short, sharp call note that sounds like 2 pieces of stone struck smartly together, hence the name of stone clatter by which he is known in some localities. His short and simple song would attract little attention in groves and gardens. It is charming on account of the barren, silent situations it is heard in. It gives life to the solitude, and is a love song, accompanied by pretty gestures and motions, and is frequently uttered as the bird hovers in the air. The wheat hare breeds in a cavity under a stone, or in a hole or crevice in a stone wall, also in cairns and in the cavities in peat stacks, and occasionally in a disused rabbit burrow or under a clod of earth. The nest is made of dry grass, loosely put together and slightly lined with some soft material, moss and rootlets, rabbit's fur, horsehair, or wool, or feathers. From 4 to 7 eggs are laid, pale greenish-blue in color, in some cases faintly marked with purplish specks at the large end. The wheat hare, owing to its wide distribution in this country, is known by a variety of local names in different districts. Of these may be mentioned fallow chat, whitetail, stone cracker, jackbird, and clodhopper. 2 other species of the genus Saxicola have been included in the list of British birds. These are the black-throated wheat hare, Saxicola strapacina, of which a single specimen has been obtained, and the desert wheat hare, Saxicola deserti, of which 2 or 3 specimens have been shot. Winchat. Pratincola rubitra. Upper parts dusky brown edged with reddish yellow, broad white stripe over the eye, throat and sides of neck white, neck and breast bright yellowish red, a large white spot on the wings and base of the tail, tip of the tail and the 2 middle feathers dusky brown, belly and flanks yellowish white. Female, colors duller, white spot on the wings smaller. Length, 5 inches and a quarter. Of the 3 British species forming this group of 2 genera, Saxicola and Pratincola, the fallow chat, stone chat, and winchat, the last named is the least striking, whether in appearance or habits. His modest plumage has neither brightness nor strongly contrasted colors, and although he is a frequenter of furze-grown commons, and named on this account furzecot, or winchat, he is not, like the stone chat, restricted to them. He inhabits both wild and cultivated grounds, rough commons and wastelands, mountainsides, and meadows and grass fields divided by hedgerows. He roosts, breeds, and obtains most of his food on the ground, but he loves to perch on bushes and low trees, and in most open situations where these grow the winchat may be met with. On his arrival in April he feeds very much on the fallows, but later, in May, forsakes them for the neighboring grass fields, where he makes his nest. He is commonly seen perched on the summit of a bush, low tree, or hedgerow, and, like the stonechat, he makes frequent short excursions in pursuit of flying insects. When approached he grows restless on his perch, fans his tail at intervals, and frequently utters his low call or alarm note, then flies away, to perch again at a short distance from the intruder, and flies and perches again, and finally doubles back and returns to the first spot. Besides the insects he catches flying, he feeds on small beetles, grubs, worms, and found about the roots of the grass. He is frequently seen fluttering close to the surface of the tall grass, picking small insects from the leaves, and is most active in seeking his food during the evening twilight. The winchat's low warbling song, which has some resemblance to that of the redstart, is mostly heard in the love season, and is uttered both from its perch on the summit of a bush or tree, and when hovering in the air. The nest is placed on the ground, usually in a cavity under the grass in a field, not far from a hedgerow, or under a thick furze bush on commons, or at the roots of the heather on moors. It is formed of dry grass and moss, and lined with horsehair and rootlets. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, greenish-blue in color, faintly marked with a zone of brown spots at the larger end. Stonechat. Pratincola rubicola. Fig. 23. Stonechat. A quarter natural size. Head, throat, bill, and legs black, sides of neck near the wing, tertial wing coverts, and rump white, breast bright chestnut red, paling to white on the belly, feathers of the back, wings, and tail black with reddish-brown edges. Female, head and upper parts dusky brown, the feathers edged with yellowish red, throat black with small whitish and reddish spots, less white in the wings and tail, the red of the breast dull. Length, 5¼ inches. In his coloring and appearance, and to some extent in habits, the small stonechat is unlike any other bird. His strongly contrasted tints, black and white, and brown and chestnut red, make him as conspicuous to the eye as the goldfinch or yellowhammer, and thus produce much the same effect as brilliancy of color. The effect is increased by the custom the bird has of always perching on the topmost spray of a furze bush on the open commons which it inhabits. Perched thus conspicuously on the summit, he sits erect and motionless, a small feathered harlequin, or like a painted image of a bird. But his disposition is a restless one. In a few moments he drops to the ground to pick up some small insect he has spied, or else dashes into the air after a passing fly or gnat, and then returns to his stand, or flits to another bush some yards away, where he reappears on its top, sitting erect and motionless as before. He is always anxious in the presence of a human being, flying restlessly from bush to bush, incessantly uttering his low, complaining note, which has a sound like that produced by striking two pebbles together, hence his name of Stone Chat. But it is a somewhat misleading name. He is not, like the wheat hare, an inhabitant of barren stony places, but is seen chiefly on commons abounding in furze bushes and thorns and brambles. He is seen in pairs, but is nowhere a numerous species, although found in most suitable localities throughout the three kingdoms. He is also to be met with throughout the year, but is much rarer in winter than in summer, and probably a great many individuals leave the country in autumn, while others seek more sheltered situations to winter in, or have a partial migration. The Stone Chat has a slight, but sweet and very pleasing, song, uttered both when perched and when hovering in the air. Towards the end of March the nest is made, and is placed on or close to the ground, under a thick furze bush. It is large, and carelessly made of dry grass, moss, heath and fibrous roots, lined with fine grass, horsehair, feathers, and sometimes with wool. 5 or 6 eggs are laid, pale green or greenish blue in color, and speckled at the large end with dull reddish brown. When the nest is approached the birds display the keenest distress. Redstart. Ruticilla funiculus. Forehead white, head and upper part of back bluish gray, throat black, breast, tail coverts, and tail, except the 2 middle feathers, which are brown, bright bay. Female, upper parts gray deeply tinged with red, throat and belly whitish, breast, flanks, and under tail coverts pale red. Length, 5¼ inches. Fig. 24. Redstart. 1/3 natural size. The redstart is found from April to the end of August throughout England and Wales, but is nowhere common. In Scotland and Ireland he is rare. He is, nevertheless, a better known bird to people in the country districts than some of the migratory songsters which are more abundant. Not, however, on account of his song, which is inferior to most, but partly because he affects neighborhoods as Gilbert White says, and partly on account of his pure and prettily contrasted colors, the white forehead, slaty gray upper parts, and chestnut rump and tail. The bright colored tail, which he flirts often as he flits before you, quickly attracts the eye. Firetail is a common name for this bird. Redstart is Saxon for red tail. When seen perched upright and motionless he resembles the robin in figure, but does not seek his food so much on the ground, and in his restless disposition and quick, lively motions, he is like the warblers. A peculiarity of the redstart is his fondness for old walls. He is attracted by them to orchards and gardens, where he is most often seen, although always a shy bird in the presence of man. Seebohm says, as the wheat hare is the tenant of the cairns, the rocks, and the ruins of the wilds, in like manner the redstart may be designated a bird of the ruins and the rocks in the lower, warmer, and more cultivated districts. You will find it in orchards and gardens, about old walls, and in the more open woods and shrubberies. Another favorite haunt of the redstart is old crumbling ruins, abbeys, and castles, on whose battlements and still massive walls, ivy-covered and moss-grown, it delights to sit and chant its short and monotonous song. The song consists of one short phrase, dropping to a low twitter at the end, which varies in different singers, but the opening note is always a beautiful expressive sound. The redstart feeds on small beetles, caterpillars, spiders, and grubs, which it picks up in walls, trees, and bushes, and on gnats, flies, and butterflies, captured on the wing after the manner of the flycatcher. The nest is almost always made in a hole, usually in an old stone wall, but occasionally in a hole in a tree, and sometimes in the cleft formed by two branches. It is loosely built with dry grass and moss, and lined with hair and feathers. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, sometimes as many as 8, or even 10, are laid. They resemble the hedge sparrow's eggs, being of a uniform greenish-blue color. The black redstart, Ruticilla titis, is a winter visitor in small numbers to the southwest of England, and has been known to breed on 2 or 3 occasions in this country. It is common throughout Central and Southern Europe, wintering in North Africa, and in its nesting and other habits and language resembles the redstart. Between the redstarts, Ruticilla, and the redbreast, Erythacus, next to be described, the blue ethrotes, Cyanecula, are placed, of which 2 species have been recorded as casual visitors to this country, the white-spotted blue ethrote, C. wolfie, from Western Europe, and the red-spotted blue ethrote, C. suecica, a breeder in the Arctic regions. Redbreast. Erythacus rubecula. Fig. 25. Redbreast. A quarter natural size. Upper parts olive brown, forehead and breast red, the red edged with gray, belly white. Female, a trifle smaller than the male, and less bright in color. Length, 5 inches and 3/4. Of man's feathered favorites, the species he has thought proper to distinguish by a kindly protective sentiment, the redbreast probably ranks first, both on account of the degree of the feeling and its universality. The trustfulness of the familiar robin, especially in seasons of snow and frost, in coming about and entering our houses in quest of crumbs, is the principal cause of such a sentiment, but the highly attractive qualities of the bird have doubtless added strength to it. The bright red of his breast, intensified by contrast with the dark olive of the upper parts, gives him a rare beauty and distinction among our small songsters, which are mostly sober-colored. Even more than beauty in coloring and form is a sweet voice, and here, where good singers are not few, the robin is among the best. Not only is he a fine singer, but in the almost voiceless autumn season, and in winter, when the other melodists that have not left our shores are silent, the robin still warbles his gushing, careless strain, varying his notes at every repetition, fresh and glad and brilliant as in the springtime. His song, indeed, never seems so sweet and impressive as in the silent and dreary season. For one thing, The absence of other bird voices causes the robins to be more attentively listened to and better appreciated than at other times, just as we appreciate the nightingale best when he sings darkling, when there are no other strains to distract the attention. There is also the power of contrast, the bright, ringing lyric, a fountain of life and gladness, in the midst of a nature that suggests mournful analogies, autumnal decay and wintry death. There cannot be a doubt that the robin gives us all more pleasure with his music than any other singing bird. We hear him all the year round and all our lives long, and his voice never palls on us. But those who have always heard it, for whom this sound has many endearing associations, might have some doubts about its intrinsic merits as a song. They might think that they esteem it chiefly because of the associations it has for them. In such a case one is glad to have an independent opinion, that, for instance, of an intelligent foreigner who has never heard this bird in his own country. Such an opinion we may find in John Burroughs, the American writer on birds, and it may well reassure those who love the robin's song, but fear to put their favorite bird in the same category with the nightingale, blackcap, and garden warbler. He writes, "The English robin is a better songster than I expected to find him. The poets and writers have not done him justice. He is of the royal line of the nightingale, and inherits some of the qualities of that famous bird. His favorite hour for singing is the gloaming, and I used to hear him the last of all. His song is peculiar, jerky, and spasmodic, but abounds in the purest and most piercing tones to be heard, piercing from their smoothness, intensity, and fullness of articulation, rapid and crowded at one moment, as if some barrier had suddenly given way, then as suddenly pausing, and scintillating at intervals bright, tapering shafts of sound. It stops and hesitates, and blurts out its notes like a stammerer, but when they do come, they are marvelously clear and pure. I have heard green hickory branches thrown into a fierce blaze jet out the same fine, intense, musical sounds on the escape of the imprisoned vapors in the hardwood as characterize the robin's song. The robin is an early breeder, and makes its nest beneath a hedge, or in a bank, or in a close bush not far above the ground. It is formed of dry grass, leaves, and moss, and lined with feathers. 6 or 7 eggs are laid, reddish-white in ground color, clouded or blotched, and freckled with pale red. When the nest is approached, the old birds express their anxiety by a very curious sound, a prolonged note so acute that, like the shrill note of some insects and the bat's cry, it is inaudible to some persons. 2, and even 3, broods are raised in the season. At the end of summer the old birds disappear from their usual haunts to molt, and during this perhaps painful, and certainly dangerous, period, they remain secluded and unseen in the thickest foliage. When they reappear in new and brighter dress, restored to health and vigor, a fresh trial awaits them. The young they have hatched and fed and protected have now attained to maturity, and are in possession of their home. For it is the case that every pair of robins has a pretty well-defined area of ground which they regard as their own, jealously excluding from it other individuals of their own species. the young are forthwith driven out, often not without much fighting, which may last for many days, and in which the old bird is sometimes the loser. But in most cases the old robin reconquers his territory, and the young male, or males, if not killed, go otherwhere. And here we come upon an obscure point in the history of this familiar species, for what becomes of the young dispossessed birds is not yet known. It has been conjectured that they migrate, and that not many return from their wanderings beyond the sea. And it is not impossible to believe that the migratory instinct may exist in the young of a species, although obsolete at a later period of life. Nightingale. Dowliers Lucinia. Fig. 26. Nightingale. 1/3 natural size. Upper plumage uniform brown tinged with chestnut, tail rufous, underparts grayish-white, flanks pale ash. Length, 6 inches and a quarter. The nightingale is the only songster that has been too much lauded, with the inevitable result that its melody, when first heard, causes disappointment, and even incredulity. More than once it has been my lot to call the attention of someone who had not previously heard it to its song, at the same time pointing out the bird, and after a few moments of listening, he or she has exclaimed, that the nightingale. Why, it is only a common-looking little bird, and its song, that so much fuss is made about, is after all no better than that of any other little bird. And then it is perhaps added, I don't think the nightingale, if the bird you have shown me is the nightingale, sings so well as the thrush, or the blackbird, or the lark. The song is, nevertheless, exceedingly beautiful. Its phrasing is more perfect than that of any other British melodist, and the voice has a combined strength, purity, and brilliance probably without a parallel. On account of these qualities, and of the fact that the song is frequently heard in the night time, when other voices are silent, the nightingale was anciently selected as the highest example of a perfect singer, and, on the principle that to him that hath shall be given, it was credited with all the best qualities of all the other singers. It was the maker of ravishing music, and a type, just as the pelican was a type of parental affection and self-sacrifice, and the turtle-dove of conjugal fidelity. Only, when he actually hears it for the first time, the hearer makes the sad discovery that the bird he has for long years been listening to in fancy, the nightingale heard by the poet with an aching heart, and the wish that he, too, could fade with it into the forest dim, was a nightingale of the brain, a mythical bird, like the footless bird of paradise and the swan with a dying melody. Beautiful, nay, perfect, the song may be, but he misses from it that something of human feeling which makes the imperfect songs so enchanting, the overflowing gladness of the lark, the spirit of wildness of the blackcap, the airy, delicate tenderness of the willow wren, and the serene happiness of the blackbird. The nightingale arrives in this country about the middle of April, returning to the same localities year after year, apparently in the same numbers. It is scarcely to be doubted that the young birds that survive the perils of migration come back to the spot where they were hatched, since the species does not extend its range nor establish new colonies. It is most common in the southern counties of England, above all in Surrey, but rare in the western and northern counties, and in Scotland and Ireland it is unknown. The nightingale so nearly resembles the robin in size, form, and manner that he might be taken for that bird but for his clear, brown color. Like the robin, he feeds on the ground, seeking grubs and insects under the dead leaves, hopping rapidly by fits and starts, standing erect and motionless at intervals as if to listen, and occasionally throwing up his tail and lowering his head and wings, just as the robin does. He inhabits woods, coppices, rough bramble-grown commons, and unkept hedges, and loves best of all a thicket growing by the side of running water. 2 or 3 days after arriving he begins to sing, and continues in song until the middle, or a little past the middle, of June, when the young are hatched. In fine weather he sings at intervals throughout the day, but his music is more continuous and has a more beautiful effect in the evening. For an hour or two after sunset it is perhaps most perfect. In the dark he is silent, but if the moon shines he will continue singing for hours. That is to say, some birds will continue singing, as a rule, not half so many as may be heard during daylight. The nest is nearly always placed on the ground beneath a hedge or close thicket. It is rather large, and composed of dry grass and dead leaves loosely put together, the inside lined with fine dead grass, rootlets, and vegetable down. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, and of a uniform olive-brown color. During incubation and after the young are hatched the parent birds display the most intense solicitude when the nest is approached, and flit from bough to bough close to the intruder's head, incessantly repeating 2 strangely different notes, one low, clear, and sorrowful, the other a harsh, grinding sound. The return migration is in August and September. Whitethroat. Sylvia cinerea. Fig. 27. Whitethroat. 1/3 natural size. Head ash gray tinged with brown, rest of upper parts reddish brown, wings dusky, the coverts edged with red, lower parts white faintly tinged with rose color, tail dark brown, the outer feathers white on the tips and the outer web, the next only tipped with white. Female without the rosy tint on the breast. Length, 5½ inches. The whitethroat, or greater whitethroat, as the name is sometimes written, is one of the commonest and best known of the soft-billed songsters that spend the summer and breed in our country. It inhabits all parts of the British Islands, excepting the most barren. Even to those who pay little attention to the small birds that come in their way the whitethroat is tolerably familiar, less on account of its song, which is in no way remarkable, than for the excited notes and actions of the bird, sometimes highly eccentric, which challenge attention. The whitethroat is, moreover, readily distinguishable from its color, the reddish-brown hue of its upper plumage and the unmistakable white throat, which give it a conspicuous individuality among the warblers. It inhabits the woodside, the thickets, the rough common, but of all places prefers the thick hedge for a home. Shortly after the bird's arrival, about the middle or near the end of April, he quickly makes his presence known to any person who walks along a hedge side. The intruder is received with a startled, grating note, a sound expressive of surprise and displeasure, and, repeating this sound from time to time, the bird flits on before him, concealed from sight by the dense tangle he moves amidst. Presently, if not too much alarmed, he mounts to a twig on the summit of the hedge to pour out his song, a torrent of notes, uttered apparently in great excitement, with crest raised, the throat puffed out, and many odd gestures and motions. Sometimes he springs from his perch as if lifted by sheer rapture into the air, and ascends, singing, in a spiral, then drops swiftly back to his perch again. It is a peculiar song on account of its vehement style and the antics of the singer, more so when he flies on before a person walking, now singing, now moving farther ahead in a succession of wild jerks, then suddenly ducking down into the hedge. It is also a pleasing song in itself, although for pure melody the whitethroat does not rank very high among the greatly gifted birds of its family, or subfamily. If we include the nightingale and robin, it should be placed about the 6th on the list, the other singers that come before it being the willow wren, blackcap, and garden warbler. The nest of the whitethroat is a round, flimsy structure, formed of slender stalks of grass and herbs, and lined with horsehair, and is placed 2 or 3 feet above the ground, in the brambles and briars of the hedge, or in a large furze bush. The 5 eggs are of a greenish white, speckled with olive, and sometimes blotched and marked with grey and light brown. 1 brood only is reared. Nettle creeper is a common name for this bird, on account of its love of weeds, especially of nettles, no doubt because the small caterpillars it feeds on are most abundant on them. It is also fond of fruit, wild and cultivated, and visits the gardens near its haunts to feed on currants and raspberries. Lesser whitethroat. Sylvia caruca. Head, neck, and back smoke gray, ear coverts almost black, wings brown edged with gray, tail dusky, outer feather as in the last species, the 2 next tipped with white, lower parts nearly pure white, feet lead color. Length, 5¼ inches. The difference in size between this warbler and the one last described is very slight, still, there is a difference, and the descriptive epithet of lesser would also be a suitable one if applied in another sense. He is a less important bird. To begin with, he is much rarer, being only of local distribution in England and Scotland, and unknown in Ireland. In colouring he is more obscure, his trivial song has nothing in it to attract attention, he is shyer in habits, passes much of the time among the higher foliage of the trees he frequents, and is, consequently, not often seen. He arrives in this country about or shortly after the middle of April, and is found in thickets and copses, and hedges in the neighborhood of trees. Like most of the warblers, he is exceedingly restless, and moves incessantly among the leaves, picking up the aphids and minute caterpillars, and from time to time darts into the air to capture some small passing insect. Like the common whitethroat, he is also fond of ripe fruit, especially currants and raspberries. He is often on the wing, passing directly from place to place with an undulating flight and rapidly beating wings. When singing he swells his throat out, and delivers his strain with considerable vigor, but his song is of the shortest, and is composed of 1 or 2 notes, hurriedly repeated 2 or 3 times without variation, and with scarcely any musical quality in it. No sooner is it finished than the bird is off again on his flitting rambles among the leaves and twigs. It is less like a song than an exclamation of pleasure, a cheerful call that bursts out from time to time. The lesser whitethroat nests in orchards, coppices, thick hedgerows, bramble and furze bushes on commons, and among tangled vegetation overhanging streams, but in all cases the nest is placed in the midst of a dense mass of foliage. This is a somewhat loosely made and shallow structure, composed of dry grass stems and small twigs, bound together with cobwebs and cocoons, and lined with fine rootlets and horsehair. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, in ground color white or dull buff, blotched and speckled with greenish brown, with underlying markings of purplish gray. Black cap. Sylvia atricapilla. Fig. 28. Black cap. 1/3 natural size. Head above the eyes jet black, in the female chocolate brown, upper parts, wings, and tail ash gray slightly tinged with olive, throat and breast ash gray, belly and underwing coverts white. Length, 5½ inches. This brilliant songster arrives in this country about the middle of April, in some years considerably earlier. It is found throughout England and Wales, and extends its range to Scotland and Ireland, only in lesser numbers. Though widely distributed, it is rare, except in some districts in the southern and western counties of England. A person familiar with the ornithological literature of this country, but having little personal knowledge of the birds, who should go out to make acquaintance with the blackcap, would be surprised at its rarity. After much seeking, he would probably come to the conclusion that, speaking of warblers only, there are at least 100 willow wrens, and perhaps 20 whitethroats, to 1 blackcap. Another curious point about the blackcap is that it appears to be almost unknown to the country people. It is a rare thing to find a rustic, man or boy, who knows it by that or any other name, though he may be quite familiar with the redstart and whitethroat. On these last 2 points I find that my experience coincides with that of John Burroughs, the American writer on bird life, in the accounts of his observations on British songbirds. There is a third point on which I also agree with him. This, however, is not a question of fact, but of opinion or of individual taste, and refers to the merit of the blackcap as a singer. His is a song which has always been very highly esteemed, and it has often been described as scarcely inferior to that of the nightingale. Gilbert White of Selborne described it as a full, deep, sweet, loud, wild pipe, yet that strain is of short continuance, and his motions are desultory, but when that bird sits calmly and engages in song in earnest, he pours forth very sweet, but inward, melody, and expresses great variety of soft and gentle modulations, superior, perhaps, to those of any of our warblers, the nightingale excepted. After reading such a description, it is a disappointment to hear the song. Nevertheless, it is very beautiful, and given out with immense energy, as the bird sits on a spray with throat puffed out, and moves its head, sometimes its whole body, vigorously from side to side. The song is a clear warble composed of about a dozen notes, rapidly enunciated, loud, free, of that sweet, pure quality characteristic of the melody of our best warblers. The strain is short, and repeated from time to time, the intervals often being filled by lower notes, sweet and varied, the inward melody which White describes. Burroughs's description of the song is as follows: while sitting here I saw, and for the first time heard, the black-capped warbler. I recognized the note at once by its brightness and strength, and a faint suggestion in it of the nightingales, but it was disappointing. I had expected in it a nearer approach to its great rival. It is a ringing, animated strain, but as a whole seemed to me crude, not smoothly and finely modulated. I could name several of our own birds that surpass it in pure music. Like its congeners, the garden warbler and the whitethroat, it sings with great emphasis and strength, but its song is silvern, not golden. This account of the blackcap's song is interesting as coming from a foreigner who has paid great attention to the bird music of his own country, and it is on the whole a very good description, but I should not say that the blackcap's strain is crude, however wild and irregular it may be, nor that there is in it even a faint suggestion of the nightingales. In its active, restless habits this warbler resembles the other members of its group, but it exceeds them all in shyness. When approached it becomes silent, and conceals itself in the interior of the thicket. It frequents woods and orchards, also hedges and commons where large masses of furze and bramble are found, especially in the vicinity of trees. The nest is made of dry grass, lined with hair or fibrous roots, and is placed in the forked branches of a thick bush, 3 or 4 feet above the ground. The eggs, of which 5 or 6 are laid, are of a light reddish color, mottled and blotched with darker red and reddish brown. They vary greatly, both in the depth of color of the mottlings and in the pale ground tints. The blackcap lives on insects, which it often captures on the wing, and on fruits, and is fond of raspberries and currants. Its autumn migration is in September. Garden warbler. Sylvia hortensis. Upper plumage grayish-brown tinged with olive, below the ear a patch of ash-gray, throat dull white, breast and flanks gray tinged with rust color, rest of underparts dull white. Length, 5¼ inches. This warbler was first described as a British species by Willoughby, more than 2 centuries ago, under the name of prettycaps, and Professor Newton, in a note to Yarrell's account of it, says, "This name, prettycaps, seems never to have been in general use in England, or it would be readily adopted here." The old name of prettycaps, it may be mentioned, does not appear to be quite obsolete yet. I have heard it in Berkshire, where it was applied indiscriminately to the garden warbler and blackcap. The garden warbler is not common anywhere. In Ireland it is scarcely known, in Scotland, Wales, and a large part of England it is very rare. It is most frequently to be met with in the southern counties, especially in Hampshire. Very curiously, Gilbert White did not know this warbler, which may now be heard singing any day in spring in the neighborhood of Selborne village. The garden warbler is often said to rank next to the blackcap as a melodist. The songs of these two species have a great resemblance. It is, indeed, rare to find two songsters, however closely allied, so much alike in their language. The garden warbler's song is like an imitation of the blackcap's, but is not so powerful and brilliant. Some of its notes possess the same bright, pure, musical quality, but they are hurriedly delivered, shorter, more broken up, as it were. On the other hand, to compensate for its inferior character, there is more of it. The bird, sitting concealed among the clustering leaves, will sing by the hour, his rapid, warbled strains sometimes lasting for several minutes without a break. The garden warbler is a late bird, seldom arriving in this country before the end of April. It builds a rather slight nest, in a bush near the ground, of dry grass and moss, lined with hair and fibrous roots. The eggs are 5 in number, and are dull white, sometimes greenish-white, blotched and speckled with dull brown and gray. The food of this warbler consists of small insects, and it is also fond of fruit and berries. 6 species of the genus Sylvia are included in books on British birds. The 4 already described, the Orphean warbler, Sylvia orphea, an accidental visitor from Central and Southern Europe, and the barred warbler, Sylvia niceria, from Central, South, and East Europe. Furze wren, or Dartford warbler. Melisophyllus undatus. Upper parts grayish-black, wing coverts and feathers blackish-brown, outer tail feathers broadly, and the rest narrowly, tipped with light brownish-gray, under parts chestnut-brown, belly white. Tail long, wings very short. Length, 5 inches. Fig. 29. Dartford warbler. 1/3 natural size. The furze wren, never a common species in this country, is now become so scarce, and is, moreover, so elusive, that it is hard to find, and harder still to observe narrowly. Its somewhat singular appearance among the warblers, its small size, short, rounded wings, great length of tail, and very dark color, its peculiar song, and excessively lively and restless habits, and the fact that it was first discovered in this country, 1773, where, though so small and delicate a creature, it exists on open, exposed commons throughout the year, have all contributed to make it a fascinating subject to British ornithologists. In England it inhabits Surrey and the counties bordering on the Channel, but it has also been found in suitable localities in various other parts of the country, and ranges as far north as the borders of Yorkshire. I have sought for it in many places, but found it only in Dorset. 40 or 50 years ago it was most abundant in the southern parts of Surrey. It was there observed by the late Edward Newman, who gave the following lively and amusing account of its appearance and habits in his Letters of Rusticus on the Natural History of Godalming, 1849. We have a bird common here which, I fancy, is almost unknown in other districts, for I have scarcely ever seen it in collections. I mean the furze wren, or, as authors are pleased to call it, the Dartford warbler. We hear that the epithet of Dartford is derived from the little Kentish town of that name, and that it was given to the furze wren because he was first noticed in that neighborhood. If you have ever watched a common wren, a kitty wren we call her, you must have observed that she cocked her tail bolt upright, strained her little beak at right angles, and her throat in the same fashion, to make the most of her fizzjig of a song, and kept on jumping and jerking and frisking about, for all the world as though she was worked by steam. Well, that's more the character of the Dartford warbler, or, as we call her, the furze wren. When the leaves are off the trees and the chill winter winds have driven the birds to the olive gardens of Spain, or across the straits, the furze wren is in the height of his enjoyment. I have seen them by dozens skipping about the furze, lighting for a moment on the very point of the sprigs, and instantly diving out of sight again, singing out their angry, impatient ditty, forever the same. Perched on the back of a good tall nag, and riding quietly along the outside, while the foxhounds have been drawing the furze fields, I have often seen these birds come to the top of the furze. They prefer those places where the furze is very thick, and difficult to get in. And although it is so numerous in winter, and so active and noisy when disturbed by dogs and guns, still, in the breeding season it is a shy, skulking bird, hiding itself in thick places, much in the manner of the grasshopper lark, and seldom allowing one to hear the sound of its voice. Spring is, however, the season of the furze wren's greatest activity. Its lively gestures, antics, and dancing motions on the topmost sprays of the bushes are then almost incessant, as it pursues the small moths and other winged insects on which it feeds, and its curious and impetuous little song is then delivered with the greatest vigor. It has also a harsh, scolding note, uttered several times in rapid succession, and a loud musical call note. The nest is placed among the dense masses of the lower, dead portion of a thick furze bush. It is a flimsy structure, composed of dead furze leaves, small twigs, and grass stems, lined with finer stems, and sometimes with horsehair. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, white in ground color, sometimes tinged with buff or with greenish, thickly spotted and freckled with pale brown over paler brown and gray markings. 2 broods are reared in the season. Golden-crested wren, or gold crest. Regulus cristatus. Upper parts olive tinged with yellow, cheeks ash color, wing grayish-brown, with 2 transverse white bands, crest bright yellow in front, orange behind, bounded by 2 black lines, under parts yellowish-gray. Female, colors not so bright, crest lemon color. Length, 3½ inches. The golden-crested wren has the distinction of being the smallest British bird. It is also one of the most widely distributed, being found throughout the United Kingdom. Furthermore, it is a resident throughout the year, is nowhere scarce, and in many places is very abundant. Yet it is well known only to those who are close observers of bird life. The goldcrest is not a familiar figure, owing to its smallness and restlessness, which exceed that of all the other members of this restless family of birds, and make it difficult for the observer to see it well. Again, it is nearly always concealed from sight by the foliage, and in winter it keeps mostly among the evergreens, and at all times haunts by preference pine, fir, and yew trees. In the pale light of a winter day, more especially in cloudy weather, it is hard to see the greenish, restless little creature in his deep green bush or tree. Standing under, or close to, a wide-spreading old yew, half a dozen goldcrests flitting incessantly about among the foliage in the gloomy interior of the tree look less like what they are than the small flitting shadows of birds. In March, and even as early as the latter part of February, the male is frequently heard uttering his song, but he is not of the songsters that perch to sing, and pour out their music deliberately and with all their might. The goldcrest's song comes in as a sort of trivial distraction or relief, a slight interlude between the more important acts of passing from one twig or spray to another, and snatching up some infinitesimal insect so quickly and deftly that to see the action one must watch the bird very closely indeed. And the music, of which the musician makes so little, is of very little account to the listener. It is the smallest of small songs, 2 notes, almost identical in tone, repeated rapidly, without variation, 2 or 3 times, ending with a slight quaver, scarcely audible, on the last note. The sound is sharp and fine, as of young mice squealing, but not quite so sharp, and more musical. It is a sound that does not travel. To hear it well one must stand not farther than a dozen or 15 yards from the singer. Yarrell has the following passage on the song of the goldcrest. Pennant says he has observed this bird suspended in the air for a considerable time over a bush in flower, while it sang very melodiously, but this peculiarity does not appear to have been noticed by other naturalists. I have observed the male, in the love season, hovering just above the bush, in the topmost foliage of which its mate was perched, and partially hidden from view. It is when engaged in this pretty, aerial performance, or love dance, that the golden-crested wren is at his best. The restless, minute, sober-colored creature, so difficult to see properly at other times, then becomes a conspicuous and exceedingly beautiful object. It hovers on rapidly vibrating wings, the body in almost a vertical position, but the head bent sharply down, the eyes being fixed on the bird beneath, while the wide-open crest shines in the sun like a crown or shield of fiery yellow. When thus hovering it does not sing, but emits a series of sharp, excited, chirping sounds. The goldcrest builds a pendant nest, made fast to the small twigs under a branch of yew or fir, and uses a variety of materials, fine dry grass, leaves, moss, and webs, closely woven together, lining the cavity with feathers. It is a very ingenious and pretty structure. The eggs laid are from 6 to 10, of a pale yellowish white, spotted and blotched, chiefly at the large end, with reddish brown. In the autumn, in the months of October and November, a great migratory movement takes place among the goldcrests in the north of Europe, and in some seasons incredible numbers of these small travelers arrive, often in an exhausted condition, in Northumberland and on the east coast of Scotland. After resting close to the sea for a day or two, they resume their journey, and distribute themselves over the country. The firecrest, Regulus signicapillus, which closely resembles the species just described, is an accidental visitor from the continent of Europe. Chiffchaff. Philoscapus rufus. Upper plumage olive green tinged with yellow, above the eye a faint yellowish-white streak, under parts yellowish-white, feathers of the leg grayish-white. Length, 4 inches and 3/4. The chiffchaff, although his song is so simple, the simplest song of all, and after a time is apt to become wearisome from incessant repetition, is, nevertheless, one of the most welcome visitors of the early spring, for this small bird, in spite of its smallness and frailty, is the first of the migratory warblers to make its appearance on our coasts. Shortly after the middle of March, and even earlier in some years, the well-remembered, familiar sound, full of promise of the beautiful budding season, begins to be heard here and there in the more sheltered and sunny spots in woods and copses, and by the first week in April it is one of the most familiar sounds in the country. It is not, however, so general as the strain of the willow wren, this species being more local in its distribution. It is this early appearance of the chiffchaff, coming before the swallow dares, that endears it to the lover of nature and of bird life. Mr. Ward Fowler, in his Year with the Birds, has well expressed the feeling which so many have for this small warbler. No one, he says, who hails the approach of spring as the real beginning of a new life for men and plants and animals, can fail to be grateful to this little brown bird for putting on it the stamp and sanction of his clear, resonant voice. We grow tired of his 2 notes, he never gets beyond 2, for he sings almost the whole summer through, but not even the first twitter of the swallow, or the earliest song of the nightingale, has the same hopeful story to tell me as this delicate traveller who dares the east wind and the frost. The 2 notes, which vary as slightly in tone as 2 taps of a hammer on an anvil delivered with equal force on the same spot, are emitted with great vigour and spirit, as if the little creature's whole heart was in the performance, and repeated several times without a pause. This is the whole song, and, when not engaged in uttering it, the singer is incessantly moving about in pursuit of small insects and their larvae, now searching for them in the small twigs and buds, after the manner of the titmice, and at times capturing them on the wing. Meanwhile the song is repeated at frequent intervals from morning until dark. It is not suspended, as in the case of most of the warblers, after the young have been hatched, but continues throughout the summer and autumn, when it degenerates somewhat in character, the sound losing the little musical quality it originally possessed. The nest is made in the ground, a hedge bank being the situation preferred, and is round and domed, with an opening at the side. Dry grass, leaves, and moss are the materials used in its construction, the cavity being plentifully lined with feathers. The eggs are 6, pure white, spotted and speckled with brown and brownish purple. Willow wren. Philoscapus trochilus. Upper plumage bright olive green, a narrow streak of yellow over the eye, underparts yellowish white, palest in the middle, feathers of the legs yellow. Length, nearly 5 inches. The willow wren, or willow warbler, is one of the earliest of our summer songsters to arrive, usually following the chiff-chaff, which it resembles in size and general appearance, by a few days. During the last week of March, if the weather be not too cold, its delicate strain may be heard in sheltered situations in the southern parts of England, and by the second week in April it is one of the most frequently heard songs throughout the length and breadth of the land. Not only is this species very much more generally diffused than its two nearest relations, the chiff-chaff and wood wren, but it is met with in a much greater variety of situations, on commons, in hedgerows, gardens, woods, and plantations. Yet, in spite of its abundance and wide distribution, it is nowhere a familiar bird to the country people. The small, delicate voice does not compel attention and is well nigh lost in the summer concert that has so many loud, jubilant strains in it. The willow wren is a pretty little bird, although without any bright color in its plumage, which at a short distance looks of a soft greenish-yellow tint. He is best seen when the trees are opening their buds, before the thickening foliage hides his tiny, restless, flitting form from sight. He is the least shy of the warblers, his trustfulness being in strong contrast to the suspicious manner and love of concealment of the black-cap and white-throat. He will unconcernedly continue his hunt for minute insects, and utter his melody at intervals, within a few feet of a person, sitting or standing, quietly observing him. The song, although a small one, both as to duration and power, has a singular charm, not merely the charm of association experienced in a voice long absent and heard once more, a voice of the spring, that comes before the loud call of the cuckoo and the familiar, joyous twitter of the swallow. It is in itself a beautiful sound, one of the sweetest bird songs heard in our country. A song which is unique among British birds, says Mr. Ward Fowler, whose description of it is, perhaps, the most perfect which we have. Beginning with a high and tolerably full note, he drops it both in force and pitch in a cadence short and sweet, as though he were getting exhausted with the effort. This cadence is often perfect, by which I mean that it descends gradually, not, of course, on the notes of our musical scale, but through fractions of one, or perhaps two, of our tones, and without returning upward at the end, but still more often, and especially, as I fancy, after they have been here a few weeks, they take to finishing with a note nearly as high in pitch as that with which they began. After this it is interesting to read Mr. J. Burroughs's impressions of the willow wren's song. He writes, "The most melodious strain I heard, and the only one that exhibited to the full the best qualities of the American songsters, proceeded from a bird quite unknown to fame, in the British Islands, at least. I refer to the willow warbler. White says it has a sweet, plaintive note which is but half the truth. It has a long, tender, delicious warble, not wanting in strength and volume, but eminently pure and sweet, the song of the chaffinch refined and idealized. The song is, perhaps, in the minor key, feminine and not masculine, but it touches the heart. That strain again, it had a dying fall. The song of the willow warbler has a dying fall. No other bird song is so touching in this respect. It mounts up round and full, then runs down the scale, and expires upon the air in a gentle murmur. The willow wren breeds early, making a circular domed nest on the ground, among the long grass and weeds, under a hedge or beneath a bramble bush on a bank, and occasionally at a distance from sheltering bushes in the grass of a field. It is made of dry grass, and lined with rootlets and horsehair, and, lastly, with feathers. The eggs are 6 or 7 in number, pure white, the yolk showing through the frail shell, and giving it a faint yellow tinge. They are blotched and spotted with reddish-brown. When the nest is approached, the parent birds display the greatest anxiety, hopping and flitting about close to the intruder, and uttering low, plaintive notes. The willow wren stays longer with us than any migratory warbler except the chiff-chaff, and its song is, without exception, the most persistent. From the time of its arrival in March, or early in April, it sings without ceasing until July. Then for a few weeks its song is heard only in the early morning, and it ceases at the end of August, during the moult, but is renewed a little later, and is then continued until the bird's departure at the end of September. Wood wren. Philoscapus sibyllatrix. Upper plumage olive green tinged with sulphur yellow, a broad streak of sulphur yellow over the eye, sides of head, throat, and insertion of the wings and throat bright yellow, rest of under plumage pure white. Length, nearly 6 inches. This warbler arrives in England at the end of April, being later by many days than its 2 nearest relations, the chiff-chaff and willow wren. As its name implies, it is a bird of the woods, with a preference for such as are composed wholly or in part of oak and beech trees. It is not easily discerned, on account of its restless disposition, also because it chiefly frequents the uppermost parts of the trees it inhabits. Its instinct appears to be to live and hunt for the small insects it preys on among the green leaves at the greatest possible height from the earth. This may account for its love of the beech, which is the tallest of our forest trees. But if difficult to see as it flits lightly from place to place among the higher foliage, it is easy to hear, and its frequently uttered song sounds very loud in the woodland silence, and is strangely unlike that of any other songster. It may be said to possess 2 distinct songs. Of these, the most frequently uttered and unmistakable begins with notes clear, sweet, and distinct, but following more and more rapidly until they run together in a resonant trill, and finally end in a long, tremulous note, somewhat thin and reedy in sound. At longer intervals it utters its other song, or call, a loud, clear note, slightly modulated, and somewhat plaintive, repeated without variation 3 or 4 times. The wood wren, although so great a lover of the tall tree tops, breeds on the ground, like the 2 species described before it, and, like them, builds an oval-shaped domed nest. It is placed among the herbage, and is composed of moss, dry leaves, and grasses, lined with fine grass and horsehair. Feathers are never used in the nest lining, and in this the wood wren differs from the two preceding species. 6 eggs are laid, transparent white, spotted and speckled with dark brown, purple and gray. The wood wren differs from most of the warblers in being exclusively an insect eater. A fourth member of this genus, the yellow-browed warbler, Philoscapus superciliosus, which breeds in northern Siberia, has been met with as a rare straggler in this country. 2 more warblers, belonging to different genera, must be mentioned here as stragglers to England: the icterine warbler, Hypales icterina, and the rufous warbler, Edongalectodes. Reed warbler, Acrocephalus stropyrus. Upper plumage uniform reddish-brown, without spots, a white streak or spot between the eye and bill, throat white, under plumage very pale buff. Length, 5½ inches. The reed warbler closely resembles the sedge warbler, next to be described, in size, coloring, and general appearance, also in language and habits, but is a much less common species, more local in its distribution, and is, consequently, not nearly so well known. He arrives in this country about the middle of April, and inhabits dense reed beds in dikes, marshes, and the borders of rivers, where he skulks, for the most part out of sight, but his loquacity betrays his presence, for he is a persistent singer, especially in the early part of the day, and again in the evening. His song resembles that of the sedge warbler in its curious mingling of musical and harsh notes, its hurried and somewhat angry scolding character, but is less powerful, the harsh notes less harsh and vigorous, a sweeter but not so interesting a performance. Like the nearly allied species, he bursts into singing when excited by fear or solicitude for the safety of his nest. He is an exceedingly restless little creature, incessantly hopping from stem to stem, now mounting to the surface of the reeds, and almost instantly dropping into concealment again. Even where the birds are many, it is only by patient waiting and watching that an occasional glimpse of one can be got. His food consists of small insects, caught on the wing and on the leaves and stems of the reeds, and aquatic herbage. The nest is a deep, beautiful structure, suspended on 2 or 3, or more, slender reed stems, or on the twigs of a willow, osier, or other plant growing near the water. It is made of long dry grass leaves woven together, with finer grass leaves and horsehair for a lining. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, greenish-white in color, clouded, blotched, and freckled with dark olive and ash gray. Sedge warbler, Acrocephalus phragmitis. Upper plumage grayish-brown, above the eye a broad, distinct, yellowish-white streak, under plumage pale buff, throat white. Length, 4 inches and 3/4. Fig. 30. Sedge warbler. 1/3 natural size. The sedge warbler, usually called sedgebird, and in some localities river chat, is a common species in most waterside places where there are reed beds and willows. It also frequents rough hedges and bramble and furze bushes in the neighborhood of a watercourse. Sometimes, but not often, it is found breeding at a considerable distance from a stream. It comes to us in April, and is a most active and lively little creature. Although not shy of man, it is less easy to observe than any other species in this group, except, perhaps, the grasshopper warbler, on account of its excessive restlessness, the rapidity of its movements, and its habit of keeping near the surface in the close reeds and bushes it lives in. The grasshopper warbler, and, indeed, most small birds that inhabit bushes, love to come to the surface to sing. The sedge warbler sings much as he hurries about in search of his food, which consists of small caterpillars and slugs, and aquatic insects. Occasionally the restless little yellowish-brown figure appears for a moment or two near the top of a bush, and then vanishes again. The song is curious, and delivered in a curious manner, with hurry and vehemence, and this, as well as the character of the sounds emitted, gives the idea that the bird is excited to anger, that he is scolding at, rather than singing to, the listener. The opening note, hurriedly repeated several times, and recurring at short intervals as long as the song lasts, its keynote and refrain, resembles the chiding note of the whitethroat when its nest is approached, but is louder and more strident. It is the loudest sound the sedge warbler emits, and when the song is heard at a distance of 50 or 60 yards it seems all composed of chiding notes. But on a nearer approach, and the bird will allow the listener to get quite close to it, the performance is found to be a very varied one. Listening to it, one finds it hard not to believe that this warbler possesses the faculty it has often been credited with, of mocking other species. But if he indeed has such a talent, he reproduces not so much the songs of other birds as the notes and chirps and small cries of anxiety and alarm, the various sounds emitted by singing birds in the presence of danger to their young or incubated eggs. Thus, in the medley of hurried and strongly contrasted sounds that come in a continuous stream from the sedge warbler, one seems to recognize the low girding of the nightingale, and the different notes of solicitude of the sparrow, reed bunting, and chaffinch, of the wren and the willow wren, the meadow pipit and pied wagtail. But whether these various sounds are really borrowed or not one can never feel sure. The sedge warbler is a very persistent singer. Some birds are too chary of their strains, but of this waterside music any person may have as much as he likes in May and June. Singing is apparently as little tiring to this bird as rushing through the air is to the swift. At the season of his greatest vigor he appears to pour out his rapid notes almost automatically, and when silent, a stone or stick flung into his haunts will provoke a fresh outburst of melody. He also sings a great deal at night in the love season. The sedge warbler makes its nest among the tangled vegetation at the waterside. As a rule it is placed near the ground, and is composed outwardly of moss, leaves, and aquatic grasses, and lined with fine grass and hair. The eggs are 5, of a dirty white or pale brownish ground color, with yellowish-brown spots, sometimes with hair-like marks among the spots. Besides the two described, 3 more species of this group of warblers have been numbered as British birds, having been found as stragglers in this country. These are the marsh warbler, Acrocephalus palustris, the great reed warbler, Acrocephalus teduides, and the aquatic warbler, Acrocephalus aquaticus. Grasshopper warbler. Locustilla navia. Upper parts light greenish brown, the middle of each feather, being darker, gives a mottled appearance, under parts very pale brown, spotted with darker brown on neck and breast, feet light brown. Length, 5½ inches. Female without the brown spots on the breast. This warbler arrives in our country about the middle of April, sometimes a week, or even a fortnight, earlier. In the melodious family to which it belongs, it is distinguished by the singularity of its voice, which has no musical, or song-like, or even bird-like quality in it, but is like the sound produced by some stridulating insects. It is to be found in suitable situations throughout England and Wales, and in many parts of Scotland and Ireland. It frequents both dry and marshy ground where dense masses of vegetation afford it the close cover which would seem necessary to its frail existence. Thus it is found in reed beds growing in the water, and in hedges and thorny thickets, and among the furze bushes on open commons. Although thus widely distributed in the British Islands, it is, like the nightingale, very local, and reappears faithfully each spring at the same spot. How strong the attachment to place, or home, is in this species will be seen in the following fact. Having found a small colony of about half a dozen grasshopper warblers inhabiting a circumscribed spot in the middle of an extensive common, I went back to the place in 3 consecutive summers, and each time found the birds in the same bushes. Yet the 12 or 20 furze and bramble bushes which they inhabited were in no way, that one could see, better suited to their requirements than hundreds of other bushes of the same description scattered over the surrounding land. Nor were any other individuals of the species to be found in the neighborhood, except one pair, which were always to be met with in some brambles about 1/4 mile from the spot inhabited by the other birds. Such a fact appears to show that, not only do the old birds return year after year to the same breeding place, but that the young also come back to the spot where they were hatched. Also, it appears to show that in this frail and far-traveling species the annual increase is only sufficient to make good the losses from all natural causes. Immediately after their arrival in April, the males begin their curious vocal performance, at first with a feeble and broken strain, but in a little while the voice gains in strength and shrillness, and the utterance becomes more sustained, lasting sometimes without a break for 30 or 40 seconds, and even longer. This is renewed again and again at short intervals throughout the day, and continued far into the night. Indeed, the song may be heard all night long in fine summer weather. The sound is recognized by few of those who hear it as coming from a bird. It is usually attributed to an insect, and if the hearer grows curious, and tries to find the exact spot from which it issues, he finds this a somewhat difficult task. The sound seems now on this side, now on that, now far away, and anon close at hand. It is here, there, and everywhere. A good plan is to put the open hands behind the ear, then to turn slowly round until the exact spot is discovered. When the bush from which it proceeds has been found, the listener should advance cautiously to within a few yards of it, and sit down and wait until the hidden bird, recovering from his alarm, comes up to the summit and resumes his singing. It is then most interesting to observe him. The bird sits motionless, turning its head from side to side, and so long as the strain continues the yellow mouth is wide open, like the gaping mouth of a fledgling waiting to receive food, the slender body trembling with the sound, as if an electric current were passing through it. The sound produced has been compared by different writers to the song of a grasshopper, only more sustained, to the cicada, to the whirring of a wool spinner's reel, and to that of a well-oiled fisherman's reel made to run at a very rapid rate, and, finally, to the sharp, vibrating sound of the rattlesnake, and to an electric bell, but it is not so sharp as these last two. The grasshopper warbler builds on the ground, and so well concealed is the nest that it is only possible to find it by watching the birds when carrying nesting materials into the bush. The nest is formed of dry grass and moss, and lined with fine fibers. 5 to 7 eggs are laid, white or pale pink, spotted with reddish-brown over the entire egg, and sometimes fine hair-like lines are mixed with the spots. A small warbler, closely resembling the grasshopper warbler in its language and habits, and once an indigenous British species, is Locustilla lucinoides, locally known as the real bird, red night trailer, and red craking night wren, and in books as Savvy's warbler, after its discoverer. It bred regularly in the Norfolk Broads and the Fen districts in Lincolnshire down to about 1849, when it became extinct. Hedge sparrow. Accenta modularis. Fig. 31. Hedge sparrow. 1/3 natural size. Crown ash color with brown streaks, side of neck, throat, and breast bluish gray, back and wings reddish brown streaked with dark brown, breast and belly buffy white. Length, 5½ inches. Most people know that a sparrow is a hard-billed bird of the finch family, and that the subject of this notice is not a sparrow, except in name. It is, in fact, a soft-billed bird belonging to that large and musical family which includes the nightingale, the redbreast, and the warblers. How absurd, then, to go on calling it a sparrow, certain ornithologists have said from time to time, and have renamed it the hedge accenta. But, as Professor Newton has said in his addition to Urell's account of the bird, a name which has been part and parcel of our language for centuries, and which Shakespeare used, is hardly to be dropped, even at the bidding of the wisest, so long as the English tongue lasts. Now, as the English tongue promises to last a long time, it seems safest to retain the old and, in one sense, incorrect name. Dunnock is another common name for this species. It is also called shuffalooing, from the habit the bird has, when perched, of frequently shaking its wings. Among our small birds, the hedge sparrow is regarded with some slight degree of that kindly feeling, or favoritism, which is extended to the robin redbreast, the swallow, and the martin. It is one of the few delicate little birds that brave the rigors of an English winter, and occasionally enliven that dead season with their melody. With the wren and missel thrush, It is a prophet, in February, of the return of brighter sunshine and lengthening days, and in hard weather it comes much about the house, for the sake of the small morsels of food to be picked up, and, while retaining its sprightliness at such times, it learns to be trustful. It is possible that the feeling or sentiment which no person, not even the most matter-of-fact scientific ornithologist, is quite proof against, is the cause of this species having been a little overpraised in many books about birds. The hedge sparrow is often spoken of as a very charming little creature, while its song has been described as pleasing, as sweet, and as delightful. All birds are in a sense attractive, and even charming in appearance, but in different degrees, and the plain-colored dunnock strikes one as being the least attractive among our birds. In the same way, the song may be said to be pleasant because it is a natural sound, and is heard in the open air when the sun shines, when leaves and blossoms are out, and it expresses the gladness which is common to all sentient things. But it has none of the rare qualities which are requisite to make a pleasant sound anything more than a merely pleasant sound. The hedge sparrow is a common bird throughout the British Islands, so common as to be familiar to most people, in spite of its shyness and love of concealment. It is preeminently a hedge bird, and in that respect has been well named, even in the most populous districts, and in the suburbs of large towns, where a hedge remains. There the smoke-grey and brown little bird will have its home and make its nest, although it may seldom be able to rear its young. It is a very early breeder, a first brood being often reared in March. As a rule, the nest is placed in the center of a hedge or thorny bush, 3 or 4 feet from the ground. It is made of dry grass and fine roots, and lined with hair. The eggs are 5 or 6 in number, bright greenish-blue in color, without spots. 2 or 3 broods are reared in the season. The alpine accenter, Accenta colaris, a larger species than our hedge sparrow, which it resembles in color, is known as a straggler to England from the mountainous districts of Central and Southern Europe. Dipper. Cinclus aquaticus. Fig. 32. Dipper. 1/5 natural size. Upper plumage brownish black tinged with gray, throat and breast pure white, belly chestnut brown, bill black, feet horn color. Female, colors dingy. Length, 6 inches and a half. The dipper, or water ouzel, differs considerably in appearance, and still more in habits, from all other British birds, as is the case with such species as the wryneck, cuckoo, kingfisher, bearded tit, tree creeper, starling, and nuthatch. There is no other like him. In figure he is wren-like, stout and compact in body, with short, rounded wings and short, square tail, which, as with the wren, is often carried upright and jerked. He is a little less than the song thrush in size, and is conspicuously colored, the greater part of the plumage being black, or blackish-brown, and, in strong contrast, the throat and upper part of the breast shining white, a big black wren with a silvery white bib. Some species always live and move within such narrow limits, or, in other words, are so dependent on certain conditions, that we invariably think of them in association with their surroundings: the snipe with the boggy soil, the rock pipit with the rock-bound seashore, the tree creeper with the tree he climbs upon, the lark with the cultivated fields, and the swift with the void blue sky, through which he is perpetually rushing. In like manner we invariably think of the Dipper in connection with the swift, brawling mountain torrent he inhabits. He is never, or very seldom, found removed from it, and is probably more restricted to certain conditions, and consequently more bound to his home, than any one of the species just named. The stream he attaches himself to must have quiet and comparatively deep pools, and the water must be clear to enable him to detect the larvae of water beetles, dragonflies, and other aquatic insects he preys on, all of which have a protective coloring. He does not range up and down a stream, like the kingfisher, to visit the various feeding places. He limits himself to a portion of it, in many cases not more than 100 yards in length, and explores the bottoms of the same pools from day to day, until they must be as familiar to him, all their inequalities, their stony ridges and half-buried boulders, and sandy or pebbled places, and all the holes and secret corners where sediment collects, as the rooms we live in are to us, and about which we are able to move freely in the dimmest light. In ascending a mountain stream such as these birds love, abounding in deep, quiet pools, with noisy cascades and shallow rapids, its bottom strewn with great fallen boulders partly submerged, the rocky banks overgrown with sheltering bushes and vines. When you disturb a dipper he flies upstream a short distance, perhaps 20 yards, and alights on a boulder, or in the shadow of an overhanging rock, and there waits, silent and motionless, until, disturbed again, he takes a second short flight upstream, and so on to the limit of his range, whereupon, rising up and doubling back, he flies to the spot he started from. And as often as you disturb him he will act in the same way, going just so far, and no farther. If you leave him behind and go on, you will find another pair of dippers, whose portion of the stream begins just where that of the first pair ends. They, too, will act in the same way, and fly on until the end of their range is reached, and will not venture beyond where a third pair are in possession. Where they are not disturbed a mountain stream may be found parcelled out in this way among a dozen or 20 couples. Probably the dipper, like the robin, jealously resents the intrusion of another bird of his kind into his chosen ground. Concerning this habit of the dipper, and its strange way of feeding under the water, something still remains to be known. It is, indeed, strange that this little perching songbird should have the habit of diving for its food like a grebe or a guillemot, and other species that have structures specially adapted to such a way of life. For there is absolutely nothing in the dipper's structure to lead anyone unacquainted with its habits to believe that it ever approaches the water, unless to drink and bathe, and perhaps to pick up an insect floating on the surface. That it is able to sink into and move freely about beneath the water close to the bottom of a stream, in spite of gravity, seems very astonishing, and would be incredible if the fact were not so familiar. Some ornithologists believe that it is related to the wren, others to the thrush. That is a question capable of solution, but how by a shortcut it became a diver must remain a mystery. Formerly it was believed that the dipper was able to walk freely about on the bottom of the stream, but that was an error. It is difficult to watch the bird moving about underwater, but a few good observers have succeeded in doing so, and from their accounts it would appear that the dipper propels itself by powerful wing beats, moving by a series of rushes or jerks, keeping close to the bottom of the stream. It appears to swallow its food underwater, but comes up at intervals to breathe, then sinks again beneath the surface. On land the dipper is somewhat inactive, and will stand on a boulder or under an overhanging rock without moving for a long time. One would imagine that their eyes, fitted so well to see in the dim light beneath the surface, must be very sensitive to the glare above. The dipper's song is short but brilliant, and very much like that of the wren in character. It is heard most frequently in the love season, and occasionally in autumn and in winter, when the sun shines, even during very cold weather. The nest is made among the rocks, usually in a crevice, and is very large for the size of the bird, being sometimes a foot across, and is globular in form, with a small opening near the top. It is composed principally of moss, loosely felted, the inside lined with dry grass, fine rootlets, and dead leaves. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, pure white, and unspotted. The dipper is most common in mountainous districts in Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, and is found in suitable localities in England. The black-billed dipper, Cinclus melanogaster, the Scandinavian and North Russian form of Cinclus aquaticus, has been met with on 2 or 3 occasions as a straggler to the east coast of England. Plate 4. Bearded titmouse. 3/4 gnat. Size. Bearded titmouse. Panurus biamicus. Head bluish grey, between the bill and eye a tuft of pendant black feathers, prolonged into a pointed moustache, throat and neck greyish white, breast and belly white tinged with yellow and pink, upper parts light orange-brown, wings variegated with black, white and red, tail very long, orange-brown, the outer feathers variegated with black and white. Female, the moustache the same color as the cheek, the gray on the head absent. Length, 6 inches and a half. This bird, although by name a tit, and placed next to the titmice by many naturalists in their systems, differs widely from those birds in some points. The question of its true position among passerine birds has, indeed, been a subject of controversy for a long time past, and is not yet settled. Some writers would have it that it comes nearest to the shrikes, others, that it is most closely related to the buntings, and still others place it next to the waxwing. Leaving aside anatomical subjects, it may be said that the bearded tit is unlike all these different birds, and the titmice in habits, language, coloring, and in its curious feather ornaments, the erectile, pointed, black feathers that grow between the beak and eyes, and form the curious long moustache which gives the bird its name. The bearded tit, although at all times an extremely local species, on account of its being exclusively an inhabitant of reed beds, was once fairly common in many parts of England, but owing to the draining of marshes and to the persecution of collectors, it has now become one of the rarest of British birds. At present it is confined to the district of the Broads in Norfolk, where it is, unhappily, becoming increasingly rare, and is threatened with extinction at no distant date. It is a very pretty bird in its buff and fawn-colored dress, very elegant in form, its singular black moustache and long, graduated tail enhancing the beauty of its appearance, and exceedingly graceful in its motions. It lives in the beds of reeds growing in the water, and the slim, graceful, clinging bud, and the tall, slender stems, with their pale, pointed leaves and feathery flowers, seem adapted each to the other. In seeking its food it clings to the reeds, much as the blue tit does to the pendant twigs of the birch. Its food consists of small insects and their larvae, small mollusks, and the seeds of the reeds. In autumn and winter it is gregarious, 3 or 4, or more, families uniting in a flock, and roaming from reed bed to reed bed and from broad to broad. When disturbed, or alarmed at the appearance of a hawk, they drop down into concealment among the reeds, but in a short time rise to the surface again, climbing parrot-like up the slender stems. There are few birds without a brilliant coloring that have so attractive an appearance as the bearded tit, especially when seen flying just above the top of the reeds, or when perched on a slender stem near its top, and swayed to and fro by the wind. Their alarm note is harsh, but they have a variety of calling and singing notes, which are somewhat metallic in sound and very musical. A writer in Loudon's Magazine of Natural History describes the bearded tits in flight as uttering in full chorus their sweetly musical notes. It may be compared to the music of very small cymbals, is clear and ringing, though soft, and corresponds well with the delicacy and beauty of the form and color of the bird. The nest is made at the end of March or early in April, and is placed on the ground, under a bush, or among the grass and herbage near the water. It is composed of leaves of reeds, bents, and grass blades, and lined with the fine fibers of the reed tops. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, and sometimes 8. They are white, with a few minute specks, blotches, and lines of dark reddish-brown. Long-tailed titmouse. Acridula rosea. Fig. 33. Long-tailed tit. A quarter natural size. Head, neck, throat, breast, and a portion of the outer tail feathers white, back, wings, and 6 middle feathers of the tail black, a black streak above the eye, sides of the back and scapulars tinged with rosy red, under parts reddish white. Tail very long, beak very short. Length, 5 inches and 3/4. The long-tailed tit is the least of the titmice, and is only saved from being described as the smallest British bird on account of its loose plumage and long tail, which make it look a trifle more bulky than the golden-crested wren. In many of its habits, and to some extent in its appearance, it resembles the typical tits, the 5 species of the genus Parus which remain to be described, and is often seen associating with them in winter. In its coloring, language, and nesting habits it differs from them. It is a somewhat singular-looking little bird, with grey and rose-colored plumage, short wings, a very long tail, and a short, conical beak, which gives the round head something of a parrot-like appearance. This species is found throughout Great Britain and Ireland, but is less common in Scotland than in England. It inhabits woods and plantations, and, like the other tits, is social, active, and restless in its habits. After the breeding season, the old and young birds remain united, and spend the autumn and winter months in perpetually wandering through the woods, but their travels do not take them far from home. They are seen in a scattered party, each member of which appears wholly occupied with his own search for minute insects and their eggs and larvae, but is ready at a given signal to abandon his food-getting and join the others in their hurried flight to the next tree. And as they pass from tree to tree, their short wings and long tails give them, as Knapp said, the appearance of a flight of arrows. Leaving the woods, they roam over the surrounding country, making their way by short stages from tree to tree and from bush to bush, along lanes and hedges, and visiting the clumps of trees in parks and pasture lands. They also come about houses, not for the crumbs that fall from the table, but to continue in gardens and shrubberies their endless search for minute insects. Very restless and anxious little hearts are theirs, one would imagine, from their incessant hurried flittings from place to place, and the small, querulous sounds in which they converse together. At night they roost huddled together in a cluster composed, in some cases, of half a dozen or 8 birds in a row, with 3 or 4 others perched on their backs, and 1 or 2 more resting on these. Early in spring these curious little companies break up, and the song or love call of the male bird, so unlike that of the other tits, may be heard, a prolonged trill, low and aerial, and very delicate in sound. The nest is placed on a tree or bush, and is long in building, and a marvel of bird architecture. It is domed, oval in shape, with a small aperture near the top, and is composed of moss, lichens, and hair closely felted, and the interior thickly lined with feathers. Macgillivray says that the feathers taken from one nest numbered 2,379. 6 to 11 eggs are laid, sometimes a larger number. They are pure white or pearly grey in ground color, thinly spotted with light red and a few faint purple marks. The continental form of the long-tailed tit, Acridula cordata, differs from a rosier in wanting the dark stripe on the head. Specimens without the stripe are sometimes met with in this country, but whether or no they are visitors from the continent is not known. Great titmouse. Parus major. Head, throat, and a band passing down the center of the breast black, back olive green, cheeks and a spot on the nape white, breast and belly yellow. Length, 6 inches. The great tit, or ocky, is a resident species throughout the British Islands, and inhabits woods and plantations, and is also seen in orchards, gardens, and shrubberies. He is nowhere abundant, yet very well known, being one of those species it would be difficult for even the least observant person to overlook. He has a comparatively gay plumage, and the various colors are disposed and contrasted in a striking way. The intense glossy black of the head, throat, and broad band which divides the bright greenish yellow of the underparts lengthways, make him a conspicuous object. Fig. 34. Great tit. 1/3 natural size. His voice, for so small a bird, is a powerful and far-reaching one, and his frequently uttered spring call, or song, composed of 2 notes repeated 2 or 3 times in succession, strikes so sharply on the sense that it compels attention, like ringing blows on an anvil or on the rivets of iron rails and girders, or the sound of sharpening a saw. Saw sharpener is one of its local names. Another thing, the oki is the largest of the tits, consequently the principal member of a group of small birds exhibiting very strongly marked characters. They differ from most small birds, to some extent, in form, coloring, and general appearance, and, in a greater degree, in language and habits. They are extremely active and restless, and spend most of their time in trees, from the bark of the trunk and large branches to the smallest terminal twigs and leaves. In winter, when the elms and other deciduous trees have shed their foliage, and their fine upper boughs appear like a somber fretwork against the pale sky, the tits are seen at their best. They are then gathered into small flocks or family parties, and may be observed, as they scatter about the tree, clinging to the twigs in every conceivable position, and looking like a company of small sober-colored paraquets of this cold northern world. They subsist principally on small insects and their eggs, larvae, and chrysalids, but are almost omnivorous in their diet, feeding on buds, seed, and fruits, and on animal food when it can be had. A meaty bone or a piece of bacon, cooked or raw, or a lump of suet, will quickly attract them, as is well known. The oki, pretty little bird as it is, will eat carrion like any crow, and even kill and devour other small birds as big as himself. His rapacious habits have, however, not been very well established. In a captive condition he will occasionally attack a small bird in the same cage, killing it by vigorous blows on the head, and picking out its brains. But in a state of nature the great tit would probably be able to kill only a young or sick bird. For so small a bird he is, undoubtedly, very resolute and strong. The rapid blows of his short, strong bill on the bark sound like those of a nuthatch. Like that bird, he splits open the hard shells of seeds to get at the kernels. The great tit is less social and gregarious than the other species of this group, still, he does unite in small parties, and joins the bands of mixed titmice and other small birds that form so familiar and interesting a feature of woods and copses in autumn and winter. The nest is placed in a variety of situations, but a covered site is usually preferred to an open one, and nests may be found in holes and cavities in decayed timber, holes in walls, and in old nests of magpies, crows, and rooks. In a well-covered site the nest is loosely built. If in an open one, such as a crow's nest, the structure is much more elaborate, dry grass, moss, hair, and wool, being closely woven together, and the inside thickly lined with feathers. The eggs vary from 5 to 11 in number, usually they are 7 or 8. They are pure white or faintly tinged with yellow, blotched and spotted with reddish-brown. 2 broods are reared in the season. The parent birds are very bold in defense of their eggs and young, and vigorously attack any bird that approaches the nest, without regard to its size. The sitting bird sometimes refuses to leave her eggs, and when taken in the hand will bite and hiss like the wryneck. In autumn and winter the number of great tits is considerably increased by a migration from the continent. Coal titmouse. Paracetta, Parus britannicus. Crown, throat, and front of the neck black, cheeks and nape pure white, upper parts grey, wings bluish-grey, with 2 white bands, under parts white tinged with grey. Length, 4 1/4 inches. The coal tit of our country, P. britannicus, differs slightly from the continental form, P. etta, the British bird having the slate grey of the upper parts suffused with brown or olive, while in the continental form the brown tinge is confined to the rump. The European coal tit visits our islands on migration, and doubtless interbreeds with our bird, as intermediate varieties are found. The coal tit, or coal mouse, like the oki and the blue tit, is generally diffused throughout the British Islands, and is not uncommon, although nowhere abundant. In Scotland it is more local in its distribution, being found chiefly in districts abounding in pine and fir woods. It is believed to be increasing in numbers and extending its range in this country. In its social habits, its flight, and its manner of seeking its food, during which it clings to the smaller boughs and twigs in a variety of positions, it closely resembles the other members of its genus. It also resembles them in its language, although a shriller note may be detected in its voice, both in its call note and song. It differs from other tits in its greater activity, in preferring conifers to other trees, in going more often to the ground to feed, and in being a greater wanderer out of the breeding season. The nest, as a rule, is placed near the ground, in a hole in a rotten tree stump, or in a wall, or any other suitable place. It is composed of moss, hair, and feathers, felted together, and lined with more feathers. 6 to 8 eggs are laid, like those of the great tit in color. Like the oki, it is omnivorous, but in summer it feeds principally on insects. After the breeding season the old and young birds keep together, and several families may unite and form a flock. One of the most interesting winter sights in a wood composed of pine and fir growing together with beech and other deciduous trees is afforded by a wandering flock of coal tits. As they move from tree to tree they attract other species of similar habits, the oki and blue and marsh tits, and gold crests, and siskins, and perhaps a couple of tree creepers. Occasionally a party of long-tailed tits will join, and keep with the flock for some time, but the long-tails are the most restless and vagrant of all, and eventually hurry on by themselves, leaving the more patient plodders behind. It is wonderful and very beautiful to see so many species thus drawn into companionship by a common social instinct, and by a similar manner of seeking their food. A mental likeness serves to keep them together for hours at a time, or for a whole day, in spite of so great a diversity in form and color and language. marsh titmouse. Purus palustris. Forehead, crown, head, and nape black, upper parts grey, wings dark grey, lighter at the edges, cheeks, throat, and breast dull white. Length, 4 inches and a half. It is curious that, of the 7 species of birds inhabiting this country called titmice in the vernacular, 6 have been named from some character that strikes the eye: greater size in 1, a peculiar feather ornament in 2, and in the remaining species a distinctive shape or color, and the names in all cases are suitable: bearded, long-tailed, great, blue, coal, and crested. In the one case where this rule has been neglected, the name is unsuitable and misleading. The marsh tit may be more partial to low or wet ground than the blue tit, and ocky, and coal tit, but the bird is found everywhere, in woods, groves, hedgerows, orchards, and gardens, and in autumn and winter is seen associating with the other species in their wandering bands. But it would have been difficult to name this species from its coloring, which is more uniform and sober than in any of the others. He is the plainest of them all, but in his lively, social habits, and in his various pretty motions and attitudes, he is one of the family, and so strong in him is the family likeness, that some find it not easy to distinguish marsh tit from coal tit, except when seen closely. In its language, also, it is unmistakably a titmouse, but it is not so vociferous as the ocky and blue tit, and its tinkering voice is not so sharp and loud. The nest is placed in a rotten stump or trunk of a tree, an old pollarded willow being a favorite site, and sometimes the bird excavates a hole for itself in the decayed wood. The nest is made of moss and hair, felted together, and lined with willow down. The eggs are 5 or 6 in number, and are similar to those of the great tit in coloring. The marsh tit is common in England, rarer in Scotland, and does not extend to Ireland. Blue titmouse. Purus ulus. Crown blue encircled with white, cheeks white bordered with dark blue, back olive green, wings and tail bluish, greater coverts and secondaries tipped with white, breast and belly yellow, traversed by a dark blue line. Length, 4½ inches. The blue tit is a commoner species than the ocky, and is even more widely diffused in this country, its range extending from the Channel Islands to the northernmost parts of Scotland, and it has been found as a straggler in the Orkneys and the Shetlands. All the qualities that distinguish the tits and make them such engaging birds are found in a marked degree in the present species: sociability, extreme vivacity, especially in the cold season, and the power to assume an endless variety of graceful positions when clinging to the slender branches and twigs, upright or pendulous, of the leafless trees in winter. And as the blue tit is more abundant, and more familiar with man, than the others, besides having a gayer coloring, he is the favorite member of his genus. He promises, indeed, to become in time our first feathered favorite, for though he is without melody, and does not come to us with a glad message, like the swallow, and has no ancient sentiment and nursery literature, like the robin, to help him to the front, he possesses one unfailing attraction: he is an amusing creature. Perhaps our progenitors were less susceptible in that way than we are, and took no notice of the tomtit and his vagaries. In winter he may be easily won with a little food, and when he joins the mixed company of sparrows, dunnocks, blackbirds, and starlings that come to the door for crumbs and scraps, he is by contrast among them a winged jewel, a small wanderer from the tropics. In works of ornithology you will find the blue tit described as a little acrobat and harlequin, droll and grotesque and fantastic in his ways, and if this puck among our feathered fairies can win expressions such as these from the gravest scientific writers, it is not strange that ordinary folk should find him so fascinating. The language of the blue tit resembles that of the oki. Its voice is not so powerful, but the various sounds, the call and love notes, or song, composed of one note repeated several times without variation, have similar sharp, incisive, and somewhat metallic qualities. In spring the wandering little companies break up, and about the end of April breeding begins. The nest is placed in a hole in a tree or wall, or wherever a suitable cavity is found. It is loosely formed of dry grass or moss, lined with wool, hair, and a quantity of feathers. 5 to 8 eggs are usually laid, in some cases as many as 12 and 14. In color they are like those of the great tit, and, as in the case of that species, the incubating bird sits closely on her eggs and hisses like a snake when interfered with. The blue tit is omnivorous in its diet. In summer it feeds principally on caterpillars, aphids, and insects of all kinds, sometimes catching them on the wing. At other seasons it eats fruit and seeds of various kinds, buds, flesh, and, in fact, almost anything it can get. Crested titmouse. Parus cristatus. Feathers of the crown elongated, and forming when erected a pointed crest, black, edged with white, cheeks and sides of the neck white, throat, collar, and a streak across the temples black, all the other parts reddish-brown, lower parts white, faintly tinged with red. Length, 4 inches and 3/4. Fig. 35. Crested tit. 1/3 natural size. The crested tit is one of the rarest and most local of British birds, being restricted to a few extensive pine forests in the north of Scotland. Indeed, there are few who know it from personal observation in this country. Although modest in colour, it is a pretty little bird, and its high, pointed crest gives it a somewhat distinguished appearance. In its language and habits it resembles the other members of the genus, and associates in the same way with birds of different species. Like the coal tit, it makes its nest in a hole in a rotten tree stump, and it will also breed in a crow's or magpie's old nest, or a squirrel's dree. The nest is made of dry grass, moss, wool, hair, fur, and feathers, thinly felted together, and 5 or 6 eggs are laid, white in ground color, spotted and speckled with brownish red. Nuthatch. Citacea. Fig. 36. Nuthatch. 1/4 natural size. Upper parts bluish gray, a black streak across the eye, cheeks and throat white, breast and belly buff, flank and lower tail coverts chestnut red, outer tail feathers black, with a white spot near the end tipped with gray, the two central ones gray, beak bluish black, the lower mandible white at the base, feet light brown. Length, 5 inches and a half. The nuthatch, although a small bird, not brightly colored, and scarcely deserving the name of songster, exercises a singular attraction, and if it were possible to canvass all those who love birds, and have not fewer than half a dozen favorites, it is probable that in a great majority of cases the nuthatch would be found among them. When I see him sitting quite still for a few moments on a branch of a tree in his most characteristic nuthatch attitude, on or under the branch, perched horizontally or vertically, with head or tail uppermost, but always with the body placed beetle-wise against the bark, head raised, and the straight, sharp bill pointing like an arm lifted to denote attention, at such times he looks less like a living than a sculptured bird, a bird cut out of a beautifully variegated marble, blue-gray, buff, and chestnut, and placed against the tree to deceive the eye. The figure is so smooth and compact, the tints so soft and stone-like, and when he is still, he is so wonderfully still, and his attitude so statuesque. But he is never long still, and when he resumes his lively, eccentric, up and down and sideway motions he is interesting in another way. One is not soon tired of watching his perpetual mouse-like, independent of the earth's gravity perambulations over the surface of the trunk and branches. He is like a small woodpecker who has broken loose from the woodpecker's somewhat narrow laws of progression, preferring to be a law unto himself. Without a touch of brilliant color, the nuthatch is a beautiful bird on account of the pleasing softness and harmonious disposition of his tints, and, in like manner, without being a songster in the strict sense of the word, his voice is so clear and far-reaching, and of so pleasant a quality, that it often gives more life and spirit to the woods and orchards and avenues he frequents than that of many true melodists. This is more especially the case in the month of March, before the migratory songsters have arrived, and when he is most loquacious. A high-pitched, clear, ringing note, repeated without variation several times, is his most often heard call or song. He will sometimes sit motionless on his perch, repeating this call at short intervals, for half an hour at a time. Another bird at a distance will be doing the same, and the two appear to be answering one another. He also has another call, not so loud and piercing, but more melodious, a double note, repeated 2 or 3 times, with something liquid and gurgling in the sound, suggesting the musical sound of lapping water. These various notes and calls are heard incessantly until the young are hatched, when the birds all at once become silent. A hole in the trunk or branch of a large tree is used as a nesting place, the entrance, if too large, being walled up with clay, only a small opening to admit the bird being left. At the extremity of the hole a bed of dry leaves is made. The eggs are 5 to 7 in number, white, and spotted with brownish red, sometimes with purple. When the sitting bird is interfered with, she defends her treasures with great courage, hissing like the wryneck, and vigorously striking at the aggressor with her sharp bill. The food of the nuthatch during a greater portion of the year consists of small insects and their larvae, found in the crevices of the bark, hence the bird is most often seen frequenting old rough-barked trees, the oak being a special favorite, more especially if it happens to be well covered with lichen. At times, when seeking its prey, its rapid and vigorous blows on the bark or portion of rotten wood can be heard at a considerable distance, and are frequently mistaken for those of the woodpecker. In autumn the nuthatch feeds largely on nuts and fruit stones, and to get at the kernel he carries the nut to a tree, and wedges it firmly in a crevice or in the angle made by a forked branch, then hammers at the end with his sharp beak until the shell is split open and the kernel disclosed. Its love of nuts makes it easy to attract the bird to a tree or wall close to the house by fixing nuts in the crevices. If supplied regularly with this kind of food it soon grows trustful, and may even be taught to come to call, and even to catch morsels of food thrown to it in the air. Canon Atkinson, in his lively and interesting sketches in natural history, has described the amusing manners of a pair of nuthatches which he thus made tame by feeding. Since his book was published, about 25 years ago, many persons have adopted the same plan with success. Wren. Troglodytes parvulus. Upper parts reddish-brown with transverse dusky bars, quills barred alternately with black and reddish-brown, tail dusky, barred with black, over the eye a pale narrow streak, under parts pale reddish-brown, flanks and thighs marked with dark streaks. Length, 3 inches and a half. Fig. 37. Wren. A quarter natural size. The little nut-brown wren, nut-like, too, in his smallness and round, compact figure, with cocked-up tail and jerky motions and gesticulations, and flight as of a fairy partridge with rapidly beating, short wings, that produce a whirring noise if you are close enough to hear it, is a familiar creature to almost every person throughout the 3 kingdoms, and is even more generally diffused than the house sparrow. Something of the feeling which we have for the swallow, the house martin, and the robin redbreast, falls to the share of the small wren. He is one of the few general favorites, although, perhaps, not so great a favorite as the others just named. The reason of this is, doubtless, because he is less domestic, never so familiar with man or tolerant of close observation. The wren is never tame nor unsuspicious. He is less dependent on us than other small birds that attach themselves to human habitations, never a pensioner in the same degree as the blue-tit, dunnock, blackbird, and sparrow. The minute spiders, chrysalids, earwigs, and woodlice with other creeping things to be found in obscure holes and corners in wood piles, ivy-covered walls, and outhouses, are more to his taste than the sweepings of the threshold. His small size, modest coloring, and secrecy, his activity, and habit of seeking his food in holes and dark places which are not explored by other insectivorous species, enable him to exist in a great variety of conditions: gardens, orchards, deep woods, open commons, hedgerows, rocky shores, swamps, mountains, and moors. There are, indeed, few places where the small, busy wren is not to be met with. This ability of the wren to find everywhere in nature a neglected corner to occupy would appear to give it a great advantage over other small birds. Moreover, it is very prolific, and excepting, perhaps, 2 species of tits, is more successful than any other small bird in rearing large broods of young. Nevertheless, the wrens do not seem to increase. At the end of summer they are very abundant, and you will, perhaps, be able to count a dozen birds where only 1 pair appeared in spring, but when spring comes again you will generally find that the population has fallen back to its old numbers. The larger increase in summer indicates a greater mortality during the rest of the year than is suffered by other species. The wren is said to eat fruit occasionally, and even seeds, but it is almost exclusively insectivorous, and probably perishes in large numbers during periods of frost, when larks, pipits, and titmice become seed-eaters. Yet the wren is a hardy little bird, a resident all the year round in the coldest parts of our country, and one of the few songsters which may be heard in all seasons. Even during a frost, if the sun shines, the wren will sing as gaily as in summer. His song is his greatest charm. It is unlike that of any other British melodist, a loud, bright lyric, the fine, clear, high-pitched notes and trills issuing in a continuous rapid stream from beginning to end. Although rapid, and ending somewhat abruptly, it is a beautiful and finished performance, in which every note is distinctly enunciated and has its value. When near it sounds very loud, one is surprised to hear so loud a song from so small a creature. But it does not carry far. The notes of the song thrush, blackbird, and nightingale can be heard at nearly 3 times the distance. The wren begins his nest building at the end of April, and in selecting a site exercises a greater freedom than most small birds. The nests may be found in trees, bushes, masses of ivy or other dense vegetation, hedgerows, holes in banks and walls, crevices in rocks, in furze bushes, and close to the ground among the bramble bushes. There is also a great variety in the materials used in building different nests. As a rule, one kind of material is used for the outer part of the structure, which is domed, and very large for the bird. It may be moss or dead leaves, or moss and leaves woven together, or dry grass leaves and stems, or dead fern fronds. The nest is not only well concealed, but in most cases the outside is made to assimilate in color to the vegetation surrounding it. The opening is near the top of the nest. Inside, the cavity is lined with moss, hair, and feathers. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, often a larger number, and it is not unusual to find as many as 8 or 9 eggs in a nest. Not long ago, in a wood in Berkshire, I saw 8 young wrens sitting in a row on a branch near the ground, and watched them being fed by the old birds. The eggs are pure white, thinly spotted with pinkish red. 2 broods are reared in the season. Imperfect or false nests are often found near the nest containing the eggs, and are called cock's nests, the belief being that they are made by the male bird. Pied wagtail. Motacilla lugubris. Fig. 38. Pied wagtail. A quarter natural size. Summer plumage variegated with white and black, back and scapulars, chin, throat, and neck black, a small portion of the side of the neck white. Winter plumage, back and scapulars ash gray, chin and throat white, with a black, but not entirely isolated, gorget. Length, 7.5 inches. The pied wagtail is probably not more abundant in this country than the yellow wagtail, but is far better known, being a more generally diffused species, often seen in the neighborhood of houses where the yellow wagtail never comes. And if there be a pied wagtail anywhere within range of sight, it is sure to be seen and recognized, for in its black and white plumage it is the most conspicuous small bird in this country, not excepting the kingfisher, snow bunting and blackbird. When tripping about a smooth lawn he looks double his real size, and reminds one of a magpie in a field or an oyster catcher on a wide stretch of level sand. The pied wagtail is found in this country all the year round, but many birds, probably the large majority, migrate annually. Knox, in his ornithological rambles in Sussex, says that they arrive on the Sussex coast about the middle of March, the old males first, the females and the males of the previous year a few days later. They are sometimes seen in large numbers near the coast, resting after their voyage before proceeding inland. The return migration takes place at the end of August or early in September. Meadows and pasture lands in the neighborhood of a running stream are favorite resorts of the wagtail, and it is fond of attending cattle for the sake of the numbers of insects driven from their shelter in the grass by the grazing animals. The pied wagtail is not so lively, quick, and graceful as the yellow and the gray species, but if you watch him for any length of time he, too, gives you the idea of a creature that never continues in the same mind for a minute at a time, but acts according to the impulse of the moment, and is as unstable as a ball of thistledown. He runs, then stands, and shakes his tail. For 2 or 3 moments he searches for food, then chases an insect, and is still again, waiting for a new impulse to move him. Suddenly he flies away, not straight, as if with an object in view, but with a curving, dipping, erratic flight, governed seemingly by no will, and just as suddenly alighting again, when he is once more seen standing still and shaking his tail. The call note, a sharp chirp of 2 syllables, is emitted once or twice during flight. The song is a loud, hurried warble, uttered on the wing as the bird hovers at a moderate height from the ground. But the pied wagtail has another way of singing, especially in early spring. This is a warble so low that at the distance of 15 yards it is just audible, and is sometimes uttered continuously for 2 or 3 minutes at a stretch. The nest is made, as a rule, in a hollow or cavity in the ground, or in a crevice or hole in a bank or rock, or under a stone, or at the roots of a furze bush. It is built of fine dry grass, moss, and various other materials, and lined with hair and feathers. The eggs are 4 or 5, pale bluish in tint, and spotted with grayish-brown. Gray wagtail. Motacilla melanop. Summer plumage, head and back bluish-gray, a pale streak over the eye, throat black, underparts bright yellow. Winter plumage, chin and throat whitish, passing into yellow. Length, 7 inches and a half. The grey wagtail is the prettiest and the least common of the 3 species of motacilla inhabiting the British Islands. Like the dipper, it frequents mountain streams, but is not restricted to them. In England it is a somewhat rare species, but is more common in Scotland and Ireland. It remains with us throughout the year, but although a permanent resident in most parts of the country, it is certain that it disappears in autumn from many of its breeding haunts in Scotland and the north of England, and that a large number of these northern birds winter in the southern and western counties. Fig. 39. Grey wagtail. 1/3 natural size. The grey wagtail is frequently spoken of as a bird of brilliant plumage. It is not exactly that, but the various colors are so soft and delicate, they harmonize so admirably, and show in the velvet black of the gorget and pure canary yellow of the breast so fine a contrast, that the effect is most beautiful, and pleases, perhaps, more than the coloring of any other British bird. And this is not all. The charm which the grey wagtail has for those who know it intimately consists in the union of delicate coloring with a delicate form and exquisitely graceful motion. Ornithologists have called it a fairy-like bird, and the terms in which they have sometimes recorded their impressions of it might lead one to imagine that they are speaking, not of a bird, but of some elusive nymph of the mountain rivulets, of whom they had caught a glimpse in their rambles. To its other charms may be added that of melody. Its spring song is sweet and lively, a little like that of the swallow in character, and is uttered as the bird hovers in the air. The alarm note is like that of the pied wagtail, a sharp double note, emitted as the bird passes away in undulating flight. The grey wagtail is more exclusively a bird of the waterside than either of the other 2 species, seldom being met with away from the margins of its beloved mountain streams. In its flight, motions on the ground, and manner of taking its insect prey, it closely resembles the pied and yellow wagtails, the only difference being that it is even more volatile, and that it is the most graceful of these 3 feathered graces. The nest is made on the ground, concealed by grass and herbage, or under a bush, and often under the shelter of an overhanging rock. It is formed of fibrous roots, dry grass, and moss, and lined with hair, wool, and feathers. The eggs are 5 or 6 in number, French white or grey in ground color, mottled and spotted with pale brown and olive. Yellow wagtail. Motacilla rhea. Top of head, lower, nape, back, and scapulars greenish olive, a bright yellow streak over the eye, lower parts sulphur yellow. Length, 6 inches. The yellow wagtail is a summer visitor, arriving at the end of March or early in April in this country, and is found very nearly in all parts of England, and is also common in the southern counties of Scotland. Farther north it is rare, and in Ireland it is only known to breed in one locality. On its arrival it frequents open downs and sheep walks, pastures, commons, and arable lands, more especially fields where spring sowing is in progress. On this account it has been named in some districts the bullabird and oat-seed bird, and in Scotland seedbird and seed lady, the last a suitable appellation for so sweet and dainty a creature. Seebohm says of it, its active, sylph-like movements, and its delicate form and lovely plumage, make it a general favorite. In its motions on the ground, its tail shaking and fanning gestures, and in its fitful curving and dipping flight, accompanied with a sharp double call note, it closely resembles the species already described. From the pied wagtail it differs in never coming about houses or breeding in their vicinity, and from the grey wagtail in not being restricted to the waterside. In the fields it follows the plough, and in the pastures it is often seen with the cattle, chasing the small twilight moths and other insects driven from the grass. As the season advances it forsakes the cultivated lands and open downs, and is more restricted to borders of streams, and to meadows and pastures not far from water. The nest is placed on the ground under the grass and herbage, and is formed of dry bents and fibrous roots, and lined with hair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, mottled with pale brown and olive on a French white ground. Besides the 3 species described we have the white wagtail, Motacilla alba, as a rare visitor to the south of England and Ireland, and the blue-headed yellow wagtail, Motacilla flava, an accidental straggler to the southern, southwestern, and eastern counties of England. These 2 species breed throughout Europe, the first being the continental form of our pied wagtail, which it closely resembles, and the second, of the yellow wagtail. Meadow pipit. Anthus pratensis. Ind claw longer than the toe, slightly curved. Upper parts ash tinged with olive, the center of each feather dark brown, under parts dull buffy white, with numerous elongated spots of dull brown. Length, 5 inches and 3/4. To the uninformed the pipits are lesser larks. They are lark-like in figure, in their sober, mottled coloring, in habits, language, and, to some extent, in the action which accompanies their song. But, in spite of these outward resemblances, modern authorities have removed them from the position they once occupied next to the larks in classification, to place them by the side of the wagtails, which are now supposed to be their nearest relations. And when wagtails and pipits are seen running and flying about together, it strikes us that there is among them a certain family resemblance, but we see, too, that the wagtails have diverged greatly, and are much more graceful in figure, have longer tails, and a gayer plumage. They are also more aerial in habit, and warble a more varied strain. From the fact that the numerous species of pipits are so much alike, not only in appearance, but also in habits, language, and flight, and that they are so widely distributed on the globe, being found both on continents and oceanic islands, it may be inferred that the modest earth-loving pipit represents the original form from which the wagtails have sprung. Of our 3 species, the meadow pipit is by far the most numerous, being found in all open situations, moist or dry, meadow and wasteland, moor and mountainside, and close by the sea, where one can listen to meadow pipit and rock pipit singing together, or alternately, like birds of one species, and compare the two songs, that are so much alike. This species is, moreover, to be met with in all parts of our country, from the warm Hampshire and Dorset coasts to the western islands of Scotland, but while in the main a resident all the year round in the southern parts of the country, in the bleak and barren districts of the farther north he is migratory, and moves southward in winter in considerable flocks. The meadow pipit seeks his food on the ground, and moves nimbly about in search of minute beetles, caterpillars, and seeds, pausing at intervals to stand motionless for a few seconds, with head raised and tail slowly moving up and down. When approached he displays a curious mixture of timidity and tameness, and eyes the intruder with suspicion, but flies with reluctance. The flight is a succession of jerky movements, the bird rising and falling in a somewhat wild, erratic manner. In the love season the male pipit occasionally takes his stand on a weed or low bush, but on moors, hills, and stony wastelands he prefers a stone or mound of earth for a perch. From such an elevation he is able to keep watch on the movements of his mate, and, when the singing spirit takes him, to launch himself easily on the air. To sing he soars up to a height of 40 feet or more, then glides gracefully down, with tail spread and wings half closed and motionless, presenting the figure of a barbed arrowhead. In his descent he emits a series of notes with little or no variation in them, slightly metallic in sound, and very pleasing. These notes are occasionally repeated as the bird sits motionless on the ground. In describing bird melody it is sometimes borne in on us that all that has, or can be, said about the song of any species is not only inadequate, but in a sense even false, inasmuch as a single song of an individual is described as compared with that of some other, usually nearly related, species. Thus, the meadow pipit song is said to be less rich and varied, and in every way inferior to that of the tree pipit. This is true enough, so far as it goes, but it does not take into account the different scenes in the midst of which the two distinct sounds are heard. The song of a single meadow pipit, heard close at hand, is a slight performance, an attenuated and not very dulcet sound. The effect is wholly different and most delightful when a dozen or 20 birds are within hearing, singing at intervals at a distance, on a perfectly calm day on the moors or downs. As the little widely scattered, unseen melodists rise and fall, the sounds they emit are refined to something bell-like and delicate. The effect is unique and indescribably charming and fairy-like. The nest is a neat structure, usually placed in a small cavity in the ground, under a bunch of grass or heather, and is made of dry bents, and lined with fine grass, fibrous roots, and hair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid. These vary greatly in color and markings, but the most common form is white, thickly mottled over with grayish-brown. When the nest is approached the parent birds display great solicitude, flying from place to place, and incessantly uttering a sharp but plaintive chirp of alarm. Tree pipit Anthus trivialis. Fig 40. Tree pipit. A quarter natural size. Upper parts ash tinged with olive, the center of each feather dark brown, a double band across the wing, formed by the yellowish-white tips of the lesser and middle wing coverts, the outer pair of tail feathers white, throat and region of the eye dull white, breast buff, with elongated spots of dark brown, belly and lower tail coverts dull white. Length, 6 inches. Of the 3 species of anthus inhabiting the British Islands, and which are appropriately named of the tree, rock, and meadow, according to their respective habits, the tree pipit alone is migratory, appearing in this country about the 3rd week in April, to remain until the end of September, and sometimes longer. In size, color, and general appearance it so closely resembles the meadow pipit that the 2 species are hardly distinguishable, except by examination in the hand. They also resemble each other in their feeding habits, running about in the grass in a mouse-like manner in search of the small insects and seeds on which they subsist, and, when flushed, starting up suddenly, with a sharp chirp of alarm, and going away with a wild, jerky flight. The tree pipit is distributed widely over the country, and is found at most woodsides, and where trees grow singly or in isolated groups about the pasture lands. Where the conditions are favorable he is a common bird, but never abundant. In spring and summer the tree pipit is solitary, and it is possible that the males, as with the redbreast and nightingale, are not tolerant of other singers of their own species near them, as they are always found occupying trees far apart, seldom, in fact, within hearing distance of one another. On the arrival of the birds in April each male chooses a home, a feeding ground, with a tree or trees to sing on, and this spot he will occupy until the end of the breeding season, after which the birds resort to the fallows and stubbles, and sometimes before departure they are seen gathered in small flocks. It has been said of the tree pipit's song that it is like that of the canary, and that it is perhaps more attractive from the manner in which it is given than from its actual quality. Both statements are true in a measure, that is to say, they will be found true in many instances, but not always. For there are few birds in which the song varies so much in different individuals. The reiterated, clear thin notes and trills that so closely resemble those of the caged canary are heard in some songs, and not in others. As a rule, the bird perches on a favorite tree, very often using the same branch, and at intervals, rising into the air, ascends with rapidly beating wings, and when it attains to the highest point, usually as high again as the tree, but sometimes considerably higher, the song begins with a succession of notes resembling the throat notes of the skylark, but very much softer. With the song the descent begins, the open wings fixed motionless, and so raised as to give the bird a parachute-like appearance, falling slowly in a beautiful curve or spiral. On the perch the song continues, but with notes of a different quality, clear, sweet and expressive, repeated many times. Having ended its song, it remains perched for a few moments silent, or else uttering notes as at the beginning, until once more it quits its perch, either to repeat the flight and song, or to drop to the ground, from which it shortly ascends to sing again. The manner in which the song is given is thus always beautiful, and in some individuals there is a wonderful sweetness in the quality of the voice. The nest is built near the male bird's favorite tree, and is placed in a hollow in the ground, and so well concealed by the grass and herbage that it is almost impossible to find it, unless by flushing the incubating bird from it. It is formed of fine dry grass and fibrous roots, and lined with horsehair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, of a dull white ground color, spotted with dull brown, gray, and purple, sometimes with blotches and hair-like marks among the spots. The eggs of this species vary a great deal. Rock pipit. Anthus obscurus. Fig. 41. Rock pipit. 1/3 natural size. Hind claw equal to the toe in length, much curved. Upper parts greenish brown, the center of each feather darker brown, a whitish streak over the eye, under parts dull white, spotted and streaked with dark brown. Length, 6¼ inches. The rock pipit is the only songster that inhabits the seashore, and this is the one distinction of this small dull-colored bird. It is true that the starling sometimes nests, like the jackdaw, in cliffs, and that sparrows, wagtails, and a few other species, are occasionally to be seen on the sands and among the rocks, but they are only casual visitors in such places. They are inland birds, that live and breed in meadows, hedgerows, woods, and commons. The rock pipit is of the seashore exclusively, and everywhere inhabits the coasts of Great Britain and Ireland where there are rocks and cliffs, and all the rocky islands and islets in the neighboring seas. His nest is not found nor his song heard out of sound of the ocean. In summer he keeps very close to the sea, and his food then consists principally of minute crustaceans and marine insects and worms. In the autumn and winter months he unites in small flocks, and visits the salt marshes and low grounds near the shore, and he then feeds mostly on small seeds. His song, if heard at a distance from the sea, would not be distinguished from that of the meadow pipit. The action which accompanies the song is also the same in both species. Occasionally he delivers his notes while sitting on a rock, but as a rule he soars up to a moderate height, either silent or else repeating the first note of the song at regular intervals, then descends with a slow, sliding flight to the earth, and descending emits his best notes, short and simple, but with a melodious tinkling sound which is very pleasant to listen to, especially when several individuals are heard at once. When intruded on in his rocky haunts, or anxious for the safety of his young, his alarm note, sharp yet plaintive, closely resembles that of the meadow pipit. The nest, built in May, is carefully concealed among the rocks, beneath a tuft of grass, or in a well-sheltered hole or crevice in the rock, and is composed of small scraps of seaweed, dry grass, and moss, and lined with fine dry grass or hair. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, white or pale bluish in ground color, thickly mottled with dull grayish-brown or reddish-brown spots. Besides those described, 3 other species of anthus have been included among British birds. These are the tawny pipit, Anthus campestris, Richard's pipit, Anthus richardi, and the water pipit, Anthus spipoletta. The first 2 are occasional visitors to the south of England, of the water pipit. a very few specimens have been obtained in different parts of the country. Two beautiful British birds, unfortunately not indigenous nor regular in their visits to our country, may be mentioned in this place. They represent two families, Oriolidae, which follows Motacillidae, wagtails and pipits, and Ampelidae, which comes after Lanidae, shrikes. One is the golden oriole, Oriola scalbulus, a rare straggler to England on migration from Central and Southern Europe. It has been known to breed in the southern counties, and, if protected, would probably become an annual visitant. The other species is the waxwing, Ampelis garaulus, an irregular visitor in winter, sometimes in considerable numbers, from the Arctic Circle. Red-backed shrike. Lanius colorio. Fig. 42. Red-backed shrike. A quarter natural size. Frontal band, laws, and ear coverts black, crown and nape gray, mantle chestnut brown, quills dark brown edged with rufous, tail coverts gray, tail feathers white at their bases, the other portion and the whole of the two central ones black, underparts rose buff, bill and feet black. Length, 7 inches. The shrike is distinguished among perching birds by its sharply hooked, toothed, rapacious beak, and its hawk-like habit of preying on small birds, mice, shrews, frogs, and lizards. The extraordinary custom it has of impaling its victims on thorns has won for it the unpleasant name of butcherbird, by which it is best known to country people. Some naturalists have expressed the opinion that the shrike does not often attack small birds, and this would seem a reasonable view to take when we consider that the bird is no bigger than a skylark. But it is impossible to follow with the eye all the wanderings and the actions of all kinds that go to make the day of any wild bird. We really see only a very small part of the killing that goes on. The little feathered butcher is small in size, but his spirit is bold, and his taste for flesh not to be doubted. In a question of this kind I believe our slight intermittent observation is less to be depended on than the reputation, if such a word may be used in this connection, which the shrike bears among his feathered fellow creatures. He is by them reputed dangerous, a bird of prey to be avoided, or at least regarded with extreme suspicion. We are accustomed to say that we do not know a man until we come to live with him, and the small birds live with the shrike, and therefore know him best. The red-backed shrike is a summer visitor, arriving in this country early in April, and is not an uncommon species in England and Wales, being most numerous in the southern counties, but its range does not extend to Ireland, and in North Britain it is only known as a straggler. It inhabits the open borders of woods, rough commons, and high hedges, and has the habit of sitting conspicuously perched, often for an hour at a stretch, on the summit of an isolated bush or low tree, or on a fence or any other elevated stand, where it has a pretty appearance. From its perch it watches for its prey, but is by no means a motionless and depressed-looking watcher, like the flycatcher. Its movements on its stand, as it turns its head from side to side and jerks and fans its tail, frequently uttering its low, percussive, chat-like chirp or call note, give the impression of a creature keenly alive to everything passing around it. The shrike is, in fact, attentively watching air, earth, and the surrounding herbage and bushes for a victim, which he captures by a sudden dart, taking it by surprise. Besides small vertebrates, he preys on various large insects, beetles, grasshoppers, wasps, bees, and seizing them in the air as they fly past, or dropping upon them on the ground. He often devours the insects captured on the spot, then returns to his stand, but he also has a favorite thorn bush or tree to which he is accustomed to convey many of the creatures he takes, to impale them on thorns or fix them on forked twigs. He has the habit of plucking birds before devouring them, and it is doubtless easier for him to pluck a small bird and pull anything he catches to pieces when fixed on a thorn, for, being without crooked claws, he is incapable of grasping his victim and holding it steady while operating on it. This is one of those instincts which simulate reason very closely. The number of remains of victims sometimes found suspended to a butcherbird's tree shows that he is occasionally very destructive to small birds. In a case recorded in the Zoologist, 1875, p. 4723, bodies of the great tit, blue tit, long-tailed tit, robin, hedge sparrow, and young of blackbirds and thrushes, were found. The indigestible portions swallowed, bones, fur, and wing cases of large beetles, are cast up in pellets. In the pairing season the shrike utters at times a chirruping song, not unlike the attempted singing of a sparrow in sound. The nest is large, and placed in a thick bush or hedge, and is composed outwardly of stalks, and inside of fibrous roots and moss, lined with fine bents and a little horsehair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid. These vary a good deal, the ground being pale green, pale buff, cream or pale salmon color, spotted and blotched, principally at the large end, with reddish brown and purplish gray. After leaving the nest the young keep company with their parents until their departure in September and October. There are 4 more species of Lanius in the list of British birds, all stragglers: the great grey shrike, Lanius excubita, a breeder in Central Europe; Pallas's great grey shrike, Lanius major, from North Scandinavia and Siberia; the lesser grey shrike, Lanius minor, from Central and Southern Europe; the woodchat, Lanius pomeranus, also from Central and Southern Europe. Spotted flycatcher, Muscicapa agrisola. Upper parts ash brown, feathers of the head marked with central dark line, under parts white, the sides marked with longitudinal brown streaks, flanks tinged with red. Length, 5½ inches. The spotted flycatcher is one of our commonest summer migrants, and at the same time one of the least remarked. He is a late comer, arriving about the middle of May, but he does not come after the leaves are out, to conceal himself among them, after the manner of the wood wren and of other small insect-eaters. From the day of his arrival he is exposed to sight in the places he frequents, parks, skirts of woods, orchards, gardens, and the borders of fields and meadows. The area inhabited by each bird, or pair, is very circumscribed, and contains a few favorite perching places, which are regularly occupied at different hours of the day. The perching place is on a projecting branch, or, better still, a dead branch of a bush or tree, a wire fence, or a paling or gatepost. He comes near houses, and he may have a stand within 20 or 30 yards of the door, from which those who come and go may have him full in sight for several hours each day. But little or no notice is taken of him. And it is not strange, for of all our birds he is the least attractive, in his pale, obscure plumage, as he sits silent and motionless, listless and depressed in appearance, showing neither alarm nor curiosity when regarded. Seen thus he is like a silent grey ghost of a little dead bird returned to haunt the sunlight. Despite this listless appearance he is keenly alive to outward things. As the motionless heron watches the water, with the creatures that move like vague shadows in it, the flycatcher watches the air and the living things, minute and swift-winged, that inhabit it. At intervals he quits his perch and makes a dash at some passing insect, which he captures, his mandibles closing on it with an audible snap, then returns to his stand and his watching once more. Fig. 43. Spotted flycatcher. A quarter natural size. His call note is a feeble chirp, 2 or 3 times repeated, and he is said to have a song, which few have heard, composed of a few rambling notes in a low tone. The flycatcher begins to build soon after its arrival, and a favorite site for the nest is in the ivy growing against a wall. Nests are also made in holes in walls and in the trunks of trees, on horizontal branches, and in a variety of situations. The nest is composed of dry grass and moss, mixed with a few feathers, and lined with rootlets and horsehair. 5 or 6 eggs are laid. They are bluish-white or pale green in ground color, clouded, blotched and spotted with reddish-brown. Flycatchers return to the same nesting place year after year. One brood only is reared, and the birds leave us by the 3rd week in September. Pied flycatcher. Muscicapara tricapilla. Upper parts and tail black, wings black, with the central coverts white, scapulars edged with white, underparts white. Female, grayish-brown instead of black, the white dingy, the 3 lateral tail feathers edged with white. Length, 5 inches. The pied flycatcher is comparatively a rare bird, and is unknown to a great majority of the inhabitants of this country, being restricted to a few localities in the north of England and the south of Scotland, and to some parts of North Wales, and the English counties bordering on Wales. In its nesting and feeding habits, and its partiality for orchards and gardens, it is like the spotted flycatcher, but it arrives earlier than that species, usually during the last week in April or the first week in May. Its black and white plumage gives it a very different and a much more attractive appearance. The only other point in which the 2 species differ greatly is in the number and color of the eggs. Those of the pied flycatcher number from 5 to 8, and are very beautiful, being of a uniform delicate pale blue, and unspotted. A 3rd species, the red-breasted flycatcher, Musicapa parva, has been included in the list of stragglers from Central and Eastern Europe to this country. Swallow. Hierundu rustica. Forehead and throat chestnut brown, upper parts, sides of neck, and a bar across the breast black, with violet reflections, lower parts dull reddish white. Tail long and forked. Female, less red on the forehead and less black on the breast, under parts white, outer tail feathers shorter. Length, 7½ inches. Fig. 44. Swallow. A quarter natural size. The swallow, as we usually see him, gliding and doubling in the air with a freedom surpassing that of other birds, has considerable beauty, being richly colored and of an elegant figure, with sharply forked tail and long, pointed wings. But this is not the reason of the charm he has for us, since there are other more beautiful birds that inspire no such feeling. He is loved above most species on account of his domestic habits and familiarity with man. There would be few swallows in a dispeopled and savage England, with all its buildings crumbled to earth, for he would then be compelled to return to the original habits of the wild swallow, and build his mud cradle in rocky cliffs and caverns. As things are, he is not dependent on cliffs, for he has taken kindly to human habitations, and increases with the increase of house building, until he has become one of the commonest and most generally diffused species. And being a house bird, and accustomed to the human form, when our summer migrants return to us with the return of the sun, and the others seek their customary homes in woods and groves by the sides of streams and marshes, and on downs and waste lands, the swallow alone comes direct to us to deliver the glad message, so that even the sick and aged and infirm, who can no longer leave their beds or rooms, are able to hear it. What wonder that we cherish a greater affection for, and are more intimate with, the swallow than with our other feathered fellow creatures. The swallow is very evenly distributed over the whole of Great Britain and Ireland, but the date of his arrival varies considerably in different districts. In the south of England he makes his appearance early in April, and arrives in the northern counties about the middle of that month, but in the north of Scotland not until the first week in May. He is most abundant about villages and large country houses and farms, but wherever human habitations exist, however modest in size they may be, he is to be met with. Swallows are eminently gregarious, and even during the breeding season all the birds inhabiting one neighborhood are accustomed to feed and practice their aerial exercises in company. At this season their gatherings are, however, intermittent, and in part accidental. Where flying insects are abundant the swallows quickly gather. At one time of the day they may be seen coursing up and down the lanes and roads and village streets, gliding close to the ground with great speed. In rough weather they will assemble in scores or hundreds on the sheltered side of a wood, or lane, or a row of elms, but on a warm, damp day, they frequent the meadows and low grounds near the water, where insects are most abundant. The swallow has a variety of sharp little chirps and twittering notes, and a loud, startled, double alarm note, uttered at the appearance of a hawk speeding through the air, or at sight of a prowling cat. The appearance of a hawk excites as much anger as fear, and he generally goes in pursuit of it, but the note is understood by other small birds, and has the effect of sending them quickly into hiding. The song, uttered sometimes on the wing, but more frequently when perched, is very charming, and seems more free and spontaneous than that of any bird possessing a set song, the notes leaping out with a heartfelt joyousness which is quite irresistible. The sound differs in quality from that of other birds. It is, perhaps, more human. A swallow-like note may be heard in some of the most beautiful contralto voices. The dozen or more notes composing the song end with a little jarring trill, so low as to be hardly audible. A favorite site for the swallow's nest is the top of a joist supporting the rafters of a barn or other outhouse to which there is free access. It is a saucer-shaped rim of mud or clay, placed on the wood. The inside is lined with dry grass and feathers. It is quite open at the top, but usually close to the roof. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, and vary much in shape and disposition of markings. They are pure white, spotted with rich coffer brown, light reddish brown, and purplish gray. During incubation the sitting bird is fed at intervals by her mate. 2 broods are reared in the season, and the young are fed for some days after quitting the nest. The early broods are believed to leave this country in advance of the adults and the young of the later broods. The final and principal migration takes place at the end of September or early in October, the birds congregating some days before departure in large flocks, sometimes numbering many thousands. Martin. Chelidon urbica. Fig. 45. Martin. 1/3 natural size. Head, nape, and upper part of the back black, with violet reflections, lower parts of the back and under parts pure white. Feet and toes covered with downy feathers, tail forked. Length, 5½ inches. The martin, or house martin, is as common and widely diffused in the British Islands as the swallow, and as it lives with man in the same way, making use of houses to build its nest on, it shares the affection with which that bird is generally regarded. Most people, in fact, regard them as one and the same species, for both are of one type, and are domestic in habit, and associate together, and unless looked at with attention they are not seen distinctly, and consequently not distinguished. The martin differs from the swallow in its slightly smaller size, in having its feet feathered and the rump and entire underparts pure white, and in its less sharply forked tail and shorter wings. On the wing it is not so perfectly free as the swallow, it cannot double so quickly, nor fly with such speed and grace. The martin cannot be called a songster. His most common expression is a somewhat harsh note, often uttered as he sports with his fellows in the air. In the pairing and nesting time he occasionally attempts to sing, usually when clinging to a wall and to the rim of his nest, and emits a slight warbling sound, somewhat guttural, and so low that it can only be heard at a distance of a few yards. He arrives in this country a little after the swallow, and immediately sets about making a new nest or repairing an old one. This is formed outwardly of mud or clay, and is placed under the eaves of a house, against the wall. He is able to build against a smooth brick or stucco wall, but prefers stone, which has a rougher surface. It is usual to find several nests near together, and the reason is, probably, that the surface of the wall is suitable to build on, and not, as is often stated, because the martins prefer to nest close to each other. The outer shell of the nest, like that of the swallow, is formed of mud or clay, mixed with hairs and fibers to strengthen it, and is placed against the wall at the side and the projecting eaves above, and forms a half or a portion of a hemisphere, a small opening being left at the top for entrance. The lining is composed of feathers and a little dry grass. 4 or 5 pure white, unspotted eggs are laid. 2 broods, and often 3, are reared in the season. For some days after the young are able to fly, the whole family roost at night in the nest. The young of the first brood, as in the case of the swallow, are the first to migrate. The old birds and the young of the later broods take their departure about the middle of October. Sand martin. Cotyle riparia. Upper parts, cheeks, and a broad bar on the breast, mouse color, throat, fore part of the neck, belly, and undertail coverts white. Legs and feet naked, with the exception of a few small feathers near the insertion of the hind toe, tail forked, rather short. Length, 5 inches. The sand martin, although common enough in some localities, and found throughout the British Islands, including the Outer Hebrides and the Orkneys, is not a very well-known bird, for, however populous the country may be, and though other hirundines become increasingly domestic and breed under eaves, in porches, barns, and chimneys, he always preserves his original wild character. He is a swallow that is a stranger to man, and breeds in holes and crevices in precipitous cliffs on the sea-coast. But he prefers to excavate a breeding hole in a perpendicular bank of clay not too stiff for his weak mining implements. Earth cliffs on the banks of rivers and lakes and on the sea are resorted to for this purpose, and he also takes advantage of the steep sides of railway cuttings and sand and gravel pits. A suitable bank or cliff will often attract a large number of sand martins, and the surface will appear riddled with their holes. It has always caused surprise in those who have observed this bird that it should be able with its small, weak bill to form such deep tunnels in the hard earth. The hole once made is, however, often used by the same birds for several years. They do not work by digging into the earth with their bills as a man digs with a knife or other implement. They perch against the surface and pick out small particles, and by means of this slow, laborious process accomplish their great work. The hole slants upwards, and is from 3 to 4 feet in length and 2 or 3 inches in diameter. At its extremity the gallery is widened to form a chamber about 6 inches in diameter, where the bed is made of dry grass, with a few feathers for lining. Male and female take turns in boring, working only in the morning, the rest of the daylight hours being spent in feeding and play. It sometimes happens that in boring their hole a sunken boulder or vein of impenetrable earth is met with, the hole is then abandoned and a new one begun in another place. By the end of May the eggs are laid. These are 4 to 6 in number, and are pure white. When hovering before their holes, and passing to and fro with wavering flight along the face of the bank, the sand martins have a curious moth-like appearance. While flying about in company they constantly utter a low monotonous note, and this sound is prolonged to a scream when the birds are excited by the presence of some enemy. The male has, besides, a twittering song, uttered on the wing while hovering before the nesting hole. 2 broods are reared, and as soon as breeding is over the birds forsake the bank and scatter about the country, and may then be seen associating with house martins and swallows. The sand martin is the earliest of the swallows to arrive in this country, and the first to depart. It is rare to meet with them after the middle of September. Tree creeper, Certhia familiaris. Upper parts mottled with yellowish brown, dark brown, and white, a pale streak over the eye, throat and breast buff white, becoming dusky on the belly, wings brown, tipped with white, and barred with white, brown, and dull yellow, tail feathers reddish brown, stiff, and pointed. Length, 5 inches. Fig. 46. Tree creeper. 1/3 natural size. The little creeper appears to move more in a groove than almost any other passerine bird, and is the most monotonous in its life, yet it never fails to interest, doubtless because in its appearance and actions it differs so much from other species. A small bird, one of the very smallest, with striped and mottled brown upper, and silvery white under, plumage, long and slim in figure, with a slender curved bill and stiff, pointed tail feathers. It spends its life on the boles and branches of trees, exploring the rough bark with microscopic sight for the minute insects and their eggs and larvae it subsists on, moving invariably upwards in a spiral from the roots to the branches by a series of rapid jerks. Its appearance as it travels over the surface, against which it presses so closely, is that of a mammal rather than a bird, a small mottled brown mouse with an elongated body. It is more of a parasite on the trees that furnish it with food than any other bird of similar habits. Nuthatches and woodpeckers are not so dependent on their trade. Their habits and diet vary to some extent with the seasons and the conditions they exist in. The creeper is a creeper on trees all the year round, and extracts all his sustenance from the bark. His procedure is always the same. No sooner has he got to the higher and smoother part of the hole up which he has travelled than he detaches himself from it, and drops slantingly through the air to the roots of another tree, to begin as before. The action is always accompanied with a little querulous note, which falls like an exclamation, and seems to express disgust at the miserable harvest he has gathered, or else satisfaction that yet another tree in the long weary tail of trees has been examined and left behind. The fanciful idea is formed that the creeper has not found happiness in his way of life. It is so laborious a way, he must live so close to the dull-hued and always shaded bark, and examine it so narrowly. The contrast of such a method with that of other small birds, warblers and wagtails, and swallows and finches, is very great. Feeding time with them is song time and play time. Their blithe voices and lively antics and motions show how happy they are in their lives. The creeper is a rather silent bird, but he utters in the pairing season a shrill, high-pitched call note, and the same sound is emitted when the nest is in danger. The song, which is occasionally heard in spring, is composed of 3 or 4 shrill notes resembling the call notes in sound. The nest is a neat and pretty structure, and is often placed against the trunk of a tree, behind a piece of bark that has become partly detached. A hole in the trunk, or in a large branch, or in a cavity where a portion of the wood has rotted away, is often selected as a site. When the nest is made behind a piece of loose bark, the cavity is filled up with a quantity of fine twigs. Inside, the nest is formed of roots, moss, and sometimes feathers, and lined with fine strips of inside bark. 6 to 9 eggs are laid, pure white, with red spots. 2 broods are reared in a season. Goldfinch. Carduelis elegans. Back of the head, nape, and feathers round the base of the bill black, forehead and throat blood red, cheeks, fore part of the neck, and under parts white, back and scapulars dark brown, wings variegated with black, white and yellow, tail black, tipped with white. Length, 5 inches. We are rich in finches. No fewer than 18 members of that family, including the snow bunting, may be truly described as British. Among our passerine birds they excel in beauty of plumage, and by most persons the goldfinch, in his pretty coat of many colors, crimson, black, and white, and brown, and brilliant yellow, is regarded as the most beautiful of all. Certainly he is the most elegant in shape, the most graceful and engaging in his motions. It is charming to watch a small flock of these finches in the late summer, busy feeding on the roadside, or on some patch of waste land where the seeds they best love are abundant, when they are seen clinging in various attitudes to the stalks, deftly picking off the thistle seed, and scattering the silvery down on the air. They are then pretty birds prettily occupied, and as they pass with easy, undulating flight from weed to weed, with musical call notes and lively twitterings, bird following bird, they appear as gay and volatile as they are pretty. They are found in suitable localities throughout England, and also inhabit Scotland and Ireland, but their distribution in the last 2 countries is much more local. During late summer and autumn they lead a gypsy life, incessantly wandering about the open country in search of their favorite seeds. They are also seen in winter, but few remain with us throughout the year, the majority passing over the Channel, to winter in a warmer climate. On their return in spring they come to the neighborhood of houses, and build by preference in an apple or cherry tree in an orchard. The nest is well made, and composed of a great variety of materials, fine twigs, roots, grass, leaves, moss, and wool, and lined with hairs, feathers, and vegetable down. The 4 or 5 eggs are white, thinly spotted with reddish-brown and pale purple. Plate V goldfinch. 2/3 nat. Size. As a vocalist the goldfinch does not rank high, but his lively, twittering song, uttered both on the perch and when passing through the air, and his musical call notes have a very pleasing effect, especially when the birds are seen in the open country in bright, sunny weather. Unhappily, it is not now very easy to see them, except in a few favored localities, owing to their increasing rarity. For the goldfinch is a favorite cage bird, and so long as bird catching is permitted to flourish without restriction, this charming species will continue to decrease, as it has been decreasing for the last 50 years and upwards. Siskin. Chrysmetris spinus. Crown black, a broad yellow streak behind the eye, the plumage variegated with grey, dusky, and various shades of green, wings dusky, with a transverse greenish-yellow bar, and a black one above, and a second black bar across the middle of the tertiaries, tail dusky, the base and edge of the inner web greenish-yellow. Female, colors less bright, and no black on the head. Length, 4½ inches. The siskin, or aberdevine, as it is also called, is known to us as a winter visitant, but it is better known as a cage than a free bird. In the British Islands it breeds in various places in Scotland, in pine and fir woods. It has also been found breeding in various localities in England and Wales. In Ireland it is not so common as in England. The siskin is a pretty, active, musical little bird, somewhat tit-like in its manner of seeking its food, its sociability, and the various positions it assumes in its search for small insects and seeds in the higher branches of a tree, or when clinging to the terminal twigs. As a caged bird his song is a small musical twittering, but in a wild state, in the pairing season, the male has a more charming performance, for he then soars about the tree, and, with fluttering wings and outspread tail, floats down singing to his perch. The nest is built in a pine or fir tree at a considerable height from the ground, and so hidden as to make it very hard to find. There is a legend in some districts on the continent of Europe that the siskin places a small stone among its eggs, which renders the nest invisible. This legend reminds me of a belief of the peasants of southern South America, that the rail-like, spotted tinama, a bird that easily eludes one's sight among the gray and yellow herbage, has the faculty of making itself invisible. The primitive mind is much given to explanations of this kind. The nest, placed as a rule in the fork of a horizontal branch, is composed of rootlets and moss, on a foundation of bents and twigs of heather, and is lined with fine dry grass and a little vegetable down, sometimes with a few feathers. 5 or 6 eggs are laid, pale bluish-green in ground color, and spotted with dark reddish-brown and pinkish-gray undermarkings. In autumn siskins unite in small flocks and migrate southward, and during winter they are found widely distributed over the country, but are most numerous in the northern counties of England. At this season they may be seen associating on trees and bushes with gold crests, redpolls, and titmice of different species. Closely allied to the siskin and goldfinch, and in its coloring intermediate between them, but differing in having the crown, nape, and chin black, is the serin, Serinus hortulanus. It breeds in North and Central Europe, and is only known in this country as a rare straggler. Greenfinch. Ligerinus chloris. Yellowish green variegated with yellow and ash gray. Length, 6 inches. It has been a subject of mild wonder to me that the greenfinch is not more a favorite than I find him, for he is almost more with us than any other finch, and, in most cases, to know a bird well is to like it. Few of our 18 finches can be seen and heard close to our houses. The brambling, siskin, redpoll, crossbill, and white are scattered about the country in the cold and songless season. In summer we see little or nothing of them. The linnet is fairly abundant, but must be looked for on waste lands and commons, while the goldfinch, bullfinch, hawfinch, and tree sparrow are either so shy or so rare that, to most persons, they might be non-existent. 3 of our 5 buntings are common enough, but these, too, are birds of the open, that come little about houses, and are without the qualities that go to make a favorite. Of finches of the homestead that possess beauty and melody there are only 2, the chaffinch and the greenfinch, and it is the fact that most people have a great esteem for the first, and pay but very slight attention to the second. The greenfinch is not formed on the graceful lines of the goldfinch and some other members of the family. He is made more after the pattern of the hawfinch, and is somewhat heavy in appearance. Regarding his coloring only, he is a prettier bird than his neighbor, the chaffinch, his plumage showing 2 colors that contrast beautifully, olive green and brilliant yellow. It is not often that we can see him in the proper light and position. He is strangely fond of concealing himself in the green foliage, which makes him in his green dress invisible. Seen in the shade or against a bright light, his color appears dull and indeterminate, but against a background of green leaves, with the sunlight on him, he is certainly beautiful. The greenfinches are very sociable in disposition, and all the summer long, even when they are engaged in breeding, they may be seen in parties of 3, or 4, or half a dozen. 2 or 3 nests are often found on the same branch, or in close proximity. The passions of jealousy and anger, so common among birds in the pairing season, seem not to exist in this species. As a songster he cannot compare with the linnet, the chaffinch, and the goldfinch, but he probably produces more pleasant sound than any other finch, unless we include the chirruping of the sparrow. He is attached to gardens and shrubberies, to groves and hedges, and hedgerow trees, especially elms, and among the clustering leaves in which he loves to hide he is constantly uttering his various notes, the commonest of which is a low and long-drawn trill. Occasionally he gives out another long, single note, with a very different sound, a kind of soft-toned, inflected scream, used sometimes as a call note and sometimes to express alarm, and this he will often repeat again and again at short intervals. When uttering his trill, which is his favorite expression, among the leaves, bird answering bird with trills that vary in tone, he gives out from time to time another sound, a series of warbled notes, soft and melodious in character. Occasionally, in the pairing season, the male bird flies up out of the cloud of foliage and emits these warbling notes as he circles round, and descends into the midst of the leaves again. The charm of this perpetual summer music of the greenfinches is its airy, subdued character, as of wind-touched leaves that flutter musically. The nest is placed among the close branches of a bush or low tree, and is somewhat loosely put together, straw, roots, and moss, mixed with wool, being used, with a lining of fibers, horsehair, and feathers. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, and are white, faintly spotted and speckled with purplish red at the large end. The young are fed on seeds of various weeds and small caterpillars, and 2, and sometimes 3, broods are reared in the season. At the end of summer the greenfinches repair to the fields, and are seen in flocks of 2 or 3 score to 100 or more individuals, and are also found associating with sparrows, chaffinches, and other species. The greenfinch is a common bird throughout the British Islands. Hawfinch. Cockathrostes vulgaris. Fig. 47. Hawfinch. 1/3 natural size. Law, throat, and plumage at the base of the bill black, crown and cheeks reddish brown, nape ash gray, back dark reddish brown, wings black, great coverts white, underparts light purplish red. Length, 7 inches. The hawfinch has a somewhat curious history in this country. It was always believed to be an accidental autumn and winter visitor until, a little over half a century ago, the naturalist Doubleday, of Epping, discovered that it was a resident all the year round, and not a very rare species in that locality. Later it was found breeding in other places, and it is now known to inhabit all the home counties and various other parts of England. At present the belief is general that the bird is increasing in numbers and extending its range. This would seem the most natural explanation of the fact that the bird is often seen now in places where it was not seen formerly. But it must be taken into consideration that nobody looked to find the hawfinch when it was not known to be a British species, and that now many sharp eyes watch for it. As it is, we are seldom rewarded by a sight of it, even in localities where it is known to exist, in spite of its conspicuous coloring and the somewhat singular appearance given to it by its large head and massive, conical beak. Its excessive wariness prevents it from being seen even when it is not rare. No other small bird is so shy with us, so vigilant, and quick to make its escape at the slightest appearance of danger. When not feeding it passes the time in woods, plantations, and copses, at a spot where the trees grow thickest and the foliage is most dense. Its love of concealing itself in the deepest shade is like that of a nocturnal species. When away from its obscure place of refuge it is extremely alert, perching in the tops of trees to survey the surrounding scene, and from which to drop silently into any garden or orchard which may be safely visited. Naturally, it has been assumed that this shy and watchful habit has been brought about by persecution, gardeners and fruit growers being deadly enemies to hawfinches on account of their depredations. But in the forests of North Africa, Mr. Charles Dickson found the bird just as vigilant and quick to take alarm as in England. Hawfinches are rather silent birds. When flying from tree to tree in small flocks they utter a call note with a clicking sound, and in spring the male sometimes emits a few low notes by way of song. The nest is placed in a tree, or bush, or hedge, a thorn being the tree most frequently chosen for a site. The nest is rather large and well made, outwardly of twigs, dead stalks, and lichen, inside of dry grass, and lined with rootlets and a little hair. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, pale olive or bluish-green in ground color, spotted with black, and irregularly streaked with dark olive. In some eggs the ground color is buff. The young are fed on caterpillars, and only one brood is reared. After leaving the nest the young birds live with the parents, and sometimes several families unite into a flock. As many as 100 birds, or more, may be seen together. In autumn and winter the hawfinches feed on seeds of various kinds, hornbeam, beech, yew, and hawthorn. The kernels only of the haws are eaten, and, in like manner, cherries and other fruits are robbed for the sake of the kernel, the hard stones being split open with the powerful beak. House sparrow. Passer domesticus. Law's black, a narrow white streak over each eye, crown, nape, and lower back ash gray, region of the ear coverts chestnut, back chestnut brown streaked with black, wings brown, with white bar on the middle coverts, tail dull brown, throat and breast black, cheeks and sides of neck white, belly dull white. Length, 6 inches. Female, without the black on the throat, and upper parts striated dusky brown. More, far more, has been written about the sparrow than about any other bird, but as it is not advisable here to enter into the controversy on the subject of the injury he inflicts, or is believed by many to inflict, on the farmer and gardener, a very brief account of its habits will suffice. They are almost better known to most persons than the habits of the domestic fowl, owing to the universality of this little bird, to its excessive abundance in towns as well as in rural districts, and to its attachment to human habitations. For his excessive predominance there are several causes. He is exceedingly hardy, and more adaptive than other species. His adaptiveness makes it possible for him to exist and thrive in great smoky towns like London. He is sagacious beyond most species, and although living so constantly with or near to man, he never loses his suspicious habit, and of all birds is the most difficult to be trapped. He is very prolific. As soon as the weather becomes mild, at the end of February or in March, he begins to breed, and brood after brood is reared until September, or even till November if the weather proves favorable. He also possesses an advantage in his habit of breeding in holes in houses, where his eggs and young are much safer than in trees and hedges. There is a curious diversity in his nesting habits. He generally prefers a hole in a wall, or some safe, convenient cavity, and will make vigorous war on and eject other species, like the house martin, from their nests and nesting holes. But when such receptacles are not sufficiently numerous, or it appears safe to do so, he builds in trees, making a large, conspicuous, oval, domed nest of straw, mixed with strings, rags, and other materials, and thickly lined inside with feathers. 5 to 6 eggs are laid, of a pale bluish-white ground color, spotted, blotched, or suffused with gray and dusky brown. The young are fed on caterpillars, and the adults also are partly insectivorous during the summer months, but in the autumn and winter grain, seeds, and buds are chiefly eaten. Tree sparrow. Parsa montanus. Crown and back of head chestnut brown, ear coverts, and throat black, neck almost surrounded by a white collar, upper parts as in the last, wing with 2 transverse white bars. Length, 5½ inches. By a careless observer the tree sparrow would, in most cases, be taken for the house sparrow, and not looked directly at. When we know that there is a tree sparrow, and meet with it, we notice the chief points in which it differs from the common species: the chestnut-colored head, with black and white patches at the side, and the double bar on the wing. The tree sparrow is locally distributed throughout England and Scotland, but is nowhere abundant. In Wales and Ireland it is rare. With us it is a shy bird, being found, as a rule, at a distance from houses, in fields, on the borders of woods, in thickets growing beside streams, and in fir plantations. In some districts on the continent it is far less shy of man, and lives in villages and towns, where it associates with the common sparrow, and is said to be just as tame. In many parts of Asia it is still more domestic. Edward Blythe wrote of it. In the great rice exporting station of Akyab we have seen this species so familiarly hopping about in the public streets that it would only just move out of the way of the passers-by, and we have also known it breeding so numerously in dwelling houses as to be quite a nuisance from its shrill, incessant chirping. This bird is the common house sparrow of China and Japan, the Philippines, Burma, and more or less over the whole Malayan region. In its habits it is more active and lively than its more domestic relation, and is more at home on trees, and may be seen moving about among the lesser branches and twigs with much freedom, sometimes seeking its food there, after the manner of the siskin and redpoll, but it feeds principally on the ground. It can scarcely be called a songbird, its most song-like sounds being composed of a few chirruping notes uttered in the pairing season. Its voice, both in its attempted singing and in its ordinary chirp and call notes, is much shriller than that of the common sparrow. Like that species, it breeds both in holes and on trees. A hole in the rotten wood of a pollard willow by the waterside is a favorite site, and it also nests in holes under the eaves or thatch of a barn or other outhouse, and in holes in ruins, old walls, and rocks. The nest is made of dry grass, loosely put together, and lined with some soft material, wool, or feathers, or hair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, bluish-white in ground color, the whole egg thickly mottled with brown of different shades. 2, and even 3, broods are reared in the season. In winter the tree sparrows gather in small flocks, and are often found associating with the common sparrow, chaffinch, brambling, and other species. At this season they subsist principally on seeds of weeds and grass, but in summer they are partly insectivorous. Chaffinch. Fringilla coelebs. Forehead black, crown and nape grayish blue, back and scapulars chestnut tinged with green, rump green, breast chestnut red, fading into white on the belly, wings black, with 2 white bands, coverts of the second wrist tipped with yellow, tail black, the 2 middle feathers ash gray, the 2 outer, on each side, black, with a broad, oblique white band. Female, head, back, and scapulars ash brown tinged with olive, lower parts grayish white, the transverse bands less distinct. Length, 6 inches. The chaffinch is one of the most popular songbirds in Britain. It is very much with us, being universal in its distribution in this country, and a bird that attaches itself to the neighborhood of houses, an inhabitant of gardens and orchards, and a resident throughout the year. He is a pretty bird, and, if not a brilliant songster, is at all events a very vigorous one. His lively, ringing lyric, being short and composed of notes invariably repeated in the same order, is capable of being remembered longer and more vividly reproduced in the mind than any other song. Sitting by the fireside in January, you can mentally hear the song of the chaffinch, but the brain is incapable of registering the more copious and varied bird music in the same perfect way. The music, for instance, of the skylark and thrush and garden warbler. It is not strange that, when Browning wished to be back in England in April, he thought of the spring song of the chaffinch, before that of any other species. Oh, to be in England now that April's there, and whoever wakes in England sees, some morning, unaware, that the lowest boughs of the brushwood sheath round the elm tree bole are in tiny leaf, while the chaffinch sings on the orchard bough in England now. The chaffinch makes the most of his song. He appears, indeed, very much in earnest in whatever he does, his character in this respect offering a strong contrast to that of the goldfinch, siskin, and various other melodists. They sing at all times, anywhere and anyhow. With the chaffinch, singing is a business just as important as any other, feeding, fighting, pairing, and building. He flies to a tree, and deliberately takes his stand, often on the most commanding twig, and there delivers his few notes with the utmost energy, and so rapidly that they almost run into each other, ending with a fine flourish. At regular intervals of a few seconds the performance is repeated, the bird standing erect and motionless all the time, until, having given the fullest and most complete expression to his feelings, he flies away, to engage elsewhere in some task of another kind. It is a loud song and a joyous sound, gay as a chaffinch is a proverbial saying of the French, but there is also a note of defiance in the song, as in the crow of a cock. Chaffinches sing, as cocks crow, against each other, and the music often ends in a combat. It is not, as some imagine, that there is a spirit of emulation in birds with regard to their singing, that they are rival musicians, like the shepherds in the old pastorals, that contended in song for mastery. It is simply that the cock-chaffinch, like the robin and some other species, is a bird of a jealous and pugnacious disposition, and can brook no other male chaffinch near him. Another's singing tells him that another male is present, and his jealousy is at once excited. If the sound is at a distance, he will content himself by answering song with song. If near, he will quickly seek out the singer, and drive him from his chosen ground. It is this jealous temper of the chaffinch that gives it value to the bird fanciers of a base kind. The chaffinch is first heard before the end of February. He pairs early in March, and in April begins to build. The nest is placed in a shrub or tree, in a cleft, or on a horizontal branch. An apple, pear, or cherry tree in an orchard is a favorite site, but any tree, from an evergreen in a garden to the largest oak or elm, may be selected, and the nest may be at any height from the ground from half a dozen to 50 feet. It is a very beautiful structure, formed outwardly of lichen, moss, and dry grass, compactly woven together, and mixed with cobwebs. The cup-shaped inside is lined with hair, vegetable down, and feathers. In most cases the outer portion of the nest is composed of materials that give it a close resemblance to the tree it is built on. Thus, on an oak or apple tree overgrown with grey lichen, or on a silver birch, the framework is chiefly composed of lichen, but in deep green bushes evergreen moss is used. The nest is built by the female, but the male assists in collecting and bringing materials. A fortnight, or longer, is taken to complete this elaborate nest, but from the beginning, and even before the nest is begun, the birds exhibit the greatest excitement and distress if the chosen tree is approached, flying round and flitting from branch to branch, incessantly uttering their well-known alarm notes, usually spelled pink pink or spink spink, a clear, penetrating sound, slightly metallic in character, also another sound, a lower and somewhat harsh note of anxiety. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, of a pale bluish green, spotted and blotched with dull purplish brown. The young are fed on caterpillars and small insects. The adults, too, subsist chiefly on insects in summer, seeking for them on the ground, and sometimes capturing them in the air, like the flycatcher. In autumn the chaffinches congregate in flocks, and at this season the separation of the sexes, about which so much has been said since the days of Linnaeus, takes place. Something remains to be known on this subject. It is beyond dispute that large flocks composed entirely of birds of one sex are often met with in autumn and winter, both in this country and on the continent. The question about which ornithologists differ is as to whether or not a separation of the sexes takes place among chaffinches of British race. Seebohm says, "It is probable that this peculiar habit is confined to the birds that come to our shores in autumn, and we have it on good authority that no separation of males from females takes place in the south and west of England." In the month of September, at one place in Scotland, I observed the male chaffinches gathered in small parties of 3 or 4 to a dozen individuals. These were the birds belonging to the district, but the females had vanished. Selby observed the same thing many years ago in Scotland and the north of England. One can only suppose that the migratory impulse is a little stronger or earlier in the female of this species, and that the divergence between the sexes, in this respect, becomes greater as we go towards the northern limit of its range. Brambling. Fringilla montifringilla. Head, cheeks, nape, and upper part of back black. The feathers, in winter, tipped with light brown or ash gray, neck and scapulars pale orange-brown, wings black variegated with orange-brown and white, rump and lower parts white, the flanks reddish, with a few dark spots. Female, crown reddish-brown, the feathers tipped with gray, a black streak over the eye, cheeks and neck ash gray, all the rest as in the male, but less bright. Length, 6¼ inches. The brambling, or mountain finch, comes nearest in relationship to the chaffinch, but differs very much in its glossy black, white, and bright buff coloring, and is a much prettier bird. We do not see it in its bright nuptial plumage in this country, for it is an Arctic species, breeding in very high latitudes, in birchwoods near the limit of forest growth. Its nest and eggs resemble those of the chaffinch, the nest being a compact and beautifully shaped fabric that assimilates in color to the white and gray bark of the silver birch. The bramblings arrive in this country during September and October, and are found in winter throughout Great Britain and Ireland. They are, however, very irregular in their movements, and do not, like the redwings, return year after year to the same localities, but, as a rule, where a flock appears in autumn, there it will remain until the end of winter. Beechwoods form a great attraction to them, beech mast being their favorite food, and where it is abundant they will sometimes congregate in immense numbers. As a songster the brambling ranks low among the finches, but the lively chirping and twittering concert of a large flock on a tree top, and in the evening, before the birds settle to roost, has a very pleasing effect. Linnet. Linota cannabina. Forehead and center of the crown crimson, the rest of the head, nape, and sides of the neck, mottled brownish-gray, mantle chestnut brown, wing feathers blackish, with outer edges white, forming a conspicuous bar, upper tail coverts dark brown with whitish margins, tail feathers black, narrowly edged with white on the outer and broadly on the inner webs, chin and throat dull white, striped with grayish-brown, breast crimson, belly dull white, flanks fawn-brown. Length, 5 inches and 3/4. In winter the crimson feathers are concealed by wide grayish margins. Female, duller in color and without any crimson. Next to the goldfinch, the linnet is the most sought after in this country as a cage bird, and the demand for linnets is no doubt causing a great diminution in their numbers. But they are still fairly abundant, and to be met with in most waste and uncultivated places, especially where furze bushes abound. The linnet is one of the most social of the finches, being found gathered in small flocks and parties of 3, or 4, or half a dozen, even in the middle of the breeding season. When perched or flying they incessantly call to each other in sharp little chirps and twittering notes. They are more aerial in habit than most finches, and take to flight very readily, and fly high, with great velocity, and when at a great elevation they are often seen to check their rapid course very suddenly, and dart away in some other direction, or else to drop plumb down like falling hailstones to the earth. Being so free of the air, they are great rovers, and, except when engaged in breeding, are constantly traveling about in the open country at all times of the year. In the color of its plumage, the linnet is one of the most variable of birds. It is common to meet with bird catchers and bird fanciers who hear with surprise, and even with incredulity, that all these birds of different tints are of one species. The cock linnet never, or very rarely, puts on his most beautiful colors in captivity, and even in a state of nature the individuals composing a flock are seen to differ greatly. Among a dozen birds, perhaps only one will exhibit the perfect male plumage, the blood-red forehead, gray head, rich chestnut-brown upper parts, and lovely carmine breast. There is one variety, known as the lemon linnet, in which the breast is lemon yellow instead of carmine red, and there are other varieties. In song, too, the linnet greatly varies. When the singer is a good one, and listened to at a distance not exceeding 20 or 30 yards, the strain is sprightly, varied, and very agreeable, but the sweetest part is a phrase of 2 or 3 notes which usually comes as a prelude to the song. The sound has a quality that reminds one of the swallow's voice, but it is purer, and suggests a very delicate wind instrument. During the love season the male sometimes sings on the wing, rising to a height of several yards. It drops slowly and gracefully down, uttering a series of beautiful notes and trills. A furze bush is the site most often selected for the nest. This is formed of fine dry grass and fibers, and lined with wool and vegetable down, sometimes with hair. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, chalky white, and faintly tinged with blue in ground color, and spotted with light reddish brown and purplish red. After the breeding season the linnets unite in large flocks, and at this time there is a southward movement, and large numbers undoubtedly leave this country to winter elsewhere. But even in the cold season they are common enough, and their fitful winter evening concerts, when they congregate on a treetop before settling down for the night, are as pleasant to listen to as the love song of the male heard in spring among the blossoming furze and broom. Lesser redpoll. Linota rufescens. Forehead, law, and throat black, crown deep crimson, upper parts reddish brown with dusky streaks, wings and tail dusky, edged with pale reddish brown, breast glossy rose red, passing into light chestnut brown on the sides, belly and lower tail coverts dull white. Female, less bright. Length, 5 1/4 inches. Fig. 48. Lesser redpoll. 1/3 natural size. The redpoll, or redpoll, as it is often written, is a pretty and interesting little bird of the northern parts of Great Britain. It has been described by Seebohm as an immature linnet in appearance, but resembling a siskin in its habits. It is usually called the lesser redpoll, because it is slightly less in size than the continental redpoll, which sometimes visits this country in winter. This last subspecies is the mealy redpoll, Linota lanaria. A third form of this wide-ranging little bird, the Greenland redpoll, Linota hornemani, has been included in the list of British birds on account of a single specimen having been obtained in this country. In its lively disposition, its flight, and to some extent in its language, the redpoll resembles the linnet, but its feeding habits vary according to the season of the year and the conditions it finds itself in. In summer it keeps much to the higher branches of the trees, where it moves deftly about like a siskin or a crested tit in its search after minute insects and their larvae, but in winter it feeds principally on seeds which it finds on the ground. It is fond of the seeds of the birch tree. The appearance of a flock of redpolls feeding among the birches is thus described by Ward Fowler: "It is one of the prettiest sights that our whole calendar of bird life affords to watch these tiny linnets at work in the delicate birch boughs. They fear no human being, and can be approached within a very few yards. They almost outdo the titmice in the amazing variety of their postures. They prefer in a general way to be upside down, and decidedly object to the commonplace attitudes of more solidly built birds." The song of the redpoll is described by Seebohm as a short, monotonous trill, clear, shrill, and not unmusical, and he adds that it might be said to resemble the rattling of loose cogwheels. It breeds in suitable localities, chiefly in birchwoods in Scotland, and in England north of Norfolk and Leicester. It also breeds occasionally in more southern localities. The nest is made of dry grass and moss on a foundation of slender twigs, and is well lined with vegetable down, or with wool and feathers. It is a very neat, cup-shaped nest, and contains 4 to 6 eggs, greenish-blue in ground color, with spots and specks of purplish-brown. After the breeding season the redpolls begin to scatter about the country in small flocks. As autumn approaches these flocks increase in size, and a southward movement begins, large numbers crossing the channel. Many, however, remain to winter at home, and these may be met with in woods and plantations, leading a vagrant life in small flocks, and often associating on the trees with titmice, gold crests, and siskins. Twite. Linota flavirostris. Upper parts dark brown, the feathers edged with light brown, rump, of the male, tinged with red, throat tawny brown, breast and belly dull white, streaked on the flanks with dark brown, beak yellow, feet dark brown. Length, 5¼ inches. The twite, or mountain linnet, is a bird of the mountain and moorland, and of the north, being most abundant in the Hebrides, but it also breeds in hilly districts throughout Scotland, and in suitable localities in the northern and midland counties. In the south it is a winter visitor, and is then found associating with the linnet, which it very closely resembles in flight, habits, and appearance. When near it may be distinguished by its shriller voice, and by its longer tail, which makes it look slimmer. In its song, too, the twite resembles the linnet, and, like that bird, occasionally sings on the wing, but its music is wanting in the finer sounds, just as its plumage is without the lovely carmine tint of the other species. The nest is placed in a bunch of heather, or beneath it, on the ground, and sometimes in a furze bush. It is made of dry grass, moss, and wool, lined with hair and fur. The eggs are 5 or 6 in number, and are like the linnets in color. In autumn the twits unite in large flocks, and visit the stubbles and plowed lands. Bullfinch. Pyrrhula europea fig. 49. Bullfinch. 1/3 natural size. Crown, throat, region round the beak, wings, and tail lustrous purple-black, upper part of the back bluish ash, ear coverts, sides of the neck, breast, and belly red, lower tail coverts dull white, a broad buff and grey band across the wing. Length, 6¼ inches. The bullfinch stands out among British finches with a strange distinctness. He is gaily coloured, and the arrangement of colours is a striking one: glossy black, blue-grey, and pure white above, and a fine red beneath. This is described in the books as brick-red, and there is no doubt that, among the 1,000 and more shades of the less vivid red seen in bricks taken fresh from the kiln, the exact tint of the bullfinch might be matched. In the same way you could match the most delicate floral red, that which we see in the spikes of the red horse chestnut, and the almond blossom, and the briar rose. The earthy, uniform red of weathered bricks is not the color of our bird. The beauty of such a tint as that of the bullfinch can be best appreciated where, indeed, it is most commonly seen, amidst the verdure of clustering leaves, for greens and reds, pleasing in themselves, ever make the most agreeable contrasts among colors. In its figure, too, this bird is very singular among the finches. His curiously arched beak gives him the look of a diminutive hawk in a gay plumage. The bullfinch is greatly persecuted by gardeners on account of the mischief he is supposed to do, for he has the habit of feeding on the flower buds of fruit trees in winter and spring. On the other hand, he is greatly esteemed as a cage bird, and the bird catchers are ever on the watch for it. But the effect in both cases is pretty much the same, since the hatred that slays and the love that makes captive are equally disastrous to the species. There is no doubt that it is diminishing in this country, and that it is now a rare bird in most districts. Fortunately, it has a wide distribution in Great Britain. In Ireland, where it is said to be rare, I have found it not uncommon, and tamer than in England. It may be increasing there, which would not be strange in a country where even the magpie is permitted to exist, and birds generally are regarded with kindlier feelings than in this country. The bullfinch does not often go to the ground to feed. He gets most of his food on trees and bushes, insects, buds, fruit, and seeds of various kinds. He inhabits woods, plantations, and thickets, and is often seen in thick hedges and in the tangled vegetation growing by the side of streams. Where he is not persecuted he is a tame and rather sedentary bird, and will allow a person to approach within a dozen yards before leaving his perch. His call and alarm note is a low, piping, musical sound, very pleasant to hear. The male sings in the spring, and so, it is said, does the female, but his strain is short, and so feeble that it can be heard only at a distance of a few yards. The nest is built during the last half of April in a holly or yew, or other dense, dark bush or tree, or in a thick hedge. It is unlike the nest of any other finch, being outwardly a platform-shaped structure made of interwoven twigs, with a cup-shaped nest in the center, formed of fine rootlets, the rim of the cup projecting above the platform it is built on. The eggs are 4 to 6, greenish-blue in ground color, spotted and sometimes streaked with dark purplish-brown, and blotched with pinkish-brown. Bullfinches pair for life, and at all seasons of the year male and female are seen together. If any young are reared, they usually remain in company with the parent birds during the autumn and winter months. Nearly allied to the common bullfinch are two beautiful birds which have a place in our list of species. One of these is the rosy bullfinch, Carpodacus erythrenus, of which 2 or 3 stragglers have been found in England. It breeds in Finland, and is found throughout the Russian Empire. The other is the pine grosbeak, Pinicola enucleta, also a rare straggler to Britain from the north of Europe. Crossbill, Loxia curvirostra. Fig. 50. Crossbill. A quarter natural size. Wing and tail feathers brown, all other parts green, yellow, orange, and tile red, according to age and sex. Red is the color of the adult male in a state of nature, and yellow in captivity. Length, 6 inches and a half. The crossbills differ from all other birds in the extraordinary form of the parrot-like bill. In other birds, whatever the shape of the bill may be, straight or curved, or broad and flat, or conical, or hooked, the 2 mandibles correspond, and fit when closed like box and lid. In this bird both mandibles have prolonged curved points, and cross each other, much as the 2 forefingers of our hands cross when the fingers are loosely linked together. A full description of this form of beak and its use as a seed extractor, together with an admirably written history of the common crossbill, is contained in the 2nd volume of Yarrell's great work, 4th edition. The crossbill is also remarkable on account of the changes of color it undergoes and of the brightness of its colors. These are birds of the somber pine woods, inhabiting high latitudes, but in their various greens and reds and yellows they are like tanagers and other tropical families, and form an exception to the rule that birds of brilliant plumage are restricted to regions of brilliant sunlight. No fewer than 4 species of this genus, Loxia, figure in the list of British birds. 3 of these may be dismissed in a few words. Parrot crossbill, Loxia pithiopsitacus, breeds in the pine forests of Scandinavia and northern Russia, and is known in England as a rare straggler. It is scarcely distinct, specifically, from the common crossbill. White-winged crossbill, Loxia leucoptera, a North American species, once obtained in England. 2-barred crossbill, Loxia bifasciata, a Siberian species, a rare straggler to England and Ireland. The 4th species, the common crossbill, has a better title to figure as a British species, and its winter visits to this country are much more frequent, although irregular, and it also breeds with us in some localities in Scotland, probably every year, and has also bred intermittingly in many districts in England, even so far south as Bournemouth. The reason of its irregularity in visiting our shores is that the crossbill is one of those species that do not go farther from home than they are compelled by severe cold and scarcity of food. Driven from home they become gypsy migrants and may be very abundant with us one year, and not one appear the following season, or for several seasons. At all times of the year the crossbill is gregarious in its habits. Throughout the summer it is seen in small parties. When the breeding season is over, these begin to move about, accompanied by the young birds, and join with other parties, and as the season progresses the flock grows by process of accretion until it may number many hundreds. At this season they are remarkably tame, and will allow a person to approach within a few yards and admire their colors and various motions as they cling to and climb, parrot-like, about the twigs in search of seed and fruit. When flying they call to each other with a loud shrill note, and in late winter and spring both male and female utter a low warbling song. The nest is placed in a pine tree, at a distance from the ground of from 5 to 40 feet. It is formed outwardly of twigs, roots, and dry grass, the inner part, of wool, hair, and feathers. 4 or 5 eggs are laid, white or greenish-white in ground color, spotted with reddish-brown, with undermarkings of pale brown. Corn bunting. Emberiza miliaria. Upper parts yellowish-brown with dusky spots, under parts yellowish-white spotted and streaked with dusky. Length, 7½ inches. The present species is the largest of our 5 buntings, and is the most generally diffused throughout the British Islands. It is often called the common bunting, but is scarcely deserving of the name, as in most places it is less common than the yellow bunting. It is certainly more local than that bird, although in some localities, both in the south and north of England, it is more numerous than any other bird of its genus. Nor is its other name of corn bunting more strictly accurate, for though it is a frequenter of cornfields in spring and summer, it is equally partial to hay meadows, commons, and other open places. Like the skylark, it loves an open sky and a wide horizon, but, not being able to soar, it seeks an elevation of some kind to perch on, a hedge top, or the summit of a bush, or a tall weed in the middle of a field of corn, will serve it, but, best of all, it loves a telegraph wire, where it sits on high above the world, in sunshine and wind, and without the slightest exertion is able to experience agreeable sensations like those of the kestrel, lark, or tern, when suspended motionless in mid-air. On a telegraph wire it will sit contentedly by the hour, delivering its song at regular intervals. The buntings, all those included in the genus Emberiza, differ from other finches in their more sedentary habits and heavier motions. The present species is the heaviest and most sedentary of all, and on this account, and also on account of its dull plumage, and because its voice is not melodious, it has been usually described in somewhat depreciatory terms. Yarrell speaks of its droning, harsh, unmusical song, and Ward Fowler thus describes it in his delightful book, A Year with the Birds. Look at the common corn bunting. As he sits on the wires or the hedge top, he is lumpy, loose-feathered, spiritless, and flies off with his legs hanging down, and without a trace of agility or vivacity. He is a dull bird, and seems to know it. Even his voice is half-hearted, and reminds me often of an old man in our village who used to tell us that he had a wheezing in his pipes. This is a pretty description, but it makes the homely bunting a little too homely, and the critical remarks on its singing are not quite satisfactory. The song is not droning, and not half-hearted. Heard at intervals in the open, sunny fields and pasture lands, it somehow has a pleasant effect. It is a peculiar sound, not easily describable. The song begins with 2 or 3 vigorous and musical chirps, then all at once the bird seems to lose himself as a musician, and throws out all that remains of his song in a burst of confused sound. In character it is somewhat like the sharp note of alarm, or excitement of some kind, often uttered in spring by the skylark as he flies low above the field, but is sharper and more prolonged. Robert Gray wrote, "It puts you in mind of the jingling of a chain or the sound of breaking glass." It is certainly like breaking glass. You can imitate it by tightly pressing a handful of polished pebbles together, which produce, as they slide over each other, a variety of sharp and scraping sounds. It is a peculiarity of the song that it is like several sounds emitted simultaneously, as of a note broken up into splinters, or issuing from a bundle of minute windpipes instead of out of one of larger size. Of all the birds that remain with us throughout the year, the bunting is the latest to breed, the nest being usually built in May. It is placed among grass and herbage close to the ground, and formed of dry grass and fibrous roots, lined with horsehair and fine fibers. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, dull purplish white or pale yellowish in ground color, blotched and streaked with dark brown, with some patches of a dull lavender hue. The bunting feeds on seeds and grain and insects. In autumn it becomes gregarious, and visits the stubbles and rickyards, where it is seen associating with sparrows, greenfinches, and chaffinches. Yellowhammer, Emberiza citrinella. Fig. 51. Yellowhammer. 1/3 natural size. Head, neck, breast, and underparts bright yellow, more or less streaked with dusky, flanks streaked with brownish red, upper parts reddish brown spotted with dusky. Female, the yellow parts less bright, and spotted with dull reddish brown. Length, 6 1/4 inches. The yellowhammer, or yellow bunting, is one of the most generally diffused species in the British Islands, and, on account of its habit of always perching on the summit of a bush or other elevation, and of its bright yellow head and neck, which make it conspicuous at a distance, it is a familiar object to every person in the rural districts. It differs from the corn bunting both in a brighter coloring and in a slimmer and more graceful figure. But it is a heavy bird nevertheless, of a sedentary disposition, and during the warm season spends a great portion of its time in sitting upright and motionless on its perch, uttering its song at regular intervals. This species affects rough commons and waste lands in preference to fields, and where he is found you may hear his song at all times of the day, even during the sultriest hours, for although the yellowhammer remains with us throughout the year, and is able to resist the colds of winter, he is a great lover of heat. The song is very different from that of the species last described. It is composed of half a dozen or more short, reedy notes, all exactly alike, and shaken out, as it were, in a hurry, followed by a long, thin note, or by two notes, slightly melodious in character. It may be described as a trivial and monotonous song, but it is a summer sound which most people hear with pleasure, and the yellow hammer, or little bit of bread and no cheese as it is called in imitation of its note, is something of a favorite with country people. The rustics have a story about the origin of the bread and no cheese name, which they think very laughable, and one is certainly very much amused at the manner in which it is usually told. This is ponderous and slow, and strikes one as highly incongruous, the subject being only a childish legend about a little bird. According to Urel, the Scotch peasants have some curious superstitions about the yellow yoldering, as they call it. To them its song sounds like the words deal, deal, deal tak ye, and the bird itself is supposed to be on very familiar terms with the evil being whose name it invokes so freely, and who supplies it on a May morning with a drop of his own blood with which to paint its curiously marked eggs. About the middle of April the yellow hammer builds its nest, on or above the ground, among furze and bramble bushes, or at the roots of a hedge, or in a bank among grass and nettles. The nest is large but neatly made, outwardly of dry grass, stalks, roots, and moss, the inside being lined with fibers and horsehair. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, purplish white in ground color, streaked and veined with deep reddish purple, with violet-gray undermarkings. The young males acquire the bright yellow head of the adult bird at the autumn molt. Although this bird remains with us throughout the year, it has a partial migration. In autumn and winter it is seen in small flocks, often feeding in company with the common bunting and other finches. In winter its food consists principally of seeds, in summer it subsists largely, and feeds its young exclusively, on insects. Searle bunting. Emberiza surlus. Fig. 52. Searle bunting. 1/3 natural size. Crown olive streaked with black, throat, neck, and band across the eye black, gorget and band above and below the eye bright yellow, breast olive gray, bounded at the sides by chestnut, belly dull yellow, back brownish red with dusky spots. Female, the distinct patches of black and yellow wanting, the dusky spots on the back larger. Length, 6½ inches. This bird, in its dress of many colors, chestnut brown, olive, black and white, and lemon yellow, is the handsomest of the British buntings. It is an uncommon species, being restricted to the southern and western counties of England, and exceedingly local in its distribution. It is, moreover, of a shy disposition, and hides from sight in tall trees, consequently it is seldom seen, and is known to few persons. It is resident all the year. Its winter movements, if it has any, are not known. The curious fact about this bunting is that its breeding places, which form small isolated areas, chiefly on or near the southwestern coast, remain year after year unchanged. The birds do not nest outside of the old limits, nor do they form fresh colonies in other suitable places. Hedgerow elms, and other large trees growing near fields, are favorite resorts of the Searle bunting, and the male takes his stand to sing on a tree top, just as the yellowhammer does on a furze bush or hedge top. His song comes nearest in character to that of the species just named, being composed of several rapidly uttered, short notes, only brighter and more vigorous, but the song is without the long, thin note with which the more common species ends his slight strain. In its nesting habits and in the color of its eggs it is like the yellowhammer, but its young are fed almost wholly on young grasshoppers. In summer the searle bunting lives chiefly on insects, but in autumn and winter it is, like other finches, a seed-eater, and at this season unites in small flocks, and occasionally associates with birds of other species reed bunting. Emberiza scoeni class. Head, throat, and gorget black, in winter speckled with light brown, nape, sides of the neck, and a line extending to the base of the beak white, upper parts variegated with reddish-brown and dusky, under parts white streaked with dusky on the flanks. Female, head reddish-brown with dusky spots, the white on the neck less distinct, under parts reddish-white, with dusky spots. Length, 6 inches. Fig. 53. Reed bunting. A quarter natural size. The reed bunting, although by no means an uncommon bird, is not nearly so common as either the corn bunting or yellowhammer. It is a bird of the waterside, and its spring and summer life is passed among the reeds and aquatic herbage and willows and alders growing on the margins of streams and marshes. It is widely distributed, and, where suitable localities exist, may be looked for with some confidence. In most districts it is known as the reed sparrow, and in its coloring and general appearance it is undoubtedly more sparrow-like than the other buntings. From its black head, which is very conspicuous by contrast with the white collar, it is often called the black-headed bunting, a name which more properly belongs to a continental species to be noticed later on as an accidental visitor to this country. The male is a persistent singer in the spring months, and, perched near the top of a reed, or on the topmost branch of an alder tree, he will repeat at intervals his slight reedy song of 4 or 5 notes, the last somewhat prolonged. If disturbed, he will fly a little distance ahead and perch again, and this action he will repeat 2 or 3 times if followed up, then, doubling back, he will return to the first spot. He is a sprightlier bird than the other buntings. The slender reed stems he perches on, which bend and sway beneath the slightest weight, have taught him easier and more graceful motions, although in that respect he cannot compare with the bearded tit. The nest is made near the water, on or close to the ground, under a bush or bunch of rushes, and is composed of dry grass and leaves and stems of aquatic plants, and lined with fibrous roots and horsehair. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, in ground color dull white or gray, spotted and streaked with purplish brown and dull gray. The reed bunting remains in this country all the year, but in severe weather leaves the wet, low ground, and is then seen among the flocks of mixed finches in fields and in the neighborhood of farmhouses. Snow bunting. Pulchrophanes nivalis. Head, neck, portion of the wings and under parts white, upper parts black, tinged here and there with red. In winter the white of the head and the black on the back mixed with reddish-brown. Female, the white on the head and upper parts mottled with dusky, and her colors not so pure. Length, 6 inches and 3/4. The snow bunting, or snowflake, as it is also called, breeds regularly in some localities in the Highlands of Scotland, and may therefore be regarded as an indigenous species, but the birds breeding within British limits are only a few pairs, and the snow bunting is best known as a winter visitor from more northern regions. They appear on our coasts in the month of October, sometimes in immense flocks, to pass the winter, for the most part in the neighborhood of the sea, seeking their food in fields and on waste lands. Occasionally these flocks penetrate to the more inland districts. Being very pretty and lively little birds, they are great favorites in the places they visit, and their appearance is all the more welcome on account of the desolate aspect of nature in the districts where they are most abundant. Many ornithologists have written lovingly about the snow bunting. Thus, Saxby says, seen against a dark hillside or a lowering sky, a flock of these birds presents an exceedingly beautiful appearance, and it may then be seen how aptly the term snowflake has been applied to the species. I am acquainted with no more pleasing combination of sight and sound than that afforded when a cloud of these birds, backed by a dark grey sky, descends, as it were, in a shower to the ground, to the music of their own sweet, tinkling notes. The fullest, and by far the most interesting, account ever given of the snow bunting is by Seebohm. He says that in its habits it is the most arctic of the small birds, breeding as far north as latitude 82 degrees 33. Its appearance is thus described: in sledging over the snow across the steppes of southwestern Siberia from Ekaterinburg to Tomsk, a distance of about 1,000 miles, the snow bunting was the only bird we saw, except a few sparrows, jackdaws, and hooded crows near the villages. The snow buntings were in small flocks, and many of them had almost lost their winter dress. It was a charming sight to watch them flitting before the sledge, as we disturbed them at their meals. Sometimes, in the sunshine, their white bodies were invisible against the white snow, and we could almost fancy that a flock of black butterflies was dancing before us. The flight of the snow bunting is peculiar, and is somewhat like that of a butterfly, as if the bird altered its mind every few seconds as to which direction it wished to take. Of its song he says, whilst the female is busy with the duties of incubation, the male sings freely, sometimes as he sits upon the top of a rock, but often flinging himself into the air like a shuttlecock, and then descending in a spiral curve, with wings and tail expanded, singing all the time. The song is a low and melodious warbling, not unlike that of the shore lark. The nest is placed in crevices of rocks, and is made of dry grass, roots, and moss, lined with root fibers, hair, wool, and feathers. 5 or 6, sometimes 7, eggs are laid, in ground color grayish-white or pale blue, spotted and blotched with reddish-brown, with undermarkings of pale brown and pale gray. The young are fed on the larvae of gnats. In winter the snow buntings feed on seeds of grass and weeds. Besides the 5 buntings described, 5 more species figure in the list of British birds, and these may now be briefly noticed. Black-headed bunting, Emberiza melanocephala, inhabiting southeastern Europe. A single specimen has been obtained in this country. Ortolan bunting, Emberiza hortulana. A summer visitor to Europe. Several specimens have been obtained in the British Islands, mostly in the south and east of England. Rustic bunting, Emberiza rustica. Breeds in northeastern Europe and northern Siberia. A rare straggler to Britain. Little bunting, Emberiza pusilla, from northeastern Europe and Siberia. Has been taken once in England. Lapland bunting, Calcareus laponica. A circumpolar species breeding in the Arctic regions. Occasionally straggles to this country. Starling, Sturnus vulgaris. Black with purple and green reflections, the upper feathers tipped with pale buff, undertail coverts edged with white, beak yellow, feet flesh color tinged with brown. Female, spotted below as well as above. Young, uniform ash brown, unspotted. Length, 8.5 inches. A compactly built bird with a short, square tail, strong legs and feet, and a long, sharp beak. The starling does not excel in beauty of figure or grace of carriage. His lines are rather indicative of strength. He looks what he is, a plodding digger in the meadows and pastures, a hardy bird of rook-like habits, able to stand all weathers. But he has a beautiful coat. As in the case of the large corvine species he so frequently associates with when feeding, his richly colored plumage has a gloss which causes it to shine at times like polished metal in the sunlight. The starling has an added distinction in the spangling of white and buff on the upper parts. During the greater portion of the year his food consists almost entirely of insects in their different stages. Like the rook, he searches at the roots of the grass for worms and grubs, and there is no doubt that he deserves his reputation of one of the farmer's feathered helpers. He attends the sheep and cattle in the meadows, and is often seen perching on their backs. The animals take it quietly, and perhaps know that he is on the lookout for ticks, which are a source of irritation to them. Although a digger and plodder, the starling is very different from his companion, the rook, in manner. The rooks are seen soberly marching about, quartering the ground, each one intent on finding something for himself. The starlings are not nearly so methodical. They run about a great deal on the feeding ground, and watch and interfere with each other. When one by chance finds a rich treasure, the others are eager to share it, and there are occasional scolding matches, and sometimes downright quarreling, among them. The starling is also a fruit eater, particularly of cherries, and in winter, when insect food is scarce, he will eat berries, seeds, and grain, and, like the blackbird and blue tit, may be easily attracted to the house with scraps of animal food. The nesting habits of the starling contribute to make it one of our most familiar birds. He breeds in holes, and a hole in a tree or rock, in a cliff or quarry, suits him very well, but he more often finds a suitable place under the eaves of a house, or in a barn, or church tower, or other building, and, unless disturbed, he will continue to use the same site year after year. As early as January the starlings begin to pay occasional visits to the breeding site, but they do not build until April. The nest is composed of a large quantity of dry grass, small twigs, moss, and other materials, and is sometimes lined with wool or feathers. 4 to 7 eggs are laid, 5 being the usual number, of a delicate pale greenish-blue color, and unspotted. The starling sings more or less all the year, but his song is at its best in the spring months. He has no such melodious notes as distinguish the warblers. His merit lies less in the quality of the sounds he utters than in their endless variety. In a leisurely way he will sometimes ramble on for an hour, whistling and warbling very agreeably, mingling his finer notes with chatterings and cluckings and squealings, and sounds as of snapping the fingers and of kissing, with many others quite indescribable. On account of this variety of language he has always been reputed a mimic. But he does not mock as the mockingbird does, he never reproduces the song of any other songster. Notes and phrases, and calls and alarm notes, he has apparently picked up, and, listening, you recognize this or that species, but the imitations are seldom perfect, and in the end you are almost inclined to believe that he is called a mimic only because his variety is so great. After the breeding season the young and old birds feed together in the pastures, where they unite with other families, and the flocks thus formed, as they increase in size, extend their wanderings over the surrounding country. Like rooks, they have favorite roosting places, to which they return annually. These are reed and osier beds, thickets of holly and other evergreens, and fir plantations. But they are not so constant in their attachment to one locality as the rook. They are more vagrant in their habits, and shift their ground, and migrate, and their numbers may vary greatly from year to year in the same district. In a district where they are abundant, they are seen at the end of each day gathering from all directions to the roosting place, and it is then that the cloud of starlings may be seen at its best, and it is certainly one of the finest sights that bird life presents in England. At intervals, after the birds have been steadily pouring in their flocks for a couple of hours, the whole vast concourse rises, and, seen from a distance, the flock, composed of tens and hundreds of thousands, may then be easily mistaken for a long black cloud suspended above the wood. In a few moments it is seen to grow thin, as the flock scatters, until it almost fades away. Suddenly it darkens again, and so on, alternately, the form, too, changing continually, now extending to an immense length across the sky, like a long bar of vapor, and now gathered into a huge oval or oblong black mass, and by the cloud again empties itself into the trees, and the sky is clear once more. These evolutions are repeated many times, until, as the evening draws on, the birds finally settle down in their places, but not to sleep. For an hour longer the wood is filled with an indescribable noise, a tangle of 10,000 penetrative voices, all together whistling, chattering, scolding, and singing. We have but one starling, an allied species, the beautiful rose-colored pastor, Pastor roseus, which breeds in Western Asia, is an irregular visitor to all parts of England. Chough. Pyrocorax graculus. Fig. 54. Chough. 1/8 natural size. Black with purple and green reflections, beak and feet coral red. Length, 16 inches. It is melancholy to think that this interesting and extremely handsome bird has been diminishing in numbers for a long period, and is now become so rare that, unless strong measures to secure its protection be at once taken, its eventual extinction in this country must be regarded as merely a question of time. Formerly it bred in many inland localities in England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland, but from all its ancient nesting cliffs in the interior of these countries it has long vanished, and, like the raven, which has also fallen on evil days, is now only found in a few spots on the rock-bound coasts where high, precipitous cliffs afford it some chance of hatching its eggs and continuing the species for a few years longer. A few pairs are still found breeding each year on the coast of Cornwall, where it was formerly abundant, and on this account was called the Cornish chough. It also breeds in limited numbers in a few other situations, at Lundy Island, the rocks of the Calf of Man, on the coast of Wales, and at Islay and a few other situations on the coast of Scotland. In size, flight, language, habits, and general appearance, the chough comes nearest to the jackdaw, but is a much handsomer bird, its uniform intense black plumage and long, curved, coral bill, and red legs and feet, giving it a distinguished and somewhat singular appearance. Its cry, uttered both when perched and on the wing, differs only from that of the daw in its more ringing and melodious sound. The flight is easy and buoyant, and the birds are fond of aerial pastimes, similar to those of the jackdaw, during which the members of the company pursue one another in play, and frequently tumble down from a great height through the air as if disabled. They feed inland, often going long distances from the cliffs they inhabit to seek their food, like rooks, in the meadows and pasture lands. They also follow the plough to pick up the worms and grubs, like the rook and black-headed gull, and are said to eat carrion, berries, and grain. On the sands and rocks they feed on the animal refuse left by the tides. The chough, like the daw, lives always in communities. The two species may often be found breeding near each other and associating in flocks. The nest is placed in a hole or crevice in the rocks in the least accessible part of the cliff. It is built of sticks and twigs, and lined with grass, fur, wool, and other soft substances. 4 to 6 eggs are laid, in ground color white, faintly tinged with blue or yellowish, and spotted and blotched with various shades of gray and pale brown. J. Garaulus glandorus. Crest grayish-white streaked with black, a black moustache from the corners of the beak, general plumage reddish-gray, darker above, primaries dingy black, secondaries velvet black and pure white, inner tertials rich chestnut, winglet and greater coverts barred with black, white, and bright blue, upper and under tail coverts pure white, iris bright blue, beak black, feet dark brown. Length, 13.5 inches. The jay is nearly equal to the daw in size, and has a variegated and beautiful plumage, and when seen flying across an open sunlit space is nearly as conspicuous as a magpie. But among the dense foliage of the woods and thickets he inhabits it is as difficult to see a jay as a wood wren, and it is doubtless owing to this fact, and to his extreme wariness and cunning, that he still survives in many parts of England where the magpie has now been extirpated, although both species are pursued by gamekeepers with the same stupid and deadly animosity. In Scotland he is said to be decreasing more rapidly than in England, probably because the Scotch are more thorough than the Southrons, especially in the process of stamping out. In Ireland it is found only in the southern half of the island, where it is somewhat scarce. The most striking characteristic of the jay is its tireless energy, and a liveliness of disposition and alertness almost without a parallel among British birds. Even the restless, prying, chattering magpie seems a quiet creature beside it, and as to the other corvine birds, they are by comparison a sedate family. Like the magpie, he is an excitable and vociferous bird, and has a curious and varied language. When disturbed in his woodland haunts he utters a scream that startles the hearer, so loud and harsh and piercing is it. Richard Jefferies well describes it as being like the sound made in tearing a piece of calico. He also has a lower, monotonous, rasping note, which he will continue uttering for half an hour at a time when his curiosity or suspicion has been excited. In the love season he utters a variety of sounds by way of song, and as they resemble the notes of the starling, sparrow, and other birds, he is supposed to be a mocker. In captivity he can be taught to speak a few words, but it is possible that the various sounds composing his vocal performance in the woods are his own. In spring he becomes somewhat social, and unites in noisy parties. At other times he is solitary, or lives with his mate. Owing to an excessively wary and suspicious habit, engendered by much persecution, it is difficult to observe him narrowly for any length of time. In the woods and plantations, few and far between, where jays are not persecuted, and do not associate the human figure with a sudden shower of murderous pellets, he will allow a nearer approach, and it is then a rare pleasure to study him on his perch. He does not, as a rule, rest long in one place, and when perched is of so active and excitable a temper that he cannot keep still for 3 seconds at a stretch. The wings and tail are raised, and depressed, and flirted, the crest alternately lowered and elevated, the head turned from side to side, as the wild, bright eyes glance in this or that direction. If he should by chance place himself where a stray sunbeam falls through the foliage on him, lighting up his fine reddish-brown plumage, variegated with black and white and beautiful blue, he shows as one of the handsomest birds that inhabit the woodlands. The jay makes his nest in a bush or sapling at no great height from the ground. The lower branch of a large tree is sometimes made choice of, where the nest is well concealed by the close foliage. A thick holly or other evergreen is also a favorite site. The nest is built of sticks and twigs, sometimes mixed with mud, and the cup-shaped cavity is lined with fine roots. 4 to 7 eggs are laid, pale grayish-green in ground color, thickly freckled, and spotted all over with pale olive-brown. The young birds follow their parents for some weeks after leaving the nest. The jay is omnivorous, but in summer feeds mainly on slugs, worms, grubs, and insects of all kinds. In this season he devours berries and fruit, plums, cherries, also peas and currants, and in autumn, nuts, beech mast, and acorns. He also plunders the smaller birds of their eggs and young, and is said to carry off pheasant and partridge chicks. He is a keen mouser, and after killing a mouse with 2 or 3 sharp blows on the head, strips the skin off before devouring it. Like the nuthatch and some other species, he has the habit of concealing the food he does not want to eat at once. Magpie. Pica rustica. Head, throat, neck, and back velvet black, scapulars and underplumage white, tail much graduated, and, as well as the wings, black, with lustrous blue and green reflections, beak and feet black. Length, 18 inches. In spite of his evil reputation, the magpie is regarded by most persons who are not breeders of pheasants with exceptional interest, and even affection. He has some very attractive qualities, and is one of that trio of corvine birds, pie, chough, and jay, from which it is difficult to single out the most beautiful. The most conspicuous he undoubtedly is, in his black and white plumage, and his figure, with its long, graduated tail, is also the most elegant. In his habits there is abundant variety, and in sagacity he is probably unsurpassed by any member of the corvine family, which counts so many wily brains. His excessive cunning and rapid rate of increase have probably served to save him from the fate that has overtaken the hen harrier and marsh harrier, and many another beautiful member of the British avifauna. As it is, he has been almost extirpated throughout a large part of England and Scotland. In Ireland, however, he is still a common species, but, oddly enough, he is not indigenous to that country. It is believed that he first appeared there about, or a little more than, 2 centuries and a half ago. How he got there is not known. According to Urel, there is a widespread belief in Ireland that the magpie was imported into that island by the English out of spite. Fig. 55. Magpie. Natural size. The magpie is as singular in his motions, gestures, and flight as he is beautiful in color and elegant in form. On the wing he appears most conspicuous when the white webs of the quills are displayed. The wings are very short, and the flight is slow and somewhat wavering, and at every 3 or 4 yards there is an interval of violent wing beats, during which the black and white of the quills mix and become nearly gray. High in the air he has a most curious appearance. As a rule he flies low, passing from tree to tree, or along the side of a hedge. He seeks his food on the ground, and his movements are then utterly unlike those of any other ground feeder. His manner of running and hopping about, flinging up his tail, his antics and little, excited dashes, now to this side, now to that, give the idea that he is amusing himself with some solitary game rather than seeking food. Richard Jefferies has given so accurate and vivid a picture of the bird in his Wild Life in a southern county that I cannot refrain from quoting it in this place. To this hedge the hill magpie comes. Some magpies seem to keep entirely to the downs, while others range the vale, though there is no apparent difference between them. His peculiar uneven, and, so to say, flickering flight marks him out at a distance, as he jauntily journeys along beside the slope. He visits every fir copse and beech clump in his way, spending some time, too, in and about the hawthorn hedge, which is a favorite spot. Sometimes in the spring, when the corn is yet short and green, if you glance carefully through an opening in the bushes, or round the side of the gateway, you may see him busy on the ground. His rather excitable nature betrays itself in every motion. He walks, now to the right a couple of yards, now to the left in quick zigzag, so working across the field towards you. Then, with a long rush, he makes a lengthy traverse at the top of his speed, turns, and darts away again at right angles, and presently up goes his tail, and he throws his head down with a jerk of the whole body, as if he would thrust his beak deep into the earth. This habit of searching the field, apparently for some favorite grub, is evidence in his favor that he is not so entirely guilty as he has been represented of innocent blood. No bird could be approached in that way. All is done in a jerky, nervous manner. As he turns sideways, the white feathers show with a flash above the green corn. Another moment, and he looks all black. In disposition the magpie is restless, inquisitive, excitable, and loquacious. Where he is greatly persecuted by gamekeepers, as, indeed, is the case almost everywhere in England, he grows so wary that, in spite of his conspicuous colouring, it would be almost impossible to get a glimpse of him, were it not for his outbursts of irrepressible excitement and garrulity. The sight of a stoat, fox, or prowling cat will instantly cause him to forget the more dangerous keeper and his gun, and to fill the coppice with cries of alarm. The feathered inhabitants of the wood hurry from all sides to ascertain the cause of the outcry, and assist in driving out the intruder. But the keeper, too, hears. This is the opportunity he has been long watching and waiting for, and if he approaches the scene of excitement with due caution, poor beautiful Mag, dead, and shattered with shot, will soon be added to his festering trophies. The usual sound emitted by the magpie is an excited chatter, a note with a hard, percussive sound, rapidly repeated half a dozen times. It may be compared to the sound of a wooden rattle, or to the bleating of a goat, but there is always a certain resemblance to the human voice in it, especially when the birds are unalarmed, and converse with one another in subdued tones. But it is more like the guttural voice of the Negro than the white man's voice. Their subdued chatter has sometimes produced in me the idea that I was listening to the low talking and laughing of a couple of Negroes lying on their backs somewhere near. It is well known that this bird can be taught to articulate a few words. The magpie is a notable architect, and as a rule builds his nest in a tall tree in or on the borders of a wood, sometimes in a low, isolated tree or large bush, or in the center of a thick hedge. It is large, and formed of sticks and mud, with a hollow in the center, plastered with mud and lined with fibrous roots. Over this solid platform and nest a large dome of loosely interwoven thorny sticks is built, with a hole in the side just large enough to admit the bird. Magpies pair for life, and the nest may serve the birds for several years, a little repairing work being bestowed on it each spring. The eggs are usually 6 in number, but in some cases as many as 9 are laid. In color they are pale bluish-green, very thickly spotted and freckled with olive brown, and faintly blotched with ash color. The magpie may be easily tamed. Even the wild birds, when not persecuted, become strongly familiar with man, and come about the house like fowls. In a state of nature he subsists on grubs, worms, snails, slugs, and various insects, and will eat any kind of animal food that offers, not excepting carrion. He also devours young birds and eggs, and is fond of ripe fruit. He is supposed to be a deadly enemy of the poultry yard, and a stealer of pheasant and partridge chicks, but it is certain that his depredations have been greatly exaggerated. Jackdaw. Corpus monedula. Crown and upper parts black with violet reflections, back of the head and nape gray, iris white, under parts dull black. Length, 14 inches. It is hard to pronounce which of our indigenous corvine species is the most interesting. They are all wonderful birds, and to those who have made pets of, and studied them, and know them intimately as most of us know our dogs, they appear to excel other feathered creatures in the quality of mind, just as thrushes, larks, and warblers do in that of melody, and as terns and others of the more aerial kinds excel in graceful motions. If the jackdaw is not the first of his family in intelligence, he is certainly not behind any of them. In beauty he does not compete with the 3 species already described, chough, jay, and pie, and at a distance is only a lesser rook or carrion crow in appearance, but there is a peculiar look about this bird when seen closely that engages and holds the attention more than mere beauty or grace. When he is sitting in repose, his head drawn in and beak inclining downwards, and turns his face to you, it does not look quite like a bird's face. The feathers puffed out all round make the head appear preternaturally large, and the 2 small, bright, whitish-grey eyes set close together in the middle have an expression of craft that is somewhat human and a little uncanny. The jackdaw is one of the birds that the gamekeeper wars against without ruth, shooting and trapping them in the breeding season, especially when they are occupied in feeding their young, and can be seen and easily shot in their frequent journeys to and from the nesting tree. But the jackdaw is not so easy to extirpate as some of its congeners. He is probably just as common as he ever was, while the chough is rapidly dying out, and crow and jay and pie are yearly diminishing in numbers, and the raven, driven from its inland haunts, clings to existence in the wildest and most inaccessible parts of the coast. The reason of this is that the jackdaw is more adaptive than the other species. He has been compared in this respect to the house sparrow, for he can exist in town as well as country, and readily adapts himself to new surroundings. The variety of sites he uses for breeding purposes shows how plastic are his habits. He breeds apart from his fellows, like the carrion crow, or in communities, like the rook and chough. He builds in hollow trees in parks and woods, in rabbit burrows, in ruins, church towers, and buildings of all kinds, and in holes and crevices in cliffs, whether inland or facing the sea, where he lives in company with the rock pigeon and the puffin. At Flamborough Seabohm says, the jackdaws are very abundant. A Republican might call them the aristocracy of the cliffs. Like the modern noble, or the monks of the Middle Ages, they contrive to eat the fat of the land without any ostensible means of living. They apparently claim an hereditary right in the cliffs, for they catch no fish, and do no work, but leave blackmail on the silly guillemots, stealing the fish which the male has brought to the ledges for the female, upsetting the egg of some unfortunate bird who has left it for a short time, and devouring as much of its contents as they can get hold of, when the egg is broken, on some ledge of rock or in the sea. Rooks, jackdaws, starlings. The social disposition of the jackdaw, and its friendliness towards other species of its family, is no doubt favorable in the long run to it, for by mixing with the rooks, both when feeding and roosting, he comes in for a share of the protection extended to that bird in most districts. There is also a sentiment favorable to the jackdaw on account of its partiality for churches and castles. The ecclesiastical daws are safe and fearless of man while soaring and playing round the sacred buildings in villages and towns. When they go abroad to forage, and are not with the rooks, there is danger for them, and they are, accordingly, wary and shy of man. At all seasons the jackdaw loves to consort with his fellows, and to spend a portion of each day in aerial games and exercises. The birds circle about in the air, pursuing and playfully buffeting one another, and tumbling downwards, often from a great height, only to mount aloft again, to renew the mock chase and battle and downward fall. They are loquacious birds, and frequently call loudly to one another, both when perched and when flying. The usual call note has a clear, sharp, querulous sound, something like the yelping bark of a small dog. The nest is a rude structure made with sticks, dry grass, leaves, wool, and other materials heaped together, and is large or small according to the situation. When in a church tower or hollow tree, an enormous quantity of material is sometimes used to fill up the cavity. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, and vary much in size, shape, and markings. They are very pale blue, varying to greenish blue, in ground color, and are spotted and blotched with blackish brown and olive brown, with pinkish gray undermarkings. The jackdaw is omnivorous, but subsists principally on worms, grubs, and insects, which it picks up in the pastures where it feeds in company with rooks and starlings. In spring it will eat the newly sown grain, in autumn devours acorns and beech mast, and in winter will stoop to carrion. In captivity the jackdaw makes a clever and amusing pet, and may be taught to repeat a few words. Carrion crow. Corvus coron. Black with green and violet reflections, iris dark hazel, lower part of the beak covered with bristly feathers. Length, 19 inches. The common, black, or carrion crow so closely resembles the rook in form, size, and coloring as to be indistinguishable from it when seen at a distance. Viewed nearer, it is seen to have the base of the beak clothed with feathers, instead of naked and gray, as is the case in the more common bird. The young rook may, however, be mistaken for a crow even when very near, as its face is feathered like the crow's. In voice the two birds differ, that of the crow being louder and very much harsher, more like the raven's croak than the familiar hoarse, but not disagreeable, caw of the rook. In summer he may be identified by his solitary habits. He has a very much worse reputation than the species he so nearly resembles. Both game preserver and farmer regard him as a pest, and he is said to be the most persecuted bird in this country. But somehow, in spite of all that is done to extirpate him utterly, he manages to keep a pretty strong hold on life, although he is not common. He inhabits all of the British Islands, chiefly England and Wales, in the central and northern parts of Scotland, and in Ireland. He is rarely met with, his place in those countries being taken by the hooded crow. When not engaged in breeding, the crow is to some extent gregarious, and is also social, associating both in the fields and at roosting time with rooks and jackdaws. And it is probable that this habit has been of great advantage to him, and may even have saved the species from extermination, for while among the rooks he easily passes for a rook. That he is exceptionally sagacious, and very careful to keep out of reach of his deadly human enemies, goes without saying. He is a member of a family ranking high in intelligence, and being so large and conspicuous a bird, his life is one of incessant danger. In selecting a site for his nest, his intelligence is sometimes at fault. Not only is the nest a large structure, but, with a strange fatuity, the bird will at times build in a conspicuous place near a house. On the coast he is, like the raven and jackdaw, a nester in cliffs. Inland he usually builds in or on a large tree, and if the nest is allowed to remain he will use it for several years. The nest is a large platform, made of sticks, weeds, pieces of turf, and other materials, with a hollow in the center neatly lined with fine grass, wool, hairs, and feathers. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, in ground color pale bluish-green, spotted and blotched with various shades of olive brown, with purplish-gray underlying blotches. When there are young to feed, the crow is exceedingly active. He is then most destructive to young pheasants and other game, and is a troublesome neighbor to the poultry. Young and weakly birds are dropped upon and picked up with astonishing adroitness and rapidity. He will pounce upon and carry off any small and easily conquered animal to satisfy his nest full of voracious young. At other times he is omnivorous, a carrion eater like the raven, and devourer of dead stranded fish and other animal refuse cast up by the sea. In the pastures he searches for worms and grubs with the rooks, and when occasion offers he feeds on grain, berries, walnuts, and fruit. He appears to have a greater appetite than most species. He is said to be the first bird astir in the morning, and from dawn until sunset he is engaged incessantly in seeking food. His flight resembles that of the rook, but is somewhat heavier. Hooded crow. Corvus cornix. Head, throat, wings, and tail black, the rest of the plumage ash gray, iris brown. Length, 19.5 inches. This bird, which is also known as the hoodie, Royston crow, grey or grey-backed crow, and by other names, is now regarded by some of our first authorities on such subjects as a form of the carrion crow. In England and Wales it is very rare. In Ireland, where the black crow is almost unknown, it is common. It is also found throughout Scotland and the Western Islands as a resident breeding species. In winter, hooded crows visit the east coast of England in large numbers, and are specially abundant on the Lincolnshire coast, where they feed on shellfish and animal refuse left by the tide on the extensive mud flats. These seaside crows that wait on the tide come to us from the north of Europe, and leave our shores in spring. Excepting in the matter of color, one bird being wholly black and the other gray on the back and underparts, the black and gray crows are identical in size, language, and in all their habits, and what has been said of the carrion crow applies to the present species. Rook. Corvus frugiligus. Black with purple and violet reflections, base of the beak, nostrils, and region round the beak bare of feathers, and covered with a white scurf, iris grayish-white. Length, 18 inches. The rook is common throughout the British Islands, and is our best-known large land bird, being everywhere the most abundant species, as well as the most conspicuous, owing to his great size, blackness, gregariousness, and habits of perching and nesting on the tops of trees, and of feeding on open grass spaces, where it is visible at a long distance. Without being a favorite of either the gamekeeper or the farmer, he is, in a measure, a protected species, the rookery being looked on as a pleasant and almost indispensable appanage of the country house. It was not always so. In former times the rook was regarded as a highly injurious bird, and in the reign of Henry VIII, an Act of Parliament was passed to ensure its destruction. But this is ancient history. The existing sentiment, which is so favorable to the bird, probably had its origins centuries back in time, and the rook has everywhere come to regard the trees that are near a human habitation as the safest to build on. It is surprising to find how fearless of man he is in this respect, while retaining a suspicious habit towards him when at a distance from home. I recall one rookery on a clump of fir trees so close to a large house that, from the top windows, one can look down on the nests and count the eggs in many of them, yet 4 miles round the area is a well-wooded park, where the birds might easily have found scores of sites as well or better suited to their requirements. Fig. 56. Rooks and nest. The birds usually return to the rookery in February, and in March, or even earlier if the weather should prove mild, they begin to repair the old nests and build new ones. The nests are placed on the topmost branches of the tree, elm, oak, birch, or fir, but an elm tree is generally made choice of. The tree to suit the rook must be tall, if possible, the tallest tree in the place, for it is the instinct of the bird not only to have his house far out of reach of all possible terrestrial enemies, but so placed that a wide and uninterrupted view of earth and sky may be obtained from it. As things now are, his winged enemies do him little hurt, but it was not always so. In the next place, the branches must afford a suitable foundation to build on. They must be strong and forked, so as to hold the fabric securely during high winds and sudden violent storms. Furthermore, there must be a clear space above or at the side, to enable the bird to approach and leave it without striking against the surrounding boughs. It is a well-known fact that rooks will desert a rookery when the trees are decaying, even when, to a human eye, they appear sound. The most probable explanation which has yet been offered of this fact is, that a considerable amount of pliancy in the branches is necessary for the safety of the nest, for if the branches do not yield and sway to the force of the wind, the nest is in danger of being blown bodily out of its place. In the decaying tree, the upper branches become too stiff, from the insufficient supply of sap. The building and repairing time is one of great and incessant excitement in the rookery, and it is curious to note that birds of such a social disposition, and able to live together in concord at all other times, are at this period extremely contentious. As a rule, when one bird is abroad foraging for sticks, his mate remains on guard at the nest. Among these watchers and the birds that are leaving and arriving there is much loud cawing, which sounds like language in the slang sense of the word, and it might appear that they were all at strife, and each one fighting for himself. But it may be observed that a majority of the birds respect each other's rights, and never come into collision, and that there are others, in most cases a very few, who depart from these traditions, and are, like freebooters, always on the watch to plunder sticks from their neighbors' nests, instead of going afield to gather them. The presence of these objectionable members of the community may account for some of the curious episodes in the life of the rookery, as, for instance, the fact that all the birds will sometimes combine to persecute one pair, and demolish their nest again and again as fast as it is made. The nest, when completed, is a large structure, 2 feet or more in diameter, made of sticks, and lined with dry grass. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, and are bluish-green, spotted and blotched with grayish-purple and dull brown. During incubation the male assiduously feeds his sitting mate, and occasionally changes places with her, and after the young are out of the shells both parents are engaged incessantly in collecting food for them. From early morning until dark they may be seen flying to and from the rookery, on each return journey carrying a cluster of worms and grubs in the mouth. When the young are fully fledged they are seen perching awkwardly on the branches near the nest, occasionally making short, tentative flights, and apparently anxious to go forth into that wide green world spread out beneath their cradle and watchtower. They are, happily, ignorant of the doom that awaits them, for the time is now near when the blood tax must be levied on the community, the price which is paid for protection, and, the young only being eatable, the slaughter must fall on them. As a rule, a few of the young escape death, as, when the shooting begins, and the old birds rise in haste to scatter in all directions. A few of the most advanced young birds that are already strong on the wing follow their parents to a place of safety. After the breeding season, which is usually over at the beginning of June, the rookery is forsaken. In some cases the birds disappear, and do not return until the next spring. More often they pay an occasional visit to the rookery, and some rookeries are visited almost daily by the birds. But for the rest of the year their roosting place is elsewhere, often at a considerable distance. In districts where rooks are abundant there is generally one great roosting place, where the communities inhabiting the country for many miles around are accustomed to congregate at the end of each day. As the evening draws near the birds begin to arrive from 2, or 3, or more directions, in detachments or long, loose trains, flying steadily, at an equal height above the ground. Where they settle the treetops are black with their numbers, and as fresh contingents pour in the noise of the cawing grows louder and more continuous, until it is in volume like the sound of a surging sea. At intervals large numbers of birds rise up, to hang like a black cloud above the trees for some minutes, but as the evening darkens they all finally settle down for the night. Still, in so vast an assemblage there are always many waking individuals, and a noise of subdued cawing may be heard throughout the hours of darkness. With the returning light there is a renewal of the loud noise and excitement, as the birds rise up and wheel about in the air before setting out on their journey to their distant feeding grounds. Raven. Corvus corax. Fig. 57. Raven. To the power of 1 natural size. Black with purple reflections, tail black, iris with 2 circles, the inner gray, the outer ash brown. Length, 25 inches. The raven has the reputation, true or false, of being one of the longest-lived birds. Certainly it is one of the hardiest, and capable of adapting itself to the greatest extremes of temperature. Its range in the northern hemisphere extends from the regions of thick-ribbed ice to the damp, hot woods and burning coasts of southern Mexico and Central America. The tropical jaguar may help it to a meal at one extremity of its range, the polar bear at the other. Compared to such diversities of climate and of other conditions, those of the British Islands are as nothing. From the Isle of Wight and the southern coast to the northern extremity of Scotland, and beyond, to utmost Kyla's lonely isle the raven has lived in what, to a bird of his grit, must have been a very pleasant garden with a mild and equable temperature throughout the year. Formerly he was a fairly common bird in all parts of our island, and it is probable that some protection was accorded to him by owners of large estates, in spite of his evil reputation, on account of some such sentiment as now exists with regard to the rook. A pair of ravens in a woodland district, Seebohm says, was often considered the pride and pest of the parish. But the sentiment, if it existed, was not strong enough, and the constant persecution of the bird by its 2 principal enemies, the gamekeeper and the shepherd, joined by a third during the present century in the collector, has gradually driven it from all, or well nigh all, its ancient inland haunts, and it now exists in its last strongholds, the rugged iron-bound sea-coast on the northern coasts of Scotland and the neighbouring islands. A very few, pairs are still to be met with on some of the cliffs on the south and southwest coasts of England, and on the Welsh coast, but even in the rudest and most solitary localities inhabited by it, the bird can keep its hold on life only by means of a wariness and sagacity exceeding that of most other wild and persecuted species. Like most of the members of its family, the raven is omnivorous, feeding indiscriminately on grubs, worms, insects, grain, fruit, carrion, and animal food of all kinds. Being so much bigger and more powerful than other crows, with a larger appetite to satisfy, he is more rapacious in his habits, and bolder in attacking animals of large size. He will readily attack a small lamb left by its dam, and pick out its eyes, but, as a rule, his attacks on lambs and sheep are confined to the very young and to the sickly or dying. He also attacks hares, rabbits, and birds of various kinds, when he finds them ailing or wounded by shot. He is fond of eggs, as well as of nestlings, and plunders the nests of the sea-birds that inhabit the cliffs in his neighborhood. But the greatest part of his food consists of dead animal matter cast up by the sea, and carrion of all kinds. A dead sheep will afford him pasture for some days, and keep him out of mischief, for he can be hawk or vulture as occasion offers. In appearance the raven is a larger rook or carrion crow. He is a fine bird, and his large size, the uniform blackness of his plumage, and his deep, harsh, and human-like, croaking voice, strongly impress the imagination. But the effect produced on the mind by the raven is, doubtless, in part due to the bird's reputation, to its ancient historical fame, its large place in our older literature, and to the various somber superstitions connected with it. When feeding on a carcass his appearance is not engaging. There is a lack of dignity in his sidling or loping motions, and savage haste in tearing at the flesh, with a startled look round after each morsel. When disturbed from his repast, the slow, cumbrous, flapping flight as he rises strongly reminds you of the vulture. He makes a nobler figure when soaring high in the air, or along the face of some huge beetling cliff that fronts the sea, for then his flight has power and ease as he falls and rises, playing, like a giant chough or jackdaw, with his mate. The raven pairs for life, and uses the same nest year after year. A pair or two may still breed in a tree somewhere in Scotland or in the north of England, but, in almost all cases, the bird now makes his nest on a ledge of rock on some cliff on the sea-coast. It is a rude, bulky structure, formed of sticks and heather, and lined with grass and wool. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, bluish-green in ground color, more or less thickly spotted and marked with dark olive-brown. The raven is the earliest bird to breed in this country. The nest building begins in January, and the eggs are laid in February or March. Besides the 8 species described, a 9th member of the corvine family has been included among British birds. This is the nutcracker, Nucifraga cariocatarctus, a very irregular straggler to our shores from northern Europe. Skylark, Alauda arvensis. Upper parts varied with 3 shades of brown, the darkest of which lies along the shaft of each feather, a faint whitish streak over the eye, throat white, underparts yellowish-white tinged with brown, the throat and sides of neck with dark brown lanceolate spots, which form a gorget just above the breast. Length, 7 inches and a quarter. Fig. 58. Skylark. 1/3 natural size. The skylark is so universally diffused in these islands, and so abundant, well known, and favorite a species, that anything beyond a brief and prosaic account of its habits would appear superfluous. His image, better than any pen can portray it, already exists in every mind. A distinguished ornithologist, writing of the sparrow, declines to describe its language, and asks his reader to open his window and hear it for himself. In like manner, I may ask my reader to listen to the lark's song, which exists registered in his own brain. For he must have heard it times without number, this being a music which, like the rain and sunshine, falls on all of us. If someone, too curious, should desire me not to concern myself with the images and registered sensations of others' brains, but to record here my own impressions and feelings, I could but refer him to Shelley's Ode to a Skylark, which describes the bird at his best, the bird, and the feeling produced on the listener. Some ornithologist, I blush to say it, has pointed out that the poet's description is unscientific and of no value. Nevertheless, it embodies what we all feel at times, although we may be without inspiration, and have only dull prose for expression. It is true there are those who are not moved by nature's sights and sounds, even in her special moments, who regard a skylark merely as something to eat with a delicate flavor. It is well, if we desire to think the best that we can of our fellows, to look on such persons as exceptions, like those, perhaps fabled, monsters of antiquity who feasted on nightingales' tongues and other strange meats. The skylark inhabits open places, and is to be met with on pastures, commons, downs, and mountain slopes, but he prefers arable land, and is most abundant in cultivated districts. In winter his song may be occasionally heard in mild weather. In February it becomes more frequent, and increases until the end of March, when it may be said that his music is at full flood, and at this high point it continues for several months, during which time successive broods are reared. A more inexhaustible singer than the lark does not exist, and when we consider how abundant and widely diffused the bird is, the number of months during which he is vocal, and the character of the song, a rapid torrent of continuous sound, it is almost possible to believe that the melody from this one species actually equals in amount that from all the other songbirds together. The nest, made in April, is a slight hollow in the ground in a cornfield, or among the grass of a meadow, or any open place, and is composed of dry grass and moss, lined with fine grass and horsehair. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, grayish-white, spotted and clouded with greenish-brown. 2 or 3 broods are reared. In September the skylarks begin to assemble in flocks and shift their ground. At this season they migrate in large numbers, but many remain throughout the year, except in the more northern districts. Large flocks of migrants from the continent also appear during the winter months. In winter the lark feeds chiefly on seeds. In summer he is an insect as well as a seed-eater. Woodlark. Alauda arborea. Upper parts reddish-brown, the center of each feather dark brown, a distinct yellowish-white streak above the eye, extending to the back part of the head, under parts yellowish-white streaked with dark brown. Tail very short. Length 6½ inches. In appearance the woodlark is a lesser skylark, with a shorter tail in proportion to the body, and no apparent difference in color, except that the spots on the breast and the pale streak over the eye are more conspicuous. It ranks with the 6 or 8 finest British songsters, but is the least known of all. The tree pipit, sometimes called woodlark, is a much better known songster. When the woodlark is seen and heard he is taken by most people for the skylark. The mistake is easily made, the song having the same character, and is a continuous stream of jubilant sound, delivered in the same manner, for the woodlark, too, soars, and soaring, sings. He differs from the skylark in his manner of rising. That bird goes up and up, not quite vertically, but inclining now to this side, now to that, with intervals of suspension, but still as if drawn heavenwards by an invisible cord or magnet. The woodlark ascends in circles, and finally does not attain to so great a height. He also sings on his perch on a tree, and rises from the tree to sing aloft, and in this habit he is like the tree pipit. Although the woodlark's song resembles that of the larger bird in character, there is more sameness in the flow of sounds, and it is not so powerful. On the other hand, the sounds are sweeter in quality. Of the two, he is the more constant singer, and may be heard in mild weather throughout the autumn and winter months. His usual call is a melodious double note. The woodlark is very local in its distribution, it is nowhere common, and its range in this country is a somewhat limited one. In the north of England it is very rare, and in Scotland it has only once been observed breeding. In Ireland it breeds in some localities. It inhabits wooded parks and the borders of woods and commons, and grasslands in the vicinity of trees and hedgerows, for although it feeds, roosts, and nests on the ground, it must, like the tree pipit, have trees to perch on, and, like that bird, it has a favorite perch, where it may be confidently looked for at any hour of the day during the spring and summer months. The nest is placed in a slight hollow in the ground, under a bush, or sheltered by grass and herbage, and is formed of dry grass and moss, and lined with finer grass and hair. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, buffish or faint greenish-white in ground color, freckled and spotted with reddish-brown, with purple-gray undermarkings. 3, and even 4, broods are said to be reared in the season. In autumn and winter the woodlarks unite in families or small flocks, and at this season they have a partial or internal migration, the birds that breed in the northern counties moving south. In the southern and southwestern counties they remain stationary, and it is observed that during a spell of mild weather in winter these small flocks break up, but reform at the return of cold. Besides the two indigenous larks, we have as rare stragglers the following four species: the crested lark, Alauda cristata, an inhabitant of Europe and Asia; the short-toed lark, Calendrella brachydactyla, from southern Europe; the white-winged lark, Melanocorypha sibirica, a Siberian species, obtained once in England; and the shore lark, Otocoris alpistris, an irregular winter visitor from North Europe, Asia, and America. Swift. Cypselus apus. Sooty brown, chin grayish-white, tarsi feathered, bill, feet, and claws shining black. Length, 7½ inches. The swift arrives in this country about the end of April or early in May, and from that time onwards, throughout the spring and summer months, day after day, from morning until evening, he may be seen overhead, in twos, threes, and half-dozens, pursuing his mad, everlasting race through the air. Even as late as 10 o'clock in the evening, or later, when his form can no longer be followed by the straining sight, his shrill, exulting cry may be heard at intervals, now far off, and now close at hand, showing that the daylight hours of these northern latitudes are not long enough to exhaust his wonderful energy. It has even been supposed by some naturalists that, when not incubating, he spends the entire night on the wing. This is hard to believe, but if we consider his rate of speed, and the number of hours he visibly spends on the wing, it would be within the mark to say that the swift, in a sense, puts a girdle round the earth 2 or 3 times a month. Year after year the swifts return to the same localities to breed, and there are few towns, villages, hamlets, or even isolated mansions and farmhouses in the British Islands where this bird is not a summer guest. The bunch of swifts to be seen rushing round the tower of every village church are undoubtedly the same birds, or their descendants, that have occupied the place from time immemorial, and it is probable that the annual increase is just sufficient to make good the losses by death each year. It is hard to believe that a life so strenuous can last very long, and impossible to believe that birds so free of the air are subject to many fatal accidents. A spell of intense frost is very fatal to them in spring, but the cold is their only enemy in this country. The black swift, or develing or screecher as he is sometimes named, with his exceedingly long, stiff, scythe-shaped wings, still urging his wild career through the air, is a figure familiar to everyone. And his voice, too, is a familiar sound to every ear. It is usually described as a harsh scream. Wild and shrill and piercing it certainly is, but it varies greatly with the bird's emotions, and is at times a beautiful silvery sound, which many would hear with delight if uttered by the song thrush or nightingale. The swift breeds in holes in church towers and in houses, its favorite site being under the eaves of a thatched cottage. It also nests in crevices in the sides of chalk pits and sea cliffs, and sometimes in hollow trees. A slight nest of straw and feathers, made to adhere together with the bird's saliva, is built, and 2 eggs are laid. They are oval in form, white in color, and have rough shells. 1 brood only is reared in the season, and the birds depart at the end of August, but stragglers may be met with as late as October. The white-bellied swift, Cypselus melba, is known in England as a rare straggler from Central and Southern Europe. A still rarer straggler from eastern Siberia, where it breeds, is the needle-tailed swift, Acanthylus caudacuta. Of this species not more than 2 or 3 specimens have been obtained in this country. Nightjar. Caprimulgus europaeus. Ash-gray spotted and barred with black, brown, and chestnut, first 3 primaries with a large white patch on the inner web, the 2 outer tail feathers on each side tipped with white. Length, 10¼ inches. Fig. 59. Nightjar. 1/5 natural size. The nightjar, or goatsucker, is the representative of a type widely distributed on the earth. We have only one species, just as we have but one swift, one kingfisher, one wryneck, and one cuckoo. And, having but one, and this being so singular a bird, unlike all other species known to us, in structure, coloring, language, and habits, he excites a great deal of interest, and is very well known, although a night bird, nowhere abundant, and a sojourner with us for only about 4 months and a half out of the 12. He arrives in this country about the middle of May, and inhabits commons, moors, and stony places, and is also to be met with in woods. He is found in all suitable localities throughout Great Britain, but is more local in Ireland. Year after year he returns to the same spot to breed, faithful as the swift to its church tower and the wryneck to its hollow tree, although the unforgotten spot may be on level waste land with a uniform surface. During the daylight hours he sits on the ground among bracken or heather, or by the side of a furze bush, or in some open place where there is no shelter. But so long as he remains motionless it is all but impossible to detect him, so closely does he resemble the earth in color. And here we see the advantage of his peculiar coloring, the various soft shades of buff and brown and gray, which at a short distance harmonize with the surroundings, and render him invisible. When perching on a tree he makes himself invisible in another way. His habit is to perch, not crossways on a branch, but lengthways. He rises from the ground when almost trodden on, and goes away with a silent flight, darting this way and that in an eccentric course, and looking more like a great grey mottled and marbled moth than a bird. After going a short distance he drops to earth just as suddenly as he rose. After sunset he may be seen on the borders of woods, by the side of hedges, and in meadows near the water, pursuing his insect prey, dashing rapidly along, with quick turns and doublings, as of a lapwing at play. At this hour his curious reeling, spinning, or whirring song may be heard, a little like the song of the grasshopper warbler in character, but the warbler's song is a whisper by comparison. The sound Urel truly says, can be easily imitated by vibrating the tongue against the roof of the mouth, but the imitation, excellent as it may be close to the performer, is greatly inferior in power, being almost inaudible to anyone 20 yards off, while the original can be heard in calm weather for half a mile or more. Of the other curious vocal performance of the nightjar the same author says, on the wing, while toying with his mate, or executing his rapid evolutions round the trees, the cock occasionally produces another sound, which, by some excellent observers, has been called a squeak, but to the writer is exactly like that which can be made by swinging a whipthong in the air. Most of the names the bird is called by have reference to its summer song: spinner, wheelbird, night churn, and churn owl. The nightjar deposits its 2 eggs on the bare ground. Their color is white or cream, blotched, mottled, clouded, and veined with brown, blackish brown, and gray. 1 brood is reared in the season. The return migration is in September. A single specimen of the red-necked nightjar, Caprimulgus ruficollis, an inhabitant of southwestern Europe, has been obtained in this country, and, in 1883, 1 specimen of the Egyptian nightjar, Caprimulgus aegyptius, was shot in Nottinghamshire. Spotted woodpecker. Great spotted woodpecker. Dendrocoppus major. Crown and upper parts black, a crimson patch on the back of the head, a white spot on each side of the neck, scapulars, lesser wing coverts, and underparts white, belly and undertail coverts crimson. Female, without crimson on the head. Length, 9½ inches. The present species is less common than the green woodpecker, and as it seldom goes to the ground, and usually confines its food seeking to the higher branches of trees, it is rarely seen. Nor is it nearly so loquacious as the larger bird, nor so richly colored, although handsome and conspicuous in its black and white dress, with a touch of glossy crimson on the nape. It frequents woods, hedgerows, and plantations, also pollard willows growing by the side of streams. It may be met with in most English counties, but in the northern counties and in Scotland it is very scarce. In Ireland it does not breed, although occasionally seen there as a migrant in winter. These migrants come from northern Europe, sometimes in considerable numbers, and are diffused over the British Islands. The birds of British race are believed to remain in this country throughout the year. Fig. 60. Spotted woodpecker. 1/5 natural size. Like most woodpeckers, this species feeds principally on insects found in crevices of the bark and decayed wood of trees. In the season he becomes a fruit and seed eater, and visits gardens and orchards to steal the cherries, and also feeds on berries, nuts, acorns, and fir seeds. He is, for a woodpecker, a silent bird. His usual call is a sharp, quick note, repeated 2 or 3 times. The most curious sound he makes is instrumental. It is the love call of the bird, produced by striking the beak on a branch so rapidly as to produce a long jarring or rattling note. The eggs are laid in a hole in a tree, not always made by the bird. They are 6 or 7 in number, and creamy white in color. Barred woodpecker. Lesser spotted woodpecker. Dendrocoppus minor. Forehead and lower parts dirty white, crown bright red, nape, back, and wings black with white bars, tail black, the outer feathers tipped with white and barred with black, iris red. Length, 5½ inches. When Urell wrote that the neglect of the name of barred woodpecker which had been used by some authors for the present species, was to be regretted for brevity's sake. It was a pity that he did not go so far as to reintroduce it in his great work. For doubtless many a writer on birds has groaned in spirit at the necessity laid upon him to use two such cumbrous names as great, or greater, spotted woodpecker, and lesser spotted woodpecker. Partly on this account I lament Urel's timidity, and partly for a personal reason, since my boldness in using the neglected name will be taken by some readers as an exemplification of the familiar truth that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. But no one will deny that the book names of these two woodpeckers are bad, and to some extent misleading, since the birds are as unlike in markings as they are in size. The first is as big as a fieldfare, and is spotted. The second is scarcely larger than a linnet, and is distinctly barred. The barred woodpecker is found in most English counties as far north as York. In Scotland and Ireland it is a rare straggler. It is nowhere common, and appears to be even rarer than it is, owing to its small size and its habit of frequenting tall trees. Its usual note is a sharp chirp, resembling that of the blackbird when going to roost. Its love call, as in the case of the spotted woodpecker, is instrumental, and produced in the same manner. The sound varies in tone and pitch according to the character of the tree performed on, and has been compared to the sound made by an auger when used in boring hard wood, also to the creaking of a branch swayed by the wind. The barred woodpecker in most cases makes a nesting hole for itself in the branch or trunk of a soft-wooded tree. 6 or 7 smooth, creamy white eggs are laid. Green woodpecker, Cycinus viridis. Fig. 61. Green woodpecker. 1/6 natural size. Upper parts olive green, rump yellow, under parts greenish gray, crown, back of the head, and moustaches crimson, face black. Female, less crimson on the head, moustaches black. Length, 13 inches. The chief characteristic of this beautiful woodland bird is his extraordinary energy. His entire structure, from the straight, sharp, powerful bill, and long, barbed tongue, to the climbing feet and stiff tail feathers, used as a support to the body when clinging vertically to the trunk of a tree, is admirably adapted to the laborious trade he follows. And this peculiar form has its correlative in a strength, boldness, and determination in attacking a hard piece of work that are nothing less than brilliant. One is astonished at the force of the sounding blows he delivers on the tough bark and wood in his search for hidden insects. Yet this is one of the common, small, everyday tasks of his life, and not comparable to the huge labor of digging a breeding hole deep into the heart of a large branch or trunk of a tree. This energy and intensity of life shows itself also in his motions, gestures, and language. His very qualities of eagerness and determination in splitting up the wood in which his prey lies concealed, and the loud racket he is compelled to make at such times, call upon him the undesirable attentions of the species that are his enemies. He must, when hammering on a tree, be exceedingly vigilant all the while, lest some prowling sparrowhawk or swift descending falcon shall take him unawares. The wood he exerts his strength on does not absorb his whole attention, his eyes are all the time glancing this way and that, and on the slightest appearance of danger he is nimble as a squirrel to place the trunk or branch between himself and a possible enemy. After a few moments of hiding, his red head becomes visible as he peeps cautiously round the trunk, and if the danger be then over he goes back to his task. In the presence of a winged enemy he finds his safety in clinging to the trunk, round which he can move so rapidly, as on the wing he is a heavy bird, but hawks are now rare in England, and his chief persecutors are men with guns. The language of the green woodpecker, or yaffle, as he is called in the southern counties, adds greatly to his attractiveness. His ringing cry is a sound to rejoice the hearer. Many of the woodpeckers have extremely powerful voices, and the cry of the great black woodpecker of continental Europe has been described by one familiar with it as being like the yell of a demon. This demon must, I imagine, be a very blithe-hearted one, and its yell an expression of wild, joyous, woodland life which we should be glad to listen to in England. Our bird's voice is not so powerful, but who has not been made happier for a whole day by hearing his loud laugh, as one of our old poets has called his cry? It is a clear, piercing sound, so loud and sudden that it startles you, full of wild liberty and gladness, and when I listen for and fail to hear it in park or forest, I feel that I have missed a sound for which no other bird cry or melody can compensate me. This species is found in woods and parks throughout England as far north as Derbyshire and the south of Yorkshire. Farther north he is very rare as a breeder, and in Ireland is only known as a straggler. In seeking his food he climbs obliquely up the trunk, until, having mounted to the higher branches, he passes with a dipping flight to the next tree, invariably alighting near the roots. In summer he feeds a great deal on the ground, especially on ants, of which he is very fond. The breeding hole is usually made in a soft-wooded tree. It is carried straight to the heart of the wood, and is then extended downwards to the depth of about a foot. In most cases it is found that the heart of the tree selected by the birds is rotten, although outwardly no signs of decay may appear. The hole ends in a chamber in which the eggs are deposited on a slight bed of chips. The eggs are 4 to 7 in number, are oval in form and have pure white polished shells. The young when fledged come out of their cell in the tree's heart, and creep about the bark for some days before they are able to fly. The same breeding hole is used for several years, if not taken possession of by a pair of marauding starlings, which not unfrequently happens. Wryneck. Inx torquilla. Upper parts reddish gray, irregularly spotted and lined with brown and black, a broad black and brown band from the back of the head to the back, under parts dull white, tinged with buff, and barred with dark brown, except on the breast and belly, where the markings become arrow-headed in form, outer web of the quills marked with rectangular, alternate black and yellowish red spots, tail feathers barred with black zigzag bands, beak and feet olive brown. Length, 7 inches. Fig. 62. Wryneck. 1/3 natural size. The wryneck is placed by anatomists next to the woodpeckers, and is like them in the form of its feet and the habit of perching vertically on the trunks of trees. But he does not dig into the wood with his beak, nor does he support himself with his tail, the feathers of which are soft, as in most perching birds. He is a singular bird, differing from all others in form, coloring, language, and habits. His variously colored plumage, so curiously and beautifully barred and mottled, is most like that of the nightjar, but his beauty appears only when he is seen very near. At a distance of 25 or 30 yards he is obscure in coloring, and is more remarkable for his attitudes and gestures, when seen on a tree trunk deftly and rapidly picking up the small ants on which he feeds. When thus engaged he twists his neck, turning his head from side to side in a most singular manner, hence the name of wryneck. When taken in the hand he twists his neck about in the same manner, and hisses like a snake, as he also does when disturbed during incubation, and on this account he has been called snake-bird. When held in the hand he sometimes swoons, and appears to be dead until released, whereupon he quickly recovers and makes his escape. Even more characteristic than his contortions, hissings, and death-feignings is his voice. It is an unmistakable and familiar sound of early spring, as distinctive as the shrill cry of the swift and the cuckoo's call, a clear, high-pitched, far-reaching note, reiterated many times, a sound that makes itself heard at a distance of 1/4 of a mile. As a rule, this note is heard a few days before the cuckoo's call, and on this account the wryneck is known in the southern counties, where he is most common, as the cuckoo's mate, or messenger, or boda, and is also called the cuckoo's maid. The wryneck feeds chiefly on ants and their larvae, and, like the green woodpecker, he goes to the antilles on commons and uncultivated grounds. The insects are taken with the long, retractile tongue, which is covered with an adhesive saliva, and which the bird, when feeding, darts out and withdraws with lightning rapidity. A hole in the trunk of a tree, often near the roots, is a favorite nesting place. The eggs are 7 to 10 in number, and are deposited, without any nest, on the rotten wood. They are pure white, and have glossy shells. The same breeding hole is used year after year. The wryneck is most common in the southern and southeastern counties. In the west of England and in Wales it is rarer. In the northern counties of England it is also rare and local. In Scotland it does not breed, and in Ireland it is not known. Kingfisher. Alcedo ispida. Fig. 63. Kingfisher. 1/4 natural size. Back azure blue, head and wing coverts bluish-green spotted with azure blue, under and behind the eye a reddish band, passing into white, and beneath this a band of azure green, wings and tail greenish blue, throat white, under parts rusty orange-red. Length, 7½ inches. The kingfisher is by far the most brilliantly colored bird in the British Islands, and those who see it living and moving with the sunlight on it can form an idea of the wonderful luster of many tropical species, which certainly cannot be done by gazing on the labeled pellets of dead and dimmed feathers, called specimens in cabinets and museums. Unhappily, this rare splendor of the kingfisher, which gives it value, has served only to draw destruction upon it. As Urel long ago said, it is persecuted chiefly because of its beauty, and the desire to possess a stuffed specimen in a glass case. It is found in suitable localities throughout Great Britain where it has not been exterminated to gratify the vile taste that prefers a mummy to a living creature. In Ireland it is rare and local as a breeding species, but as an autumn and winter visitor is found throughout the country. It frequents streams and rivers, and the margins of lakes, and, more rarely, the seaside. It is a solitary bird, and, like the dipper, restricts itself to one part of the stream where it gets its food. Day after day it returns to the same perch, where it sits watching the surface, silent and immovable as a heron. It looks out for its prey both when perched and when flying at a height of a few feet above the surface, and often hovers motionless for a few moments before darting down into the water. With the minnow it captures held crossways in the beak it flies to a perch, and, after beating it against the branch or stone, swallows it, head first, sometimes tossing it in the air and catching it as it falls. It also preys on aquatic insects and small crustaceans. The pairing time is early, and in February or March the birds make choice of a breeding place, usually near their fishing ground, but sometimes at a distance of a mile or more from the water. A hole is dug in a bank to a depth of from 1 to 3 or 4 feet, but sometimes the birds find a hole suited to their purpose, or a cavity under the roots of a tree growing on an overhanging bank, which they occupy. The hole made by the birds has an upward slope, and ends in a chamber about 6 inches in diameter. Here is formed the nest, of the strangest material used by any nest-making bird. The kingfisher, like the owl and cuckoo and many other species, casts up the indigestible portions of its food, the minute bones of minnows in this case, in the form of small pellets. The pellets are thrown up in the nest chamber, and, when broken up and pressed down by the sitting bird, are shaped into a cup-like nest. The eggs are 6 to 8 in number, pure white and translucent, and globular in form. Probably the kingfisher pairs for life, as the same breeding hole is used year after year, although the two birds are not seen together out of the breeding season. The cry is a shrill but musical piping note, 2 or 3 times repeated, somewhat like the sandpiper's cry. 2 specimens of the belted kingfisher, Ceryle alcyon, an American species, have been obtained in Ireland. 3 other birds remain to be noticed in this place. They are members of 3 distinct families, and are amongst the most beautiful of the rare occasional visitors seen in our country: the roller, Coraceus garrulus, a jay-like bird, blue and chestnut-brown in color. It breeds in southern and central Europe, and is known only as a rare straggler in the British Islands. The bee-eater, Meropsapiaster. A good many examples of this elegant and richly colored bird have been obtained in England. It is an abundant species in southern Europe, where it breeds in colonies in sandbanks, like our sand martin. The hoopoe, Upupar epops. This species has some claim to a place among British birds, as it is an annual visitor to our country, although in small numbers. It is a singular and beautiful bird, and it is sad to think that, but for the persecution it has encountered year after year, it would most probably have established itself as a regular breeding species in the southern counties of England. Fig. 64. Hoopoe. Cuckoo. Cuculus canarus. Upper parts bluish ash, darker on the wings, lighter on the neck and breast, under parts whitish with transverse dusky streaks, quills barred on the inner webs with oval white spots, tail feathers blackish, tipped and spotted with white, beak dusky, edged with yellow, orbits and inside of mouth orange yellow, iris and feet yellow. Young, ash brown barred with reddish brown, tips of feathers white, a white spot on the back of the head. Length, 13.5 inches. Fig. 65. Cuckoo. 1/6 natural size. There are many cuckoos in the world, and in some countries it would be possible to see 3 or 4, or even half a dozen, distinct species in the course of a single day. We have but one, and have made much of it. Perhaps no bird, says Urel, has attracted so much attention, while of none have more idle tales been told. And he might have added, that of no other bird so much remains to be known. Our cuckoo interests us in two distinct ways. He charms us, and he affects the mind with his strangeness. He is a visitor of the early spring, with a far-reaching, yet soft and musical, voice, full of beautiful associations, prophetic of the flowery season. To quote Sir Philip Sidney's words, applying them to a feathered instead of to a human troubadour, he cometh to you with a tale to hold children from their play and old men from the chimney corner. Scene. This melodist has the bold figure, rough, feathered legs, and barred plumage of a hawk. This fierce, predacious aspect is deceptive. He is a timid bird, with the climbing feet of the woodpecker and wryneck. Strangest of all, the female has the habit of placing her eggs in other birds' nests, forgetting her motherhood, a proceeding which, being contrary to nature's use, seems unnatural. It reads like a tale from the 1001 Nights in which we sometimes encounter human beings, good, or bad, or merely fantastic, who wander about the world disguised as birds. Only when we see and handle the cuckoo's egg placed in the hedge sparrow's, or pipit's, or wagtail's nest, when we see the large hawk-like young cuckoo being fed and tenderly cared for by its diminutive foster parent, do we realize the extraordinary nature of such an instinct. In spite of this naughtiness of the cuckoo, to speak of it in human terms, it is to all a favorite, the darling of the year, and from the days when the oldest known English lyric was written, Summer is Ecumen in, loud sing cuckoo, to the present time the poets have found inspiration in his fluting call, and musicians, too, owing to that unique quality of his voice which makes it imitable and harmonious with human music, vocal and instrumental. The cuckoo does not usually arrive in this country before the middle of April, but he is sometimes 2, and even 3 weeks earlier. The males arrive first, and it is they that utter the well-known double call that gives the bird its name. The cry of the female, a curious prolonged bubbling sound, is heard less frequently. One of the strangest facts in the strange history of this bird is that its egg is not laid in the nest in which it is found, but is carried by the cuckoo in her bill and placed there. It is very small for so large a bird, although much larger, in most cases, than the eggs it is placed with, as its favorite nests in this country are all of small birds, the hedge sparrow, reed warbler, pied wagtail, and meadow pipit. The eggs are very variable, being dull greenish or dull reddish gray, with spots and mottlings of a deeper shade. In some instances the cuckoo's egg resembles in color the eggs it is placed with, and it is thought by some naturalists that the female cuckoo invariably deposits her eggs in the nests of one species. As a rule, only one egg is laid in a nest, and a few days after the eggs are hatched the young cuckoo gets rid of his foster brothers by getting them onto his back, which is broad and hollow, and throwing them over the side of the nest. If any unhatched eggs remain in the nest, he gets rid of them in the same way. The food of the cuckoo is exclusively insectivorous, and consists in large part of hairy caterpillars, which most birds refuse to touch. The indigestible portions of the food he swallows are cast up in small pellets. By August the old birds take their departure, the young migrate 1 to 2 months later. No fewer than 3 exotic cuckoos have been placed on the list of British birds. 2 of these are American species, the yellow-billed cuckoo, Coccyzus americanus, and the black-billed cuckoo, C. erythrophthalmus. The third is the great spotted cuckoo, Coccysts glandorus, an African species, which visits Spain in summer, and, like our bird, is parasitical, but has the habit of depositing its eggs in the nests of various species of the crow family. Barn owl. Strix flammei. Beak yellowish-white, upper parts light tawny yellow minutely variegated with brown, gray, and white, face and lower plumage white, the feathers of the margin tipped with brown. Length, 14 inches. The barn owl is one of the very few species that have almost a worldwide range. It is resident throughout the British Islands, and inhabits the greater part of Europe. It extends to Africa, including Madagascar, to India and America, and to the Malaysian, Australian, and Polynesian regions, and is found in islands so widely separated and far removed from the mainland as the Azores, Madeira, the Canaries, and Cape de Verde. The short-eared owl has a distribution just as wide, or even wider, but that bird, wherever found, is of a wandering habit, making his home and breeding place wherever food is abundant, and staying not where it fails him. His action resembles, only on a vaster scale, that of the nomads of the human race, who break up their camp and move away from the district that no longer affords pasture to their cattle. Thus, in the case of this species, the vagrant habit may be held to account for so extensive a range. But the barn owl's universality cannot be accounted for in the same way, since he is, in most countries, a stay-at-home bird, and spends his whole life, from year's end to year's end, in the same spot. We can only conjecture that at some former and very remote period in the history of his species he, too, had a vagrant disposition, or else that he is a very ancient bird on the earth, and has had unlimited time to get so widely dispersed, also, that the barn owl is one of those rare types that can exist unaltered in a great variety of conditions. One of our domestic birds, the goose, affords an instance of the unchangeableness of some types in all regions of the globe, but the goose has been carried everywhere by adventurous white men, while the barn owl, by means unknown to us, has distributed himself over the earth. Fig. 66. Barn owl. Natural size. Another general remark about this most strange and fascinating fowl may be made in this place. The barn owl, being so widely distributed, and in many countries the most common species, and being, furthermore, the only member of its order that attaches itself by preference to human habitations, and is a dweller in towns as well as in rural districts, is probably the chief inspirer and object of the innumerable ancient owl superstitions which still flourish in all countries among the ignorant. His blood-curdling voice, his whiteness, and extraordinary figure, and, when viewed by day on his perch in some dim interior, his luminous eyes and great round face, and wonderful intimidating gestures and motions, must powerfully affect the primitive mind, for in that low intellectual state whatever is strange is regarded as supernatural. Before sitting down to write this little history I went out into the woods, and was so fortunate as to hear 3 owls calling with unearthly shrieks to one another from some large fir trees under which I was standing, and, listening to them, it struck me as only natural that in so many regions of the earth this bird should have been, and should still be, regarded as an evil being, a prophet of disaster and death. The barn owl takes up his abode by preference in a building of some kind, an old ruin, a loft in a barn or an outhouse, but above most sites he prefers an ivy-clad church tower, on which account he has been called the church owl. He also inhabits caves and holes in cliffs, and hollow trees in woods. He spends the daylight hours, standing upright and motionless, dozing on his perch, and, where he is persecuted, he does not stir abroad until dark. When he is not molested he leaves his hiding place before sunset, and is so little suspicious of man as to appear like a domestic bird in his presence. He preys on mice, rats, moles, insects, and even fish, which he has been observed to take in his claws from lakes and ponds. The indigestible portions of the small animals he swallows, the fur, feathers, bones, wing cases, and scales, are disgorged in compact round pellets about the size of a cobnut, and from an examination of a vast number of such pellets, it would appear that about 9/10 of the food of this owl consists of mice. This fact is now so generally known that the owl, from being one of the most persecuted of birds, is becoming a general favorite, and farmers who formerly shot it, and nailed it, without spread wings, to their barn doors, in order that all might see and admire their zeal in ridding the earth of so misshapen a pest, are now only anxious to have the feathered cats living in their barns again. The owl makes no nest, and lays from 2 to 6 eggs, which are white and nearly round. It has the curious habit of laying 2 or 3 eggs, and, long after incubation has begun, laying others, and then others again, so that young of different ages and eggs not yet near hatching may be found in the nest together. The young make a curious snoring noise, which is their hunger cry, and it has been said that this cry is also occasionally uttered by the old bird on the wing. Long-eared owl. Asiootis. Beak blackish, eyes orange-yellow, upper parts buff, finely mottled with brown and gray, and streaked with dark brown, especially on the ear tufts. Facial disc buff, with a grayish-black margin and outer rim, underparts warm buff and gray, with blackish streaks and minute transverse bars. Length, 15 inches. The long-eared owl may be described as a bird of beautiful plumage. The hues of the upper parts, various shades of yellow, buff, and brown, harmoniously disposed, and something, too, in the indeterminate pattern, remind us of the coloring of some of the very handsome cats. This cat-like coloring, long tufts of ear-like feathers, and large, round, fiery, yellow eyes, give the bird a singular and uncanny appearance. As a vocalist he is less interesting than the two other most common British species, the white owl, with its sepulchral shriek, and the tawny owl, with its mellow hoot, that mysterious sound of the deep woods at eventide. The commonest note of the present species is a mewing cry, heard when the birds begin to stir from their hiding places before going out to forage. It also emits at times a short, barking cry. The long-eared owl appears to be more gregarious than other species, except, perhaps, the short-eared owl. Mr. Abel Chapman writes, "A peculiarity of the habits of these owls after the breeding season deserves a remark. As soon as the young were fledged, the whole of the owls associated together, perhaps 3 or 4 broods, old and young, in a single family, and chose a thick black Scotch fir for their abode. Here they all passed the day. To this particular tree the whole of the owl life of these woods resorted regularly at dawn, and in it slept away the hours of daylight, hidden amongst the deep evergreen recesses. At the particular tree of their choice, it varied in different years. The owls could invariably be interviewed during the summer and autumn, though to a casual eye it was difficult, amidst the deep shadows of the foliage, to distinguish their slim forms, pressed closely against the brown branches of the pine. Towards dusk their awakening was notified by the querulous cat-like cry. 10 minutes later their silent forms appeared outside the wood, and, after a few rounds of preliminary gyrations, it was dark enough to commence operations in earnest. Long-eared owl. Chaffinch. Great, blue, and coal tits. Gold crest. Field mice and rats are its principal food. It also preys a good deal on insects, and kills more small birds than does the white owl. It is an early breeder, laying its eggs in the deserted nest of a crow, magpie, rook, or heron, or in a squirrel's drey, or even making use of the slight platform nest of the wood pigeon. The eggs are 4 to 6 in number, nearly round in shape, and have smooth white shells. Short-eared owl. Asiootis. Face whitish, beak black, iris yellow, tufts on the head small, composed of black feathers, eyes encircled by brownish black, upper parts dusky brown edged with yellow, under parts dull yellow streaked with brown. Length, 15 inches. In its habits the short-eared owl offers a strong contrast to the species last described. It is a bird of the moors and fens, laying its eggs on the ground, and never, or very seldom, perches on trees. In appearance it is less owl-like and uncanny-looking than the long-eared owl, the coloring and markings being less rich, the head smaller, and the ear tufts so small that at a distance of 25 yards they are scarcely visible. It is migratory in its habits, and as it arrives on the east coast at the same time as the woodcock, it is often called the woodcock owl. As a winter visitant it is found in most places in the British Islands, but it breeds with us only in Scotland and a few localities in the north of England. As I have said in the history of the barn owl, the present species ranges over a large portion of the globe, and on the continent of America it is found from Greenland to the Straits of Magellan. It is not so nocturnal in its habits as the majority of owls, and may often be seen, an hour or two before sunset, beating over the rough ground like a hen harrier in search of prey. It feeds on small rodents of all kinds, and on birds. The eggs are 3 to 5 in number, and in some instances as many as 7 or 8 are laid, and are placed in a slight clearing among the herbage on marshy ground, or under the heather on a moor. There is some variety in the language of this species. It hisses and makes a sharp clicking sound when angry, and has a loud, startling cry, a note repeated 3 or 4 times, like a ghostly laugh, and it also hoots, this performance sounding like the baying of a dog in the distance. An interesting and curious fact in the history of this owl is that it is known to appear, often in considerable numbers, in any district where, owing to a great increase of field mice or other small rodents, its favorite food is for the time abundant. This phenomenon has been observed in various parts of the world, in this country on several occasions, and during the late Great Plague of short-tailed voles in the south of Scotland, 1891–92, large numbers of short-eared owls appeared, and remained to breed in the district. As long as the plague lasted they remained in the country, and were most prolific. When the voles disappeared the owls departed. Tawny owl. Cinia maluco. Beak grayish-yellow, iris bluish dusky, upper parts reddish-brown, variously marked and spotted with dark brown, black, and gray, large white spots on the scapulars and wing coverts, primaries and tail feathers barred alternately with dark and reddish-brown, underparts reddish-white, with transverse brown bars and longitudinal dusky streaks, legs feathered to the claws. Length, 16 inches. The tawny owl, named also brown owl and wood owl, is by a little the largest of the 4 British species. In his coloring, as well as his woodland habits, he comes nearest to the long-eared owl, but he has no ear tufts like that bird to add to his strangeness, nor is he in appearance so ghostly and grotesque as the white owl. This species alone of the British owls is unknown in Ireland. In England, Wales, and the south of Scotland it is to be met with in all well-wooded districts, and in some localities it is said to be the most common owl. But, unhappily, In many places where it was formerly common it has been extirpated by gamekeepers. Owls are not very social birds, and the tawny owl is the most unsocial of all. He inhabits the deep wood, where he lives solitary or with his mate, and he is said to be very jealous of the intrusion of another individual of his species into his hunting grounds. His chief distinction is his powerful, clear voice, heard in the profound silence of the woods at eventide. The sound is wonderfully impressive, and affects us with a sense of mystery. This may be due to imagination, or to some primitive faculty in us, since the feeling is strong only when we are alone. If we are in a merry company, then the wood owl's tu-wit, tu-who, may even seem to us a merry note as Shakespeare described it. The tawny owl sometimes breeds, like the barn owl, in ruins, outhouses, disused chimneys, and such places, but the usual site is a hollow tree, all the more liked if it is overgrown with ivy. Sometimes he takes possession of a deserted nest of a magpie or crow to breed in. The 3 or 4 eggs laid are white, and nearly round in shape. The tawny owl is strictly nocturnal in habits, and preys on mice, rats, moles, young rabbits, squirrels, and birds, and he also, like most owls, occasionally takes fish. Besides the species described, no fewer than 7 others have been included in books on British birds, and if these 7 were not rare accidental visitors to our island we should indeed be rich in owls. It will be sufficient to give their names: snowy owl, Nycte scandioca; European hawk owl, Cernia ulula; American hawk owl, Cernia funaria; Tengmalms owl, Nitala tengmalmi; Scops owl, Scops skyu; eagle owl, Bubo ignavus; little owl, Athene noctua. It is possible that the last species may one day come to be ranked as a British bird, like the pheasant and red-legged partridge, as several attempts have been made to introduce it into this country, first by Waterton, in 1843, and, in recent years, by Mr. W. H. St. Quinton in Yorkshire, and Mr. Mead Waldo in Hampshire. Hen harrier. Circus cyaneus. Upper parts of adult male bluish-gray, lower parts white, beak black, irides reddish-brown, legs and feet yellow, claws black. Female, upper parts reddish-brown, under parts pale reddish-yellow, with deep orange-brown, longitudinal streaks and spots. Length, male, 18 inches, female, 20 inches. This very handsome and graceful hawk was fairly common within recent times in the British Islands. But the incessant persecution of all birds of prey by game preservers is having its effect. It is plain to see that as British species they are being extirpated, and the first to vanish are the harriers, owing to their fatal habit of breeding in the open country on the ground. For while most birds have a close time allowed them, the hawks are sought out and destroyed, old and young, during the breeding season. Thus the marsh harrier, which should have come first in this place, is now extinct in this country, and cannot be introduced into a work on British birds which does not include the great auk, the bustard, the spoonbill, and many other species which have been exterminated in England. The hen harrier is at the present time very nearly in the same case. It is only included here because a few pairs probably still breed on the wildest and most extensive moors in Wales, the north of England, and the Highlands of Scotland. The nest is a slight hollow in the ground, scantily lined with a little dry grass, and the eggs are 4 or 5, and rarely 6, in number. These are pale bluish-white in color, and in some cases have pale brown markings. The male hen harrier, seen on the wing when quartering the ground in quest of prey, keeping but a few feet above the surface, is certainly one of our handsomest hawks. Its flight, although not wavering, is as buoyant as that of the common tern, and the pale coloring, soft blue-gray above and white beneath, seems in harmony with its slender figure and airy, graceful motions. On account of its blue color it has been called the dove hawk. It preys on small birds, mammals, and reptiles, dropping suddenly upon them in the manner of the kestrel, but from a less height. The origin of its name of hen harrier is not known. Urell conjectured that it was on account of its predilection for the produce of the farmyard, which seems unlikely, as the harriers are usually hunters of very small deer. A more probable explanation is that the male bird was formerly supposed to be the female of the ringtail harrier, but we know now that the hen harrier is the cockbird, and the ringtail the hen. Montagu's harrier. Circus cinerasus. Fig. 67. Montagu's harrier. Natural size. Upper parts bluish-gray, primaries black, secondaries with 3 transverse dark bars, lateral tail feathers white barred with reddish-orange, underparts white variously streaked with reddish-orange. Female, upper parts brown of various tints, underparts pale reddish-yellow, with longitudinal bright red streaks. Beak black, legs and feet yellow. Length, 18 inches. This hawk was named by Urell after the well-known ornithologist, Colonel Montagu, who was the first to distinguish between this species and the hen harrier, which it so closely resembles. Seen on the wing at a distance of 200 to 300 yards, the sharpest-sighted ornithologist would probably be unable to say whether the bird was a hen harrier or a Montagu's harrier. The present species is slimmer-bodied, but, owing to the greater comparative length of its wings, it appears, when flying, as large as the hen harrier. It is a spring and summer visitor to this country, and in its flight, and preying and breeding habits, closely resembles the species last described. Small birds, mammals, reptiles, and insects form its prey. It breeds, or formerly bred, in suitable localities in most English counties from the south coast northwards to Norfolk, making its slight nest on the ground, among the furze bushes or heather. The eggs resemble those of the hen harrier in coloring, but are smaller in size. Buzzard. Buteo vulgaris. Fig. 68. Buzzard. To the power of 1 natural size. Upper parts, neck, and head dark brown mottled with brown of a darker shade, tail marked with 12 transverse bands, beak lead colored, cere, irides, and feet yellow. Length, male, 20 inches, female, 22 inches. It is impossible for anyone who loves wild bird life to write about the buzzard without a feeling of profound melancholy. For this hawk, too, like the harriers, although once common, and still called in books the common buzzard, is a vanishing species. Howard Saunders writes, 50 years ago it used to breed in Norfolk and in other counties, abounding in partridges and ground game, without being considered incompatible with their existence. But with the increase of pheasant worship the doom of the buzzard was sealed, for, the larger the hawk the worse it must necessarily be. My one consolation in this sad portion of my work, which tells of the noble and useful species whose doom is sealed, is, that I am not writing for grown men, but for the young, who are not yet the slaves of a contemptible convention, nor have come under a system which has been only too mildly described as stupid by every British ornithologist during the last 5 or 6 decades. This once common bird is now almost unknown in England, and must be sought for in the wildest forest districts of Wales and Scotland. It is of a somewhat sedentary disposition, and in seeking its food displays little of the dashing and courageous spirit of the falcons. Small mammals, especially moles, reptiles, birds of various kinds, and insects, are its prey, which in all cases it drops upon and seizes on the ground. It is strongly attached to one favorite spot, and will return day after day to the same perch, where it will sit for hours at a stretch. All the buzzards show best when flying, and the appearance of the present species was thus described by Sir William Jardine: the flight is slow and majestic. The birds rise in easy and graceful gyrations, often to an immense height, uttering occasionally their shrill and melancholy whistle. At this time, to a spectator underneath, and in particular lights, they appear of immense size. The motions of the tail when directing the circles may be plainly perceived, as well as the beautiful markings on it and the wings, sometimes rendered very plain and distinct by the body being thrown upwards, and the light falling on the clear and silvery tints of the base of the feathers. The buzzard is a fine accompaniment to the landscape, whether sylvan or wild and rocky. It nests both on crags and in forest trees, and sometimes makes use of the old nest of some other bird. The nest is of sticks, and is sometimes very large, lined with wool or some other soft material, and often with green leaves. 2 to 4 eggs are laid, but 3 is the usual number. They vary from white, suffused with reddish-brown, to bluish-green, spotted, streaked, and clouded with reddish-brown, with purple-gray undermarkings. Golden eagle. Aquila cricetus. Head, back of the neck, and legs lustrous reddish-brown, the rest of the body dark brown, primaries nearly black, secondaries brownish-black, tail dark gray, barred and tipped with brownish-black, beak bluish at the base, black at the extremity, iris brown, cere and feet yellow, claws bluish-black. Length of male, 3 feet. This noblest of the British birds of prey used at one time to breed in some localities in England and Wales, but it has gradually retreated farther and farther north, and is now restricted, as a breeder, to the Highlands and the Western Islands of Scotland. Fortunately, it now receives protection from the owners of large deer forests in its northern habitat, and there is reason to hope that it will long continue to exist as a British species. This species is very dark in hue, and is known in Scotland as the black eagle. The color is a very deep brown, the feathers of the head and nape tinged with reddish gold, hence its name of golden eagle. It preys on hares, rabbits, grouse, ptarmigan, and other birds, and occasionally destroys lambs and fawns, and will even attack full-grown ewes and deer. The nest is a bulky structure of sticks, placed, as a rule, on a crag, sometimes in a tree, and the same nest is used year after year. 2 or 3 eggs are laid, white or pale bluish-green in ground color, blotched, spotted, and clouded with reddish-brown and purple-gray undermarkings. Owing to his great size, dark color, and power of wing, this eagle makes a very noble figure when flying. But he is noble in appearance at other times as well, and in this he differs from many of the larger species that are equally strong on the wing, or even much stronger, condors, vultures, albatrosses, and others. These, when they fold their pinions, lose all their majesty. But the golden eagle has just as grand a presence when perched as when soaring. The pleasure produced in us by the sight of this creature appears to differ in character from that which we find in contemplating such species as excel in elegance and grace, or in rich coloring, the mute swan glassed in the water it floats upon, and the peacock with splendid starry train. He is built on different lines, that indicate power and rapine, but his appearance in repose is not less attractive than theirs, and, in a sense, not less beautiful. Tennyson, in a few well-known lines, has described it better, perhaps, than any other writer, the majestic bird and the nature it inhabits, and is in harmony with its sublimity and desolation. He grasps the crag with hooked hands, close to the sun in lonely lands, ringed by the azure world he stands. The wrinkled sea beneath him crawls, he watches from his mountain walls, and like a thunderbolt he falls. White-tailed eagle. Haliaeetus albicilla. Upper parts brown, head and neck lightest, under parts chocolate brown, tail white, bill, cere, and feet yellowish white, claws black. In the young the tail is brown. Length of the male, 2 feet 4 inches, of the female, 2 feet 10 inches. Immature specimens of the white-tailed, or sea eagle, or ern, are from time to time obtained in England during the autumn and winter months. They are, probably, in nearly all cases migrants from northern Europe on their way south. The British race, the sea eagles that bred formerly in many localities on the coasts of Scotland and Ireland, and in the Northern Islands, is now all but extinct. The bird no longer breeds anywhere on the mainland, and but 1 or 2 pairs are known to inhabit the islands. The sea eagle has a more varied dietary than the species last described, and he hunts for food both on sea and land. In his habits he is by turns osprey, falcon, and raven. Like the osprey, he drops from a considerable height onto a fish seen near the surface, and, striking his talons into it, bears it away to land. But he preys more on puffins, guillemots, and other sea-fowl, than on fish. Like the golden eagle, he destroys mountain hares, grouse, and ptarmigan, and is regarded by the shepherd as the worst enemy to the flock. But the shepherd has his revenge, for the ern is a great lover of carrion, and may be easily poisoned. The breeding habits of this species are similar to those of the golden eagle. The eggs, 2 in number, are white, without markings. Its yelping cry is very powerful, and shriller than the scream of the golden eagle. Sparrowhawk. Accipiter nisus. Upper parts dark bluish-gray, with a white spot on the nape, under parts reddish-white, transversely barred with deep brown, tail gray, barred with brownish-black, beak blue, lightest at the base, cere, irides, and feet yellow. Female, upper parts brown, passing into blackish-gray, under parts grayish-white, barred with dark gray. Length of male, 12 inches, of female, 15 inches. The sparrowhawk is found in wooded districts in all parts of Great Britain and Ireland, and is, perhaps, the most generally diffused species of the diurnal birds of prey in this country, and, compared with most other species, may be said to be almost common. In reality it is becoming rare, which is not strange considering that, next to the carrion crow, it is the most persecuted of all the feathered creatures whose existence is an offense to the gamekeeper. In Urell's British Birds it is said that the female sparrowhawk is, indeed, the only bird of prey which the game preserver nowadays need fear, and there is no doubt that it is immeasurably more destructive to the chicks of pheasant and partridge than any other raptor. It preys by preference on birds, as the kestrel does on mice, and in pursuit is capable of rapid flight and quick doublings, but its chases are short and near the surface of the earth. In habits it is a prowler, a stealthy flyer among woods, by coppices and hedges, and takes its victims by surprise. It also dashes suddenly on them from its perch, where it has stood concealed by the foliage, keeping a sharp watch on the feathered creatures in its vicinity. The sparrowhawk is said to make a nest for itself, but it is more probable that in nearly all cases it takes possession of an old nest of some other bird. The eggs are 4 or 5 in number, and sometimes 6, pale bluish-white in ground color, blotched and spotted with various shades of reddish-brown. Kite. Milvus ictinus. Fig. 69. Kite. To the power of 1 natural size. Upper parts reddish-brown, the feathers with pale edges, those of the head and neck long, and tapering to a point, grayish-white, streaked lengthways with brown, under parts rust color with longitudinal brown streaks, tail reddish-orange, barred indistinctly with brown, beak horn color, cere, irides, and feet yellow, claws black. Female, upper parts a deeper brown, the feathers pale at the extremity, head and neck white. Length, 25 inches. The kite, or glede, is another melancholy example of the effect of the pitiless persecution of some of our finest birds by game preservers, and, as the species became rare, by collectors of British killed specimens and British taken eggs. Once a common species in the British Islands, it is now reduced to a miserable remnant, composed of a few breeding pairs in Wales and Scotland. Among the various types of diurnal birds of prey, the kite is one of the finest. The great extent of his sharp-pointed wings and his long, forked tail, fit him for an aerial life. In appearance he is a swallow-shaped eagle, and few birds equal him in grace and majesty of motion when he soars at a vast height. Like the eagles, buzzards, and other strong flyers among the raptors, he soars for exercise and recreation, but, vulture-like, when soaring he is ever on the watch for a meal. And, like the vulture, he will feed on garbage, for though of so noble an appearance, and possessed of such great power, he has, compared with the falcons, a poor spirit, and his name is a term of reproach that signifies cowardice and rapacity. A carrion eater, he also preys on small mammals, reptiles, and birds, in most cases the young, the sickly, or wounded. The nest of the kite is placed in a tree, and is a bulky structure of sticks, mixed with much rubbish, bones, turf, scraps of paper, and old rags, and is lined with wool and moss. 2 to 4 eggs are laid, 3 being the usual number. In size, color, and markings they closely resemble those of the buzzard. Peregrine falcon. Falco peregrinus. Upper parts dark bluish-gray, with darker bands, head bluish-black, as are also the moustaches descending from the gape, under parts white, breast transversely barred with brown, beak blue, darker at the point, cere yellow, iris dark brown, feet yellow, claws black. Female, upper plumage tinged with brown, the underparts with reddish yellow. Length, 15 inches, female, 17 inches. This famed bird is of a handsome appearance, not swallow-like as is the kite, nor so massive as the eagle, but nature in fashioning it has observed the golden mean, and the result is a being so well balanced in all its parts and so admirably adapted for speed, strength, and endurance, that to many minds it has seemed the most perfect among winged creatures. When standing perched on a crag, erect and motionless, as its custom is, its smooth and compact figure looks as if carved out of a stone or marble of a beautiful soft grey tint. The wings are sharp-pointed, and the flight is exceedingly rapid. In South America, where I first observed its habits, it used always to seem to me that the peregrine, alone among hawks, possessed a courage commensurate with its strength, and, in hunting, an infallible judgment. However swift of wing its quarry might be, it was almost invariably overtaken and struck to the earth, and the bird thus vanquished was in many cases the equal, and sometimes even the superior, in weight to the falcon. All other hawks make frequent mistakes, and often fail in their efforts. They chase birds they cannot overtake, and attack others that are too strong for them, and occasionally their courage fails, and they pass by the healthy and strong to attack the wounded or weak that are incapable of making an effort. Fig. 70. Peregrine. To the power of 1 natural size. In the British Islands, the peregrine is an inhabitant of the iron-bound coasts, where it is still able to find comparatively safe breeding sites. It makes no nest, the eggs being deposited in a slight hollow scratched in the soil on a ledge of a cliff. When it breeds in a tree, it makes use of the deserted nest of some other bird. 2 to 4 eggs are laid, yellowish-white in ground color, mottled and spotted with reddish-brown and orange-brown. The peregrine preys almost exclusively on birds, ducks, waders, pigeons, grouse, partridges, and it has been seen to kill kestrels, jays, and magpies. It has a sharp, powerful cry, uttered 2 or 3 times in rapid succession on the wing. Hobby: Falco subuteo. Upper parts bluish-black, under parts reddish-yellow with longitudinal brown streaks, moustaches broad, black, lower tail coverts and legs reddish, beak bluish, dark at the tip, cere greenish-yellow, iris dark brown, feet yellow, claws black. Female, colors less bright, and the streaks below broader. Length, 12 to 14 inches. The hobby in appearance is a lesser peregrine, being about 1/5 smaller than that bird. It differs from the peregrine in having a softer plumage and a comparatively greater length of wing. It is probably the fastest flyer among rapacious birds, being capable of the marvelous feat of capturing swallows and martins in the air. It is a summer visitant to this country, and is most often met with in the southern counties of England, where, however, it is a rare species, and the farther north we go the rarer it becomes. In Scotland it is not known to breed, and it does not range to Ireland. It inhabits woods, and breeds in an old nest of the carrion crow, jay, or some other bird, which it does not reline. 3 eggs are usually laid, and in some rare instances 4 or 5. In size and color they are not distinguishable from those of the kestrel. The hobby is a spirited bird, but in courage and power greatly inferior to the peregrine. He preys principally on dragonflies, beetles, and other large insects, and on small birds, such as skylarks and buntings. In falconry, the hobby was trained to fly at such small game as larks, snipe, and quail. Merlin. Falco esalon. Fig. 71. Merlin. 1/8 natural size. Upper parts grayish-blue, under parts reddish-yellow with longitudinal dark brown spots, tail barred with black, beak bluish, darker at the tip, cere yellow, iris dark brown, feet yellow, claws black. Female, upper parts tinged with brown, lower parts yellowish-white. Length, 11 to 12 inches. The merlin is a third less than the peregrine in size, and has the distinction of being the smallest of the British birds of prey, but in courage it is second to none, and Yarrell relates an instance in which this small bird, weighing itself no more than 6 ounces, struck down and killed a partridge twice as heavy. It is a resident throughout the year of the British Islands, from the north of Yorkshire to the Shetlands, and the mountainous parts of Ireland. The merlin is an inhabitant of the moors and mountains, and nests on the ground among the tall heather. The eggs are laid in a slight hollow with little or no lining, and are 4 or 5 in number, smaller than those of the kestrel, but similar in color. It sometimes, but very rarely, breeds in the nest of a carrion crow or other bird, in a tree. It preys chiefly on small birds, and it was formerly trained to pursue snipe, pigeons, larks, blackbirds, and sea kestrel, or windhover. Tinunculus alaudarius. Upper plumage, neck, and breast dark lead gray, sides, undertail coverts, and thighs light yellowish red, with longitudinal, narrow, dark streaks, beak blue, cere and feet yellow, irides brown, claws black. Female, upper plumage and tail light red, with transverse spots and bars of dark brown, lower parts paler than in the male. Length, 15 inches. Fig. 72. Kestrel. Natural size. The kestrel is the best known of the British hawks, not only because it is the most common species, but also because its peculiar preying habits bring it more into notice. It is resident and found throughout the United Kingdom, but undoubtedly possesses a partial migration, as it wholly disappears from some northern districts in the winter, and at the same season becomes more abundant in the southern counties. When in quest of prey, the kestrel has the habit of stopping suddenly in its rapid flight, and remaining for some time motionless in midair, suspended on its rapidly beating wings, usually at a height of 20 or 30 yards above the surface. This habit, which has won for the species the appropriate name of windhover, is unique among British hawks. It is this peculiar aerial feat which makes the kestrel, when seen on the wing, so familiar a figure to country people. The instant that the bird pauses in his swift rushing flight, you know that it is a kestrel, although it may be at such a distance as to appear a mere spot, a small moving shadow, against the sky. It has shorter wings than other falcons, and, by consequence, a more rapid and violent flight. The kestrel preys chiefly on mice and field voles. Occasionally it takes a small bird, and carries off young, tender chicks, if they come in its way, but it certainly does not deserve its scientific name of alaudarius, a feeder on larks, which would have fitted the hobby better. It also preys on frogs and coleopterous insects. Selby relates that a kestrel was observed late one evening pursuing the cockchafers, dashing at them and seizing one in each claw, eating them in the air, and then returning to the charge. When on the wing, the kestrel's downward-gazing eyes are constantly on the lookout for the mice that lurk on the surface, and as mice are usually well concealed by the grass and herbage, the eyes must indeed be wonderfully sharp to detect them. After remaining suspended for some seconds, sometimes for half a minute, or longer, during which the bird watches the ground below, he dashes down upon his prey, or flies on without descending, as if satisfied that what had been taken for a mouse had turned out to be something different. When thus hovering motionless, the wings are seen to beat rapidly for a few seconds, then to become fixed and rigid for a moment or two, after which the beating motion is renewed. A short time ago I watched a kestrel thus hovering in the face of a very violent wind, and it struck me that this suspension of the wings' motion in such circumstances was very extraordinary and hard to explain. One can understand that, even in the face of a violent gale, the bird is able to maintain its motionless position by sheer muscular power, but how happened it that in the short intervals, when the outspread wings became fixed and motionless, the bird was not instantly blown from its position? In its breeding habits the kestrel, like the starling and jackdaw, has a partiality for towers and lofty ruins, and it also nests in holes in rocks and hollow trees. In woods it frequently takes possession of a disused nest of a crow or magpie. The eggs are 4 or 5, blotched with dull red on a reddish-white ground, and in many eggs the ground color is quite covered with red. The kestrel, among British birds of prey, is a favorite with the ornithologist in virtue of its interesting habits, and it deserves to be equally esteemed by the farmer on account of its usefulness. It is, indeed, the only bird of diurnal habits that wages incessant warfare against the prolific and injurious mice, and thus carries on by day the task of keeping down a pest which those feathered cats the owls, so efficiently pursue at night. The kestrel is easier to tame, and, when tame, more docile and affectionate, than most hawks, and many accounts have appeared in print of the bird and its ways in the domestic condition, but, to my mind, not one so interesting as the history of a pet kestrel kept a few years since by some friends of mine. The bird was young when it came into their hands, and was lovingly cared for, and made free of a large house and park, and of the whole wide country beyond. And it made good use of its liberty. As a rule, every morning it would fly away and disappear from sight until the evening, when, some time before sunset, it would return, dash in at the open door, and perch on some elevated situation, a cornice, or bust, or on the top of a large picture frame. Invariably at dinner time it flew to the dining room,